That's set perfect.
Oh, death. Morning.
Maybe it's got my shutter speed. Is that not any? Is that any better?
I don't know. You just look like a roving reporter at the moment. And it was here. Some nice fireworks.
I think that's a little better. So it's difficult because I have to have. I really do. I thought I'd got all the settings on this down to a T, and I don't think I have. But that'll do for now. See, if I turn the brightness up to, so I don't want too bright, but I don't want it washed out. Let's just do that.
There you go, mother.
See, for a little bit of colour, make myself look a bit human. Save. Right.
Oh, we've got silent fireworks going off now.
Silent fireworks. Actually, that should be a thing, really. Because what are your dogs doing right now?
Couldn't give them monkeys.
Good. Well, I mean, it's good that they don't, but Oh.
No, what I do is when they were pups.
You shot a shotgun around them.
No, I put on firework display videos on YouTube on the TV.
Okay, decent.
And played it to them quite loudly all day long, and they didn't take any notice. Did it a few days later, did it again a week or so later. So when I actually heard them...
Canine tips on Kensbong's veterinary hour.
So
yes.
you didn't mind the garden with sticks of dynamite then?
No, it had crossed my mind. Oh, God.
Now, the dogs mind the garden with sticks of squishiness.
Well, I say that. Nelly's in the doghouse, as it were.
Tish.
There's a little fox family under the workshop.
Oh, right.
And all down one side of the new workshop is bricks. And then there's this fascia, the grey fascia of the workshop.
Mm.
And Nelly decided it'd be a good idea to push the house bricks through to make a hole to try and get under. And she couldn't get under because of the fascia. So she got it with her teeth and has snapped the thing clean out. And she's in the doghouse, essentially.
Oh, bless.
For being a bad girl and for harassing the poor little foxes. So she got her arse tanned a bit more than usual. So.
Did you get the T-shirt? Apparently it was signed for by you.
I haven't signed for anything.
That's right. I sent you a T-shirt last week.
I tell you what.
Thank you. The secretary.
I think some vaguely humanised person went to the door, signed, and put it down, and it's in the hall somewhere.
There is a T-shirt from Synthfest for you.
Oh, okay. Because I must admit, I think in the last 14 days, I have slept more than I have all year.
Good. You obviously fucking needed it. You're obviously that... I mean, were you obviously on your arse?
Oh, yeah. Really, really bad. Really bad. But then, so was Phoebo.
Yeah, because we've all been worried about you. We all have.
It was quite funny, actually. It's going, I really.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck, do you, Rob?
No.
I'm going, I really need a drink. And she's going, yeah, I need a drink as well. Can you make it? No, not at the moment. No, nor can I. Oh, well, the first one that feels vaguely human can go and do it then. Yeah. Maybe bring some water in with us. Yeah, good idea. 3 hours later, wake up and go, how you feeling now? Oh, I can't move. Oh, nor can I. Oh, we'll have to wait then.
Oh, and before I get my balls chewed off, even though they're fucking disconnected, the missus sends her love. Hope you're well.
I hope she is as well.
Oh, she's all right. It's the little one. She's been down with it for a couple of days. Not COVID, but really bad cold for a couple of days. So, yeah, kind of fucked Hayley's birthday up, but never mind.
Yeah. No, I've been coming back in leaps and bounds in the last, well, even in the last 48 hours. I feel 1,000 times better than I did.
Good.
It was mostly in the morning, so you wake up in the mornings, it's like, oh. Woke up this morning, we're sick on the bed, sick on my shoes, and sick on my head.
A dog on your head.
Yeah. And then I'd have a coughing fit, and it was cough, 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 tears, cough, 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 and then fine. Then come down, have a cup of coffee, load up with all the various vitamins and minerals. Because it's funny, because people say, "Oh, take lots of vitamin E." Yeah. Oh, take lots of vitamin D. Yeah. Oh, and C. Yeah.
C's the one. C's the one that does it.
C's are good. C's are good.
And I.
Or is that
C's
E's?
always good.
E's or D's. D's are good. D's are
Yeah,
good.
doing the
It all
E's
works.
as well.
C's, E's, and D's. It all works.
Doing the E's, mate. Yeah, so I'm just going around rattling with all these fucking tablets.
Kent going to the kitchen in the morning.
Yeah. And it's funny because just as Fiona started to feel better, she started getting these cluster headaches. She was getting between 3 and 6 headaches a day. And it changed the shape of her bloody eye. Because it was always on one side, and her eye started to droop. And the pupil was always a different size to the other eye.
You sure that's not fucking...
No, we checked it out. No, she had suffered from it, and the COVID must have kicked it off again. So she was getting in for a while. And she's doing this for about 3 hours at a time. Because apparently tapping it helps slightly.
Is she all right now?
Yeah, no, she hasn't had one today.
She's
been all right. So I think we're seeing the sunnier side of it now.
Thank God for yeah, because it's been like worrying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was interesting because there was a customer who wanted desperately needed to collect his 106, and I said, "Well, look, I'll shuffle it to the door, and then I'll open the door and then go into the front room. Then you take your keyboard and then like that." He goes, "No, yeah, well, cool." He says, "I'll wear a mask and all that." I said, "All right, good man." I said, "I'll wear one as well, but you know what I mean. It's sort of like the house is probably just full of germs." And he he turned up at the door, and he's got 2 bags of shopping. Look, I've got you some milk, and I've got you some bread, butter, sugar, coffee, tea bags. All right, I'll leave that there for you. Dude, thank you. Wow.
Brings out the best in people, so doesn't it? That sort of shit.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jim did me a solid last week.
Ew. What, on your front lawn?
Yeah, it cleaned up. I just left it a couple of days for it to go hard, and it was easier to pick up.
Oh, I've missed this.
Yeah. No, he went and collected that EPS 16 for me.
That's right.
And it was quite... the guy that was selling it, and it was such hard work.
Oh, yeah, you said.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I'm laying in bed like this typing, going, "Oh, please don't send me any more messages where you're not understanding." Oh, there's another one. Now what don't you understand? I will have the QR code. Yeah, he'll have it, so he'll know, so you will get paid when he comes to collect it. Can we? Yeah, and he's like, "You can do it tonight after 6 o'clock." So I go, "Right, okay." I've spoken with Jim. Jim says, "Yeah, he can do it just after 6, tonight." And he goes, "Oh no, I can't do tonight. What about Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday?" I go, "We can't do Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday because Jim's doing an EMOM or something on those days."
He's doing his mum.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There he is.
Yeah.
Hello.
There he is. Oh, by the way, I have an apology to make to you, Rob. I think my comment at the end of ProSynth on Friday may have thrown you a little. When I said you're nicer in person than you are on here, I didn't mean. Yeah, it didn't come.
Honestly,
it's all right because you went. What? Okay.
No, I wasn't. No, I wouldn't have reacted like that to that.
But anyway,
But no,
Yeah.
but no, no,
no, it was.
no offence taken.
That's all I need to know.
Honestly,
Say you been, Robert.
Oh, all right.
He's
How
a,
are
he's
you
a
feeling?
tough. He's
he's
tough
a lanky,
fucker.
he's a lanky streak of
Yeah.
piss, isn't he? He is.
You know, we spotted him up at Synthfest. And it was like shit.
It's like between him and Paulie, I'm like, oh,
But yeah, fucking Paulie's. Yeah.
Really?
Well, Paulie did have an advantage. They'd got heels on them stack things. You know?
Oh, that's cheating.
But
Yeah, they were
but
still
even
looking
so-
at the fucking controls of the Colossus at the
oh, yeah,
eye
yeah.
level.
Yeah. Top of the row was just like, and there's me. Simon, give us a leg up.
I think even Luke went, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, wouldn't it?
So, how was the fence of Synth?
Oh, unreal.
It was a
Unreal.
fine event.
It was a
It was
good
re-
event.
on all
Yeah,
round.
fucking cost me money, bloody thing.
What have
Did
you
you
bought?
buy?
FA06, Roland.
As one.
Okay.
So I've now got to sell off everything else to pay for it. Yeah, I promised myself I wouldn't hit my credit card, and it was like, no, I've got to do it.
Yeah,
Played,
right.
played around with one up there. It was like, oh, fuck. Oh,
Yeah, we've all heard that one before.
yeah.
Yeah, I won't be buying any more.
Oh, no, that's it now. Once this lot goes, that's it. I'm done.
Well, I tell you what, if I'm really, really lucky, I might actually get to hear my Rolly Grand this week.
Yeah.
Oh, have you had some progress?
No, I'm just waiting for Rolly to get back to me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hope their customer support isn't as slow as their production process.
Well, we shall see. So,
What is your new one going to be arriving next month then? Well, that's what's been delayed again.
the new one is supposed to be coming in the next 2 weeks.
Oh, this month even.
This the end of this month, yeah.
Sample Trek starts shipping first week in November,
Wow.
so
Okay.
that's exciting.
So what is it they reckon Arturia got up their sleeve then?
Well, I ain't got it up the sleeve. It's out now.
Is it what?
There was so start at the
Mini
bottom.
freak?
There's the augmented grand piano, which is quite nice.
Oh, okay.
Then there was the Audio Fuse 4, not the Audio Fuse, the Mini Fuse 4, sorry, which is their new sort of like slimline 4-in 4-out audio interface, which looks actually quite nice, and I'm sort of like interested.
Okay.
Then there was Mini Lab 3, which is their little controller. And then there was the Mini Freak, which is the polyphonic version of that.
Oh, I see.
And it's fucking brilliant.
You should have heard Paulie going to town on that micro freak. My God.
Yeah, but
Lost the plot on that.
Mini Freak is 6-voice polyphonic.
Yeah, but the thing is, Paul, what is normal?
Oh, quite.
The word is subject to so many different interpretations.
But yeah, that Mini Freak is really, really good. It's 37-note slim key, not mini key, slim key.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just like it's the Micro Freak on steroids, and the steroids are on steroids, and sounds amazing. So I'm waiting for Arturia to hopefully send one over. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing, the Mini Freak comes with Mini Freak V, which is an exact one-to-one software version of the Mini Freak keyboard.
Oh, okay.
But you only get it if you buy the Mini Freak keyboard, because they'd just be eating into their own sales if they release that separately. I reckon you'll probably see it come. What are we, V Collection 9 now? So probably V Collection 11. It'll probably turn up in that or something. But yeah, it's staggeringly good. And 529 if you buy from Thomann at the moment, which is normally 599. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of synth for the money. A lot of people comparing it to Hydrasynth Explorer because it's a small 37 note thing, and that's about it. It's like apples and oranges, really, those two. So
Yeah.
but no, it was some nice stuff. It's very nice stuff. You might like Augmented Grand. It's available for 99 quid at the moment, introductory offer.
Okay.
It's a Steinway Model D, and then they bring in a whole bunch of synth engines and effects and stuff as well. So
On a Steinway D, eh?
yeah, I was playing around with it. Actually, let's fire it up. Yeah, full hand.
He's upright and healthy looking. How's it going?
Yeah,
Right,
better.
Andy.
Much better.
Evening dailies. How are we doing?
Okay, okay.
Dailies? It's been like weeks.
Yeah, at least a whole one.
About
Can
2
I
weeks,
can I just say, Robert, I really enjoyed sleeping with you on Saturday night. It was lovely.
Everybody slept with Andrew that weekend, apart from me. I didn't.
He's a
I
dirty
didn't.
whore. He's a
I
dirty whore, I
didn't.
told you.
It's a dirty, dirty little hoe.
I-
He's a dirty
just-
whore, sir. No.
It's only because Robert's such a prick. He couldn't even get himself to the station in time to get his train. So,
Like that wasn't deliberate.
well, he was having far too much fun in our wonderful company.
I just hugged him so tight we broke him.
At least we didn't call him Graham.
I got on the platform to see the train leave. I mean, what could be more exciting?
I've had that
honest.
happen to me.
It's always
heck
what you
of a
want, but
It's a
the
good trek back
last,
from the station.
that's fine, like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine that everybody's been watching PSN is convinced that I slept with, with Ben the week before.
Well, the timing was striking, shall we say?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Literally the same morning, we were like.
They're like, "Oh, Rob, I don't think we do the show."
Not only did Fiona catch that at Asda and bring it home, she also got a 70 quid parking fine as well.
Oh no. What for
So I-
parking in Asda?
Yeah.
How long was she there for?
She didn't know. She didn't know you had to pay.
To park at Asda.
Yeah. Apparently, you're supposed to do a display thing when you leave or whatever it is, and she did. She didn't even know. She goes, "I've never paid to park there." I said, "Well, you got caught this time, girl."
You can appeal those.
Oh, he's
So-
playing with PX.
So I'm the only
Doesn't
person
sound
now.
like a
that-
doorbell.
What's that horrible noise that Robbie's making? Oh, it's one of those. No matter what you do to it, the brass sounds like it's trying to rip your ears off. That's nice though. FM drums are good. We like FM drums.
That reminds me, I must put the milk bottles out.
Oh no.
Happy
Reminds me, I must put the milk bottles out.
Happy to report it's in full working order.
Ooh.
Well, it was when it left here, so if it isn't, it's your fault.
And my friend Craig at Sweet Discreet was super brilliant. And you know Yamaha, I don't know if you've seen they used to do custom flight cases for all the DXs back in the day. And one of them was a red one, surprisingly, because the one this came with this was red. And I've now got the template to do a decal, just stick that on.
Nice.
But I'm wondering how much I ought to spend on it, because I don't want to spend too much on something that's essentially going to sit in the garage 99% of the time.
It's like Nord lead red, or what kind of red is it?
Yeah, it's that kind of
Well, it's the standard flight case red, presumably.
sort of a bit like I can't get it into camera shot. The lead's too short. No, it won't reach. Yeah, it's kind of fire engine red, that kind of.
Isn't it basically Cosa Rosa?
Is it what? Sorry, basically. What?
Italian racing red. I think that's basically what it
No, I
pretty
think
much is.
it's a bit light. Yeah, ballpark. I mean, You probably know the Pantone number. I have no idea.
Yeah, bust the colorimeter. Let's see what the actual number is.
Hang on, I've got a picture.
I did send you one, didn't I? Didn't
What's
I?
that?
Pictures of it.
Of
The flight case.
well, the
I've
one that
got-
come. Yeah.
I've still got pictures of it.
So, where are we? Oh, I can't find the bloody thing. I've got all this bloody Yamaha merchandise stuff, and not one of the ones that I want. Oh, I know, because because they did this really gorgeous like leather. It was almost like a briefcase, like a with a buckle, brass buckles, and it opened like a lid opened up and you slid the thing out. It was stunning, but there was only like a handful of them.
I just sent you a picture of it.
Was that what just pinged?
Yeah, I don't even own the fucking thing, and I've got pictures of it.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to find a picture of the Yamaha one. But I think it's because they did a group shot. This makes for great entertainment. Here we go. Hopefully, that reminds me. Sorry, while I'm doing that, Howard is supposed to be coming over with the DX1 power supply
There you go.
this week.
I thought he was coming over last night.
He pinged me last week or something and said he said, "You around this week?" And I said, "Yes." He goes, "Oh, excellent. I've sorted the power supply, I think, so I need to come over one night this week." And I'm like, any night except Friday for obvious reasons. And that was the last I heard. I don't like to hassle him because he's doing it all for gratis. But here we go. Right, so share screen. Oh, it's doing this stupid thing again. Here we go. Right. Have you noticed they've changed the share screen button to present?
Yes, just to throw me. I'd only just
It
learned
threw me
share.
at the weekend. Yeah.
Can I have a present?
Certainly.
No, it's fine. I got.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, that's pretty.
And you want to sort of paint that onto your case. Does your case not have that Yamaha DX on it then?
No.
Is that what you're saying, right?
No. So my case is like the same shade of red as that's the DX1 case.
Yeah.
The wheels are a bit of a giveaway, but I've now got that graphic and as an AI file, so I can then get that made up as. I was going to do a stencil and spray it on, but Craig said that probably wouldn't look that sharp or anything, so he advised to get a vinyl sticker made. So I might speak to Andy at Viper Graphics and see if he can do one for me.
I mean, those don't look particularly sharp. Well, that's probably just the image.
Well, these cases, the original cases, are fiberglass, the Yamaha ones. So yeah,
Presumably textured, so it won't look sharp anyway.
there was a picture.
A table.
Yeah, look at that. Oh. I'm looking for one of those.
That's the one that osteopath bends you over when you
Yeah,
fuck your back
it's
picking it up.
It's an operating table.
No, I thought there was a. You can't really see. There was a close up somewhere. There you go. You think you could see it in that one. It's fiberglass.
It's a lovely old style even. A lovely, probably like 21mm ply because it can never be too big, or 18mm ply and 3mm fiber on top because
I
it
guess
can
the
never
main
be
question is how
too
many people
heavy.
painting DX1s on the road?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Unless your name was Dire Straits.
Did they take one on the road?
Yeah.
Diarrhea.
What's his name? Guy. Guy? Is it Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who cares? He took out a fucking great big DX one and he went, nah, 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 for which he should have been executed.
Oh, come on. There's that bit in Money for Nothing, that twangy, that little octave thing. I can't do it. I've got it somewhere.
Back.
Yeah, that's all.
I hate that as
DX1.
well.
You miserable.
Do you want to know something? I was listening to Brothers in Arms before this came on.
Why?
Mark Knopfler's a great guitarist.
It's the worst record ever made. Every single copy should be burned and consigned to the
Mark Knopfler,
dustbin
come
of
on.
history. No, he's a twat. It should
I'm
all
not
be burnt. I can't stand it.
I'm not sure, but I don't
can't
think Andy likes it.
Stand it.
Do you get that? Do you get that?
I'm getting a
feeling?
vibe.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You know, I mean, it's not. Honestly, it just makes me cross and angry every time I hear it. And even when people mention it, it just makes me just break
you
out.
just set yourself up big time there, buddy.
Oh, I know. Kids at
Spam
school
your
give me a right
Facebook-
ribbon.
I'm going to spam your Facebook wall with fucking Dire Straits in it.
No, thank you.
But
Thank you.
not for has like the coolest studio in the world.
Yeah, but it's
not-
his, so I'm not going to win it. It's probably very lovely. I can't. There's a story behind it. Well, I mean, I had a friend. We used to listen to all sorts of music together. He'd bring stuff around, and he brought around this album, right? And he put it on, and we listened to the first side of it. And after it played, because we used to do this, just listen and not say. And I got up, took the needle off, put it back into the sleeve, handed it back, and said, "Do not bring anything that shit round to my house ever again."
You haven't heard Brothers in Arms until you've heard the Super Audio CD version.
And I lost a good friend that day. So it sort of has scarred me forever. So it's the emotional attachment of losing a good friend because I hated that album so much on first hearing. And
Mr. Hilton's in the chat. Wow.
I just can't stand it.
The president is in the room.
Hi, Richard. We're all allowed to not like things, though, aren't we? We are. We've got to be allowed to.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't love something without hating something, that's what I mean. It's equal and opposite. So,
Yeah,
you
agree.
know, that's
I guess the question is, what didn't you like about it most? Is the guitar work, the synth work, the guy's voice, his attitude?
I mean, Bob Dylan's bad enough.
Well, he's
I mean,
whiny.
honestly, Bob Dylan's bad enough, but a second-rate Bob Dylan's even.
Have you heard his
worse.
soundtrack
No.
work, like the movie Cal? He had some really
I'm
good
sure it's
soundtrack.
amazing. I'm sure he's a absolutely no. Andy, don't try and
I
convince me,
think
'cause I'll
he's
never
a
be
lot
convinced.
better than Bob Dylan.
Fuck off.
It's it's actually a really good impression.
Money for nothing and fuck you off.
No, I can't stand it. That's just me. I mean, I know that there's a no, I don't. No, I don't.
I want my empty.
Yeah, Sting's in there. Come on.
I mean,
know
another
that
reason
there
to
will
hate
be-
it.
will be
Come on,
3.5
if Sting's in there's another reason to hate it.
Yeah, 3.5 billion people will disagree, but I can't. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Couriers of Abuse says he's with me. Thank you, Corey. At least I've got one friend.
Each to their own.
We shacking us on hating Dire Straits. Yeah.
I have to admit, I mean, I don't hate the album, and I don't absolutely adore it. It's good, but Walk of Life really fucking spoils it. That track shouldn't be on there, and it just, to me, that's, I mean, so far away. You know, Money for Nothing, Your Latest Trick, the title track. You know, they're all good songs, but Walk of Life is just this fucking. I didn't even. I think.
Pop.
The title track is its saving grace, to be honest with you, Robbie.
Yeah.
It's overused in like TV and film and ads. That's like the worst part
You're
about the
what?
title
You're a
track.
star. You just made me spit my tea. So sorry, Neil. No, I'm not. You're supposed to eat your tea or drink your tea, whichever kind of tea it is that you're consuming. But
What's it?
not
7:30
spit it everywhere.
TT. No, it's not awful, but
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Speaking of tea, do you guys mostly put milk in your tea or just drink it straight?
Oh, you can put milk in tea, black tea.
Depends on the tea.
gives you something to chew on. Sorry.
I guess it depends what kind of milk you're talking about.
Titty milk.
Keith in Watford's just said he hates the Police, Sting, the Smiths, Morrissey. You see,
Hates the police. Oh my god.
you see,
I can fully understand hating
I-
Sting, but hating the police, come on, that's
I got a very big soft spot for the police, and I absolutely adore the Smiths. I can't.
Love
just
the
makes
Smiths,
me
hate
laugh.
Morrissey.
Yeah, Smith's great.
Absolutely makes me laugh from beginning to end. And of course, having just been hit by a 10-ton truck, I can relate to it even more.
So my daughter just bought The Queen is Dead off her own back without any
That's
without
great.
any sort of and I'm like,
Big
oh, wow.
mouth, la da da da, big mouth strikes
And I said,
again.
please
I just
tell
love
me,
it.
please tell me you don't like solo Morrissey. And she said, oh no, he's a, I won't use the word, but I said, love the Smiths, but don't love Morrissey because he's just a twat.
I know, his first few albums after the split weren't complete garbage. Well, I mean, but it's just the
Vauxhall and I
person.
wasn't awful, but no.
It's hard
I don't know.
separating the art from the person at this point, is it?
If you've ever been to Skegness, this is the seaside town they forgot to bomb. Come, oh nuclear bomb. I mean,
what is it with-
I mean, it's just funny.
Every Morrissey or Smiths fan I've ever met who've been like proper fans, you cannot criticise Morrissey without just getting your head back. It just seems to be this really passionate.
Well,
I don't know what it is about him.
I love them, but I can criticise the guy.
Oh yeah.
And
Well, he's
so
like an original
maybe I
emo,
don't care.
you know?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, Strange Ways Here We Come is just like one of the best albums ever. It's a brilliant album. But yeah, there you go.
Okay, open to the chat and open to anybody else. Anything else that we actually absolutely hate, and give us the reasons, because it's good because we talk about a lot of the time about the things that we really love. What about the things that we really, really can't stand? Can I just say something? What I really couldn't stand in the 1980s, alongside Dire Straits, was Stock Aitken and Waterman. I really couldn't abide it. It used to make me so angry. And the other day there was on the radio because it's just the same track every now and again with a different singer on it, and I heard. Oh, I can't remember what it was. It was when I was when I got stuck on Heart 80s or something, and they played a track, and I went, "Oh, that's actually really quite good. I really quite enjoyed that." And it was a Stock Aitken and Waterman one. So it's the listening through different ears 40 years later. So, well, I just wondered. Yeah, Paul Talbot saying Left Field. There's new killer tracks on. Have they got? There's a new Left Field album out. Is there? Oh, I didn't know that.
There's a new Orbital track coming out soon with Sleaford Mods.
It's the governor.
Sleaford Mods. Oh, hello, Mr. Hilton.
Hey, Rich.
Fellows?
Yeah.
Right.
So let's see. How many people do I know that were involved in the Brothers in Arms project?
Oh,
Well,
no.
there's the guy who
Please, Richard, don't list them because I'll
there's
have to.
the
I'll have
guy
to
who played the drums, Omar Hakim, who was magnificent throughout the album. There's the guy who recorded and mixed the entire thing, Neil Dorfsman, who's actually a really good friend of mine, and who's
Oh,
a brilliant,
Richard, wait a minute.
producer.
Wait a minute. I just want to get comfortable.
Continue.
Continue.
No, I'll stop there. That's
Let's all sit here
just
and
the
watch
guy who
Andy
engineered
melt.
and produced it. That's all.
Sorry, Richard, did the red pen come out and it went a big red line through?
I just sat
Andy
here
Br-
shaking my head, going, "Come on."
No, I
That's
can't
another
help
name
it.
off the
I can't
Christmas list.
There's
And he's
there are
not
too many-
Pavarotti, and he's not Dylan either. He's Mark Knopfler, and he's very distinctive, and you recognize him instantly. And we should all be so lucky.
Oh, why do you always have to put the positive spin on everything? You're dead right.
Well,
I'm sorry, I've got too much. I have too many emotions attached to it all.
identifiability at that level is hard to
Oh,
achieve.
well, yes, it is. Yeah, which is why I'm still stuck in a 2-bedroom flat in Sheffield.
And it's not like people hear albums I'm on and go, "There he is,"
Anybody listen to the new Eno yet? The new Brian Eno.
I've hacked my way through 2 of the songs, and it does not make me want to listen to the rest of it. When when all those years, you should believe somebody when they tell you who they are. All those years he said, "I'm not a musician." He was absolutely right.
Well, Deep Blue, the Prophecy theme are pretty awesome tracks by him.
You
Pardon
can
me?
tell. You can
Of
tell
course,
they're-
and I own all the albums, and I wrote a paper on him in college, so I'm not unfamiliar, and it's not lack of appreciation for what he's done. It's just this particular project so far sounds like a bunch of music to me, and it's none of it's "Babies on Fire." How's that for a reference? Which is from
Music for
Here Come the
Airports.
Warm Jets. Excuse me.
Music for airports.
Well, that's when you get into the ambient genre. I mean, some of them are better than others, but and discrete music was kind of legendary actually, and I own it. So this isn't talking from
Cluster and Eno, that was the high point.
Cluster and Eno. That was some good
Cluster and Eno,
That was
yes.
interesting. No, and the Frippanino material is very good,
Yeah.
and it sort of got Fripp off into laying Revoxes on their side, and I went and saw him do that a few times. So again, it's not from lack of familiarity, but to me, as I listened to this, I thought he was right. He's not a musician. You know who else isn't a musician I'm noticing lately is Amon Tobin, but I love his shit, some of it. He's also not a musician.
I couldn't tell an Amon Tobin track from anything. I've not listened to it, but I keep hearing lots of people say I should listen to him. But
Well, the Ice Sand tour was awesome. I saw it. It was amazing. But he's not really a musician. He's more of an audio guy. He's trying to be a musician, and he's getting better. How's that? But he doesn't come at it from music. He comes at it more as an audio collage kind of guy. And can groove, and has some, great and thunderous low end in the concert. I mean, just thunderous bottom. But I digress. You guys are off onto another topic.
I have a
already.
thunderous bottom.
I've heard that about you.
It's the meds.
What? Well, is the curry still stinging?
No, do you know what? No, I didn't get a jippy tummy at all.
Do you like to sing Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire?
Do you know what? It's been like two weeks without this, and everybody's going, "Bleh," and just getting rid of everything.
Getting out. Yeah.
Yes. Better
Well,
Kent the therapist.
I came in to spank Andrew.
Yeah, I feel
You feel spanked.
I feel yes, definitely spanked.
Chastised.
I heard you like that. Never mind.
I didn't say
I'd
that
ask
much.
Robert.
Oh, never mind.
No, oh no, oh dear, let's not go down that path. It
Yeah,
really
it's
is
bound to
not
be
one
reference
explore.
material somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, well,
What other albums have my friends made that you hated?
Well, there's this one chap, isn't that? What's his name? Roger.
no, don't you even dare.
Rabbit.
Always loved that from being a little kid when you first heard those records. They're just great. So, no, not that. I don't know. It was just one of those things,
Ah, you
He
got
knows
the
the
VL
latest
tone.
album.
You got the VL tone out just for this occasion, didn't you?
The Alta
It sounded like a VL tone to me.
700S, was it?
Well, 700, yeah. I mean,
Just 700.
Oh, that's a little better, yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, bless him.
So who's going to fork out $200 for a Strymon Big Sky plug-in?
No.
That was a bit steep. Considering you've got Valhalla out there doing very
Exactly, for
similar
nothing.
things.
So
For
who
nothing
wants a
really.
micro
50
freak?
quid. Sorry?
Who
200
besides me
200
wants a
quid?
micro freak?
I want a mini freak, yeah, definitely.
A mini freak, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
This new.
And
keyboard.
hopefully
Yeah.
there'll be one coming
Yeah.
here soon.
I actually want a micro
think
freak
they'll-
too, but
They're
can
great.
we
Will
do the
there
mega?
therefore
Can,
be-
can we do the freak or the mega freak in a few years' time, then?
Well, they
Poly
in
freak.
that presentation that they did, they talked about these different things that they have. Oh, come on, fuse and freak and brute and all
Step.
these different step. Yeah, and I thought that was really interesting because if they've got a micro freak and now they've got a mini freak, are they going to do a poly freak, which
Right,
will
exactly.
be a 5-octave?
Well, we can't do Super Freak. That's copyrighted.
Or
Max-
or
Maxi Freak.
Matrix
Oh.
freak?
or simply the
Matrix
freak,
freak.
because that would get him in trouble as well, wouldn't it, Richard?
Can you imagine them combining?
Le freak?
The freak.
They can't do
Yeah,
that, even though they are French.
Well, do you know when I wrote my piece today on Gear News, one of the chapter headings is freak out. I had to be done. Had to be done.
Okay.
But
He's just awaiting the lawsuit from Niall now, aren't you, mate?
Have you been going to racetracks to see funk bands lately?
yeah.
I keep forgetting to put on my damn Pro Synth Network T-shirt, but of course we're not on the Pro Synth Network.
No,
so
you're all right.
that day I will remember.
Yeah.
He's right across the hall.
You need a Frank Ellis T-shirt,
Frank Ellis.
That would,
or I
those
love
of you-
Blade Runner
For
T-shirt.
those of you who've been wondering, what should I get Rich for Christmas this year?
Okay.
If you buy me Evangelist T-shirt, I'll wear it. By the way, it'll be a double XL.
We've got your size.
I
Rich, we've got your size.
thought clearly
Yeah, thank you.
Blade Runner the final cut on Blu-ray is what you definitely wanted as a
Which
Christmas
one?
present. Blade Runner the final cut, of course.
Director's cut. I get to watch more of it.
No, the final cut.
The final cut, the fifth version of it.
The director's cut is very green. The final cut is more bluish and
It's so
darker.
much more fun if I don't see it.
But,
At this point.
yes.
Perpetuates the joke.
Right, exactly. Once I've
Yeah.
seen it, then this whole conversation ends, and it's no fun anymore. You don't have to understand. I'm always thinking like entertainment. Like, what is more entertaining? Not necessarily, what if Rich doesn't like
You
it
can just
or not.
pretend you haven't seen it. That's
He might well be.
I know that it was on at least a few times in the hi-fi store I was working at in the mid '80s. Because we used to do
If that
high-end-
would have
high-end
If that
home
would have been the
theaters.
original cut, that's utterly
Yes.
terrible. The original cut, nobody wants to see. That's like painful. It's like Harrison Ford being held at gunpoint to do a voiceover.
although it does give you more backstory. So if you're a fan of the movie, you get a little more out of the voiceover.
Yes, but it's Harrison Ford being held at gunpoint,
Oh,
not
exactly,
wanting
yeah.
to do it.
Yeah.
I see.
But I mean, for that alone, it's hilarious.
So for subsequent versions, they somehow convinced him that this was a good idea.
No, basically, the voiceover was never supposed to be there.
It was film noir, so it was a voiceover and all that stuff. So
The studio wanted more explanation and wanted the voiceover, and so it happened.
Oh, it's more in the order of narration then, rather than
it's like
dialogue?
it's like bogey movies with the voiceover, the old film noir stuff.
So, like I'm saying, narration rather than dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unnecessary explanation. But,
Has anybody actually read the book, the Philip K. Dick book, Do Android Stream of Electric Sheep?
Yes.
And how close is the book to the film, or the film to the book? 'Cause I've never-
Nowhere.
No,
Oh, is it not?
Oh,
it
it's
was
not-
merely the
nowhere.
spark that lit a flame.
Because the book, they're androids, not humanoids, right? I mean, they're because in Blade Runner, they're actually biological.
The film is inspired by, rather than
Yeah.
a dramatization of.
Downton Abbey's closer.
Oh, Kent. Oh, no.
No, straight up. You read the book and you're going, really? How did they get the film from this?
Right. Okay. Because I have seen Blade Runner years ago. I've not seen it recently. And I've not read the book, so I was just wondering.
I started reading Minority Report and then got bored very quickly. And that must be lying around somewhere, but I think that's the only Philip K. Dick book I ever tried to read.
Amazon had a decent series, Philip K. Dick's Electric Dreams. It's a lot of his short stories. It was a pretty decent show.
Was it narrated by Phil Oakey?
Is it? Oh yeah. Okay.
He's a very
Come
nice
on.
man.
He's another
He's
tall
very-
bugger. He's another big
Very,
bugger,
very
isn't
nice
he?
man.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tall. Yeah.
And definitely not how I envisaged him I thought he was going to be a little bit sort of up himself, but that's just
No.
how he comes across on telly. I think
No, lovely fella.
very nice. Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I wasn't expecting Hans to respond to that post.
Respond to what? Did he?
What has
No,
Hans
everybody they were
responded
talking. There's a post about the documentary, and saying, "Oh, hands him a documentary. Did you see it and everything like that?" And go, "Oh yeah, well, this is." And I didn't get name checked. 3 out of 10.
To which Hans replied,
And Hans replied to it.
What did he say?
What did he say? Yeah.
something
what was
along
it?
the
Something
lines
about
of, "We wouldn't want to."
I can't give the secrets away or something.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like giving secrets away.
don't can't give away your secrets on broken sense.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I was sat there watching it, when they were looking around the studio, and I'm saying,
Can't remember that.
Kent's
Can't remember
mended that, and he's mended
Kent's
that.
mended
He's
that.
told me about that one, and there's
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
There's a system.
Robbie, I did
700
exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Then Roger Bolton, completely out of the blue, pops up. He's they obviously look. They went onto the BBC archive and just said Fairlight, hit enter, and they get a clip of Roger Bolton. And Roger Bolton's a legend. He used to work at Psycho, but he's also a composer and did a lot
Wasn't he
of.
part of the radiophonic workshop?
No, he wasn't. I don't think. But he did a whole bunch of TV. He worked a lot of BBC theme tunes and stuff, and he was just like self-contained.
That's why I'm thinking it.
Yeah, and he did all this stuff. Anyway, they got this clip of him like in the middle. He had nothing to do with Hans Zimmer at all. It just with man playing Fairlight.
Yeah.
There was a nice close-up of a Yamaha DMP7. The little mixer, and he pushes a couple of buttons, and all the faders go.
Again, nothing to do with hands.
Again, nothing. But no, that
Nothing.
was Hans. That was Hans's little mixer that he had.
I thought I used them, but it was so messed up I had to return it. But it was cool to have the motorized faders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was looking at all that System 100M up in the cabinets going, none of that's plugged in.
No.
Not one single module is plugged in.
Really?
Yeah. It's there so directors can come in and go,
Wallpaper.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh.
It's a love. I mean, his room is lovely, isn't it? It really is.
Wow.
Something special.
Well, I mean, back in the 80s, you did use some of the modules of that 100M.
Oh, yeah, but it hasn't been plugged in for like 20 years.
Yeah, yeah, he must have been in that room for 20 years now. That's when Gladiator was.
Yeah.
Well, the score for Taffin, he clearly used all Romplers. So
But I thought
Yeah.
what they got into that hour was actually rather good.
It was nice also hearing his kids talk about stuff.
Yeah. They didn't show the film of Zoe crashing into his R8 though, in the car park.
Ah,
No, it's good. It's good hours watch that.
Yeah, it was a good one.
was this BBC
Yeah.
programming?
Yeah,
Yeah.
BBC
Yeah.
Two.
I see.
It was very
It
good.
was a BBC production, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or produced for them.
I still haven't been able to find out what that very, very strange message he sent me a couple of days ago has got anything to do with.
All right.
Something about what to wear when he goes to the Antarctic.
A bikini.
I asked him about it, and he goes, "What message?" Like, I sort of showed him. I said, "That message, no, I don't know. I don't know what that's about." I went, "What? It's sent by you." Very cryptic looking thing.
He's going to the Antarctic.
No, he's not. And why would he be asking me what to wear? Like
Right.
I'd know. Something
importantly-
warm, probably. There you go.
He
Should it be
ask him
absinthe again?
Which microphone to bring?
Yeah, how about a quilt and a 3-bedroomed house? That'd keep him warm. So, but no, and it led on to we might be able to do like a December show,
Okay.
and David's definitely up for the second one, and he'll pick one of those dates out.
Brilliant.
He's doing Good Omens 2 at the moment.
Oh yeah.
And it expects to have that finished very, very soon, so he'll be able to. Because I said to him, I said, "Well, do you want to do Friday?" Like that, so. But I haven't heard anything back yet, so. But he reckons he can do one of those days anyway.
Cool. Nice one.
So that will be good.
Yeah, I
And hopefully with a better microphone.
Yes, yeah. I completely forgot to ask Phil. Well, I say I forgot. I sort of, it kind of popped in my head, and I thought, no, it's not an appropriate time.
No, you can't ask sort of straight away, can you? It's a
No.
bit sort of like, you know. Buy him a drink first.
Yeah. I was speaking to Benji the other day, and I've asked him to see like when Neil's finished his tour to get Neil Arthur on. So we'll have a word.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was the same with Daniel, getting Daniel, but I needed to get the AKS finished, and that fucking keyboard will not repair. I've got it so it stops distorting the synth, but it still plays backwards. Yeah, and I've replaced nearly every IC in it now, and it's still doing it. And I know it's the keyboard doing it. Because I plugged a different keyboard into it and it works a treat, so it's not the synth doing it. Fucking AKS keyboards. It's a stylophone with delusions of grandeur. It really is.
I don't know. What David Cockful did there is amazing, but that it even works. It's definitely not within the specs of the parts used.
Oh yeah,
Well, obviously-
absolutely. It is genius design, but when it breaks down, holy fucking shit! I think the circuit board's delaminating. I think that's what the problem is. So, and there was definitely one of the 74 LS 150s gone. I thought, well, I better order another one, which I did dutifully, and it cost a fucking arm and a leg. Put it in, and it was like, nope, absolutely no difference whatsoever. It's like, you fucking bastard thing, die, will you? Oh, man. So, and then got ill. So,
Yeah, a spanner in the works.
yeah, and now I don't know what's down there, what it belongs, whose it is, or is it? I'm like, I walked into that workshop this morning and went, nah, just come back in again. Just sat down and go, I'll have another coffee. Fuck it. So I have no idea what's going on down there at the moment. So.
So you're hiding from your own workshop.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. It's quite annoying actually because you get about somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 acorns fall on the roof constantly during the course of the day. It drives you nuts.
Random acts of percussion.
Yeah, it's dink, ding, 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 and then the wind blows and it's ding, 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 ding,
Sample it. Sample it.
Set fire to it more like.
It's only for a month, Kent.
No, it's not. That fucking tree does it for like 2.5 to 3 months. It's dropping fucking acorns on that roof.
Use it in a groove.
Put sponge on the roof.
Use it in a groove.
Yeah. Put a big dog's bed on the roof. That's a good idea. It's the only part they haven't eaten now.
You don't need to use that in a groove.
And it would be a lovely, it would be a lovely sunbed for the dogs.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't get any sun because that fucking oak tree hanging over it. Man.
Well,
Well-
get up a chainsaw.
Well, it looks like I've got Jim coming down on Friday. Hey.
Oh, I should say hi on the way.
We'll disinfect the house before he gets here.
Who's that, Jim Glue?
Mm.
I see.
He's bringing my EPS 16 Plus with him.
Ah,
Ah.
and a working system disc?
It's USB thingy in it.
You
With
can
all the-
boot it it's got a flash drive. You told me
Yeah,
this,
it's-
and the operating
There's a
system is
Gotek
on
in it.
Yeah, and the internal RAM's been upped, and there's 3,500 samples coming with it. So it's like,
Right. But I'm just talking about the OS because without
Yes,
it, you
dear.
got nothing.
Yeah.
Can you do that to my W30?
Yeah, I assume so. If the unit's available.
Well, I'll bring you my W30 and you put a nice new screen in it and stick a thingy in the back so that it will take... Because there's a SCSI port on the back which can be converted, I think, to a USB. Because obviously the floppy drive, I still need to load me... How do you load your bloody floppies onto it if you haven't got a floppy drive? That's what I can't work out.
You get your libraries put onto pen. So you put the pen in the back, load up your discs into the machine and save them to the pen.
So you have the
that's what I
SCSI
mean.
port, but is it activated? Do you have the chip added to your W30?
No, it's just a blanking panel on the back. So
Because the interface is there. You got to pull the panel off, but you have to put the chip in there to make the interface work.
thanks.
I looked into it
I'll have
because
to
I
look
bought a
at-
used one. So
Right. But it's
Well,
just doable.
go to their website and have a look into it and pick out the one you want, and I'll bang it in for you. It shouldn't be a
I'm
problem.
just having a look at Poacher's website.
there's a how-to page on how to do the chip part. It's pretty easy, actually.
On Roland.
No, it's a third party. Some guy put a page
What,
up.
how to retrofit the W30? Okay,
Yeah.
if you've got a link, Andy, if you know what it is,
I have
if
to
you
find
ping
it. It's
us
been a
and-
while, but yeah, I could look it up.
All right, don't spend hours and trying to really find.
There's a
it, 'cause
guy
I
in
can
the
do a search
UK.
myself.
There's a guy in the UK called Chris Poacher who
Right.
does custom Gotek drives, basically plug and play. So you choose your synth, and he will send the drive and all the attachments. Because like for example, on the on the Emax 2,
Yeah.
the drive bay hole is wider than the drive itself. So
Yeah.
Chris fits the blanking bits top and bottom.
Yeah.
And you get all the cables and everything, all the instructions. It's just literally is plug and play. They're really simple to kind of get in. I'm just seeing if he does. I'm sure he does one for the W30. And and you'll also get a 16 gigabyte USB stick with like as many patches as he's got.
Yeah.
Preloaded. So you just like get up and there you go. I've got them in both my Emaxes. I'm going to get one for my QXs as well.
Fiona suggested that we should have a synth fest in the back garden next summer.
Do
Spong
you know?
Fest.
Do you know something? We were talking about this when we were in Sheffield, weren't we? We all sort of come up with a similar sort of idea.
Yeah.
In your back garden, Kent.
Well, there's certainly enough room.
Spong Fest.
Do you know what
Spongfest, yeah.
do you know what my missus said? She said if that ever comes off, she said you've got to do a show from Kent's garden.
With the dogs.
With the dogs. Yep. Because there's the other thing. Am I allowed to say anything about it? Probably. Nah. Yeah, probably. There's an album being put together, and I've been asked to do some tracks for it.
Cool.
It's a Vangelis tribute.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be a double album. I'm not sure at the moment, so I don't know. But anyway, and they said, "Oh yeah, you're into Vangelis and you can play like him." I go, "I find it very difficult to not play like him." So it won't be too much of a struggle. How many tracks do you want? So what it be is an original music, but done as if it was done by
Right.
kind of thing. But it's not restricted to that. It's also like anybody can put anything on that's they've grown up or influenced by. So and they've asked me to do some tracks, and I went, oh, okay. So there's apparently something that's going on over the winter period. But what was interesting, I thought I'd sit down and see if I can sort of like flesh out something. I wrote 6. It's too fucking easy. So like, yes, it's quite natural. Bang, 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 bang. So I wrote out all these loads of tracks. Some of them got rhythm. Calm down now.
He's got rhythm.
Some of them actually got rhythm on them. But what I want is my EPS. That's what I want now.
Does coughing count as rhythm?
Theoretically, yeah, if you cough in time.
It's coffin time. Well, that could be taken the wrong way.
Well, yes.
Well, it wasn't far off it last week.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly felt like it anyway. So that should be interesting. There's something else I can get my teeth into at least. So we shall see. So but I've already promised that I'm not going to mix them.
Mr. Brooks, check the private chat.
Check the private chat. Oh,
Yeah,
right, yes.
There's pictures of willies there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That was unnecessary, Kent, but thank you nonetheless.
Excuse me, since when has pictures of willies been unnecessary? I will
there's
take you
no
to
argument
task
in
on
that.
that statement, sir.
There's no argument there, is there?
Well, he has plenty of them. He doesn't need more.
Oh, okay.
Why? How many did you give him when you were there?
Oh,
Just stop
You can never
it.
stop.
Well, he
collecting.
gave him 19 inches.
You got to catch them all.
This is true.
Rack-mounted dick. Yeah, go on.
Poker dick. Yeah.
A full 19.
Full 19, yeah.
Full 19.
Did it have ears on it?
With ears, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A silver
He
Scheherazade.
held all 19 inches by the ears. Oh.
Like this. Just
Oh,
like that. There you go.
Just like- not like that.
I've got
but
my
like
hands on Robert's 19 inches right now.
boy.
that. Oh, yeah.
And we're back to those movies that Robert made,
You
aren't we? Yes.
horrid
Oh, here we
people.
go.
Back to those movies, Robert. Have I missed something?
Oh, really? Are you kidding? Are we doing that again?
No, don't. Not for my benefit. Please don't. No.
Previously.
Yeah, but I,
Previously on the Spong show.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Oh my God.
all right.
Oh dear.
Richard looks puzzled. As puzzled as I feel.
I'm reading something. It's not unrelated to anything you guys are talking about.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't blame you, really. That makes an awful lot of sense, Richard, really.
That's just
All
me
things
squinting
considered.
at the screen because the eyes need a little help sometimes.
Did you get that link? Did you get the link, Andy?
Yes, I've opened it. Yeah, look at that. Plug in and play floppy drive for W30. And, that.
And you can choose
Oh,
different size screens, different colours, all sorts.
yeah. But the thing is, see, that's sitting in the floppy drive.
Right.
So how would I then get the floppies onto the? That's what puzzles me all round with this.
So how many floppies have you got, and are they all custom samples?
Pretty much custom samples. Yeah, I've not got any sort of library discs and stuff, other than the ones that came with it. So they're all my samples. So
There must be a way of converting them. Because
Can you not use floppies through an editor and put them onto a different machine,
I've no
and then
idea. I mean,
USB them across?
Wagyu mentioned something like an old something on Linux, but I don't have Linux, so I'm not a computer savvy sort of person, so I don't really know how it works.
There
'cause
must
it's
be an
Roland
editor.
format.
There must be
Well,
an editor for them.
It's like with the emu stuff. There's a little program called EMXP, which is like a little DOS-based program.
Right.
But you can take, if you've got a disk drive that can read your disks plugged into your computer, it will be able to read all of the sample data and program data and whatever else is on there.
Yeah.
And then it then allows you to choose how you want to spit it out, so it can do a conversion from one EMU format to another EMU format, or you can go from EMU format to HXC format, which is what the format is on your Gotek drive. So then I wonder if Chris has managed to be out, because I think with that one that Chris says that he puts, do you get a whole bunch of samples with it as well?
Neil's asked a question in the chat. Neil Wharton.
Yeah.
He said, are the W30 discs readable on a PC? So if you've got a USB 3.5 floppy drive,
Yeah.
can that read the W30 discs and store the data?
You could probably do
Any-
with chicken systems. They have a lot of translation.
Ooh,
Uh-oh. 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 Is this a Dire Straits moment?
Oh, yes, I hate chicken systems.
I
But it
know
works.
it too.
I could probably find out
I know
for you,
him too.
Andy. 'Cause I got a USB floppy, external floppy drive.
Well, I've got one of
Right.
those, yeah.
I mean, if we put a if I get a W30 disk image and then see.
But it's not just that. It's not just being able to read a W30 disc. It's also you have to convert it to the you have to create these HXC images because that's how it works. These are like custom images that work on
Yeah,
on
but
these
that's
drives.
where the
I have absolutely no idea what any of that meant, Robbie.
the
really,
editor
but
the editor would come in.
Yeah, but there needs to be a way to get it into HXC format, which is a modern format that an old editor wouldn't necessarily understand. So I'm just wondering if there's a tool out there like there is for EMU stuff for the old Roland stuff.
Or maybe
Another trick is A-Wave Studio on Windows. I used to use that for
Yeah.
some old Kurzweil
Is that
samples.
still going? So
I don't know if it's available new, but you can find it. And I used to read Kurzweil samples right off the old images.
Well, matey
Oh,
boy
I'll
must
tell
be
you
doing
what.
it somehow.
I'll tell you what, Andy. If you can send me either an image of your floppy disk, or the or the floppy disk itself, you've just
With the other
reminded-
floppy, yeah, exactly, yeah.
I've got a couple of old programs on one of my Windows machines
Semi editor.
that I'm pretty sure reads the old Roland format,
I've got
and then I can possibly.
I've got 200 floppies. Stop it! I've got 200 floppy disks at least.
Told you never stop collecting.
So, or do you
They aren't floppy,
Sorry,
they're hard.
Robbie, do you mean that the Roland W30 system disc? Is that what you mean?
No, not the system, because the system disc will come with Chris's drive.
You need sample content.
Yeah, just a sample disc. But I'm just seeing, I'd be able to read it and then export it to a different format. But not.
I mean, the
be able to
W30 is the
see.
same as the S-series samplers, right? It's the same file format, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't he be using some form of editor that would allow him to be able to do this? Anyway.
I'll let me hit Chris up.
Yeah, he'll go. Oh, use fucking bloody blah blah.
If you, Rob, if you know the guy and he knows how to do this, because surely there must be people who've got W30s with discs like I have. How do you then get them onto the new built-in USB drive? There's got to be some sensible way of
There
doing
you
it, but I can't. Well,
Yeah.
you
Messaging him now.
You slap him up and see what he says.
There will be a way of
Tell
doing
him,
it.
I'll ask him to jump in.
Absolutely.
I'd love to have my W30 back up and running. I love that machine so much.
Cresshead's just put something in the chat. njohnson.co.uk, W30 PC stuff.
Where's that?
It's in the chat. Cresshead.
Chris said, just sample them. Yeah, I know you can just sample them again.
No,
but
he's
further
put
down.
something. njohnson.co.uk. It's W30 PC stuff, so you can use it with the PC.
oh, I can't see that live chat.
It's one of the last few chats that have appeared in
Chris.
my feed.
Wow, I can't see this at all. You say Chris head's put it in.
Yeah.
njohnson.co.uk.
Yes.
I found it. Sorry, I've got eyes in my head eventually. Yes, I have.
Oh my God, they're having a rolly off.
Oh yes.
Dun, 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 dun.
Right, I've messaged him. I'll let you know what I hear back.
Hey, Brooksy, I put a W30 page in the private chat. Everything and anything about the W30 with all the hardware stuff and the SCSI chip and all that.
Ah, well done, Andy. And well done, Chris Head. And well done, everybody else.
I had to use it because I haven't updated mine yet, but I bought one used last year sometime. So,
So maybe
said-
this is the omen that you needed.
well, it sucks. Is they put like he was saying, there's a blanking panel in front of the SCSI port, so they They sold it to you with the port, but without the chip unless you bought it specifically with that upgrade, just so they can charge you more money later. So typical.
No, just so could charge you less money if you didn't want it.
Well, I mean, the chip turns out it's $5 chip. So
Oh, yeah, but removing the plastic panel, that's a lot of money for a
Yes.
service center.
in fact, there's a guy who I don't think he mentions it on that page or not, but another guy mentioned there's you can find them on eBay labeled a different name. They're not the official Roland kit you buy, and you can buy them for $3 to $4 or something like that.
Yeah, I was just
So
gonna say.
tomorrow starts the AES
Oh, yeah.
show in New
Oh, yeah.
York, and looking forward to it for the first time in a few years.
Mm.
Great social occasion, and since I'm too far from all these synth events that you guys attend, I'm looking forward to this because it's it's more audio centric, obviously, but lots of people I know, and it'll be fun.
Yeah.
My son and I'll go together. We have a nice father-son day on these things, and what's fun now is that more people seem to know and recognize him than recognize me, which I quite enjoy.
Hey.
Nice to see you getting out of the house once in a while. Ian.
Yeah, I had to get out of the cave for a bit. It was nice. It wasn't windy out here to mess up the mic, so I thought I'd come outside for a bit. So
Good move.
Oh, that's
I'm a
no
real person.
carpet.
Yeah, we get to
it's,
not look at the logo.
asphalt. Here's some asphalt for you.
Way. Oh, that's some cute stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't beat our
Got a cool
orange
grid down here.
tiles.
We're still waiting for Britain to discover asphalt.
Well, definitely
Hidden under
sorry.
the tarmac.
Yeah, sorry, Jesus Christ Almighty. Fucking hell.
We
They're
got,
okay
we
with
got
Roman
concrete here. We got some brickwork.
Wow.
Look at that
All that
nice work.
stuff.
I bet that's bloody flat as
Very
well.
elaborate.
I bet that wasn't
that
made by a
fancy
bunch of
California
Irishmen in a
masonry.
dodgy transit van.
Yeah, true enough. That'll do you, sir.
Would you like your driveway doing as well?
Yeah.
you
It'll
like
only
dags?
take 25 minutes.
Do you like dogs?
Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
All I need is a big hole here, and a German guy can fall into it, right? Didn't you have that, Kent, in your front yard? Some German guy fell in.
Not lately, no, I must admit. Although we did have two guys digging up the path next to the driveway because next door we're having 9X. 9X? Fucking hell. Come on, Brain, come out of the 1990s. 9X? Are you fucking kidding me? Virgin Media fitted, and I had to dig up all the path to do it. And it was like, oh, thanks, I really wanted all that fucking dirt and shit all over me driveway. Cheers.
Oh
Thanks for
no, Mr. Brooks.
Oh bless. Oh.
that. It's been held up.
Yeah, he collapsed, you know. And,
I'll
Collapsed
find
in
find you the other picture because
the,
he did look
sheer
like he collapsed.
awesomeness.
It was the one that was on like that. It's like an
Hey,
emotional wreck I was by then.
Oh, you mean this one?
Good
Oh,
afternoon,
you-
good afternoon, good evening, good
Yeah,
evening,
that
good
one.
morning, good evening.
Good evening, good morning, good
everybody.
night.
That's
Right,
the one.
Ian.
I am.
Yeah, he looks rescued.
I think Robert had just let him go by then.
Good to see that that your demise didn't happen, Kent.
No, it didn't.
Short-lived.
A short-lived demise.
Rumors of my demise have been grossly exaggerated.
That was
Yeah.
what I was trying to say, Rich.
Yeah. I had to turn the hearse away. I'm sorry. No,
I'm
not
glad you're
today,
back,
thank
mate.
you.
I'm glad you're back.
Already paid for money for it, though.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
just
dug
sit
the
up
hole
and
and
go,
everything.
surprise!
can't believe it costs 70 quid to get COVID.
Yeah,
How did it cost you 70 quid to get
COVID?
COVID?
Well, Fiona went to Asda, caught COVID, and then got a parking fine for 70 quid.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, she paid for it. I got mine for free.
You got the buy one, get one.
Bargain.
Yeah. Buy one, fuck another one. It's good fun all round.
I thought you said she got COVID. That was a joke.
Well, that's that's greatly. Now that is overrated. Trust me. Oh, hello, you.
Hi, Pete. Glad you're listening.
Hi.
That's where a helmet came.
Her spy has come in. Little Noah just come in, sat down.
How is he? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right.
Good.
Come here. Come and say it. You come. You haven't said hello.
Oh, I thought it was Fiona talking.
They're often confused.
No, I wasn't going to suggest that.
Well, no, he wasn't going to go there. You going to go? Say hello. No, sit on the thing.
Oh, hello, Noah.
Look, it's your mate. Yeah? It's your mate. Oh,
How's his little leg doing?
You got any food up here?
he's still getting arthritis in it, I think. It's, he does protect it quite a bit. Don't you, little fella? Eh? So, okay, right, we're off here.
But the main bone had a break that healed improperly.
Yeah, because he was sort of like unattended up in the mountains and managed to break his leg, and it's set, so it's sort of curved and then out again.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, but like
That
I said,
sucks.
we'd have to break it again in 3 places and then pin it. And leave him alone.
Oh yeah.
Leave him alone. Because it was still.
It's like when I went to the dentist many years after having orthodontia, and I got TMJ from it. And they said, "Oh, we just need to break your jaw and reset it. Everything's fine."
Oh boy!
I said,
"Yay!"
No, you're not doing it.
Yeah. I'm good. Thank you.
It's like when they did. I've had my nose broken and reset.
I'll deal with the messed up jaw. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. My eldest son, when he was about 9 or 10, he had an overbite, and that's what the choice was then, was to either leave it and him have sort of a little bit of work, or to literally break his jaw. And luckily, he didn't have the jaw job. He didn't have it. He didn't break his jaw, and he's fine. And but it was difficult because we couldn't make the decision for him.
The body can adapt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do some fucked up things to our bodies, don't we?
We do, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, the main reason they made me go was I actually had what I thought were migraines. It was actually the beginning stages of TMJ and the muscles and the jaw getting caught once in a while, like a little bit of a lockjaw action.
Yeah.
And it was kind of scary. So I said, I got to do something about this shit. What is going on?
Yeah.
And they explained it, and then you're not breaking it. I'll deal with the pain of whatever.
Yeah.
So,
Too bloody
if some guy in the street breaks it in a fight, that's different. But it's
Yeah.
Yeah, then we can have that
Do
conversation.
you make a habit of that, Andy?
and I'll come in and go, hey, fix it now.
Yeah, take that, you little bastard.
Talk about making lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah.
I tell the guy, thanks for kicking my ass. Yeah, thanks.
Take up rugby. That'll sort it out, mate.
Yeah, it's rough. It's some rough stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Although because they don't have pads, they get injured less, right? Because they don't go as crazy. The NFL guys get screwed up all the time.
You
They
still,
do.
yeah, you still get a studded boot in the face.
You've
Go
never
for a ball.
I bet you've never seen American footballers with cauliflower ears.
Martin Johnson.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Mind you, you'd run the other way if you saw that coming towards you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, then I wear the helmet, so. But Yeah.
Chris said it's the man's version of American football.
I mean, you get pretty messed up in American football. It's.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
friend of
I
mine.
played in junior high. It was just a touch football. I didn't do the tackle because I didn't want to ruin my knees. But.
No, I had a friend who when he left school, moved to America and played for. Now, let me get this right. What fucking team did he play for? Oh God, can't remember. Played for a few years out in America and then came back and sort of really pushed it in the UK.
Yeah.
Guy who died last year of COVID, and he got destroyed playing in America. Absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal. And these guys get, knee injections during the game to keep playing. There's this whole drug culture with American football. It's really nasty. But the guys get paid really well, so they can pay all their medical bills no problem later on. So.
Yeah. They can pay their defense lawyers.
Yeah, basically.
There is so much looking the other way. Excuse me.
And even with the helmet, you still get concussions. So, it's just a blunt force. So it's pretty bad. A lot of those guys have, I forgot the acronym for it. There's a syndrome you get from all the concussions. And it doesn't just affect their speech. Their mental faculties are pretty screwed up. So CTE, I think it's CTE.
Did you happen to see Herschel Walker the other night?
Exactly. That's a perfect example of that. Not only is he a religious maniac, but he's also got a lot of CTE problems. So
that was like looking at Martin Luther King and buckwheat.
Andy, I've just heard from my friend. He says, yes, there is a copy of S-Disc on the USB key that will convert rolling discs even from an external USB floppy drive, or you can download it for free, but he supplies it with the drive anyway. So
excellent.
You're sorted.
That's what I thought.
Basically.
That's what I thought.
Dead easy.
It's a DOS utility, S-Disc?
Yeah, thank you. Say thank you to your mate.
I will.
We'll be in touch because I'll need to do that. I think. Yeah. Thanks, Robbie. I appreciate that, and thanks everyone in the chat for their suggestions and help as well. Wegu, I know you were trying very hard, but I didn't understand what on earth you were typing with all those sort of like computer code things. My brain can't deal with that. But I do appreciate the fact that people were out there trying to help. That's lovely, isn't it? So thank you, everyone. Very, very, very kind.
Got to fit the bloody thing now.
Yeah, I'll see you in a fortnight, Ken.
All right, bud.
I'm on the edge.
It won't
I'll be here.
It
I'll
won't
be
be.
here.
It'll be the other side of Christmas when that happens.
Yeah,
Don't call him Floppy Johnson. What does that
got
mean?
another 80 coming in as well.
You must have them all. How many are there out there?
Nah, there's about 750, 800, something like that, all together.
Do you keep tabs on which ones you've worked on?
No, after about 480, I stopped bothering.
Do you not put like a little mark somewhere to say this was work by Ken?
Well, yeah, it's the shrimp, isn't it?
Fucking
But-
shark.
but- but-
Shark
but-
is
but-
like-
He
shark
puts the
is
dried prawn in the ones he likes and the fresh prawn in the ones he hates. So
Yeah, it's sort of like customers get a bit upset if you put little marks on their £30,000 synth. Yeah.
inside.
No, there's got to be ways.
Inside.
You're inside.
Oh,
You're
mate, they check
inside.
inside. They want to have a look and see what I've done.
Kent
I'm
was
always,
here.
I'm always amused when a rare 30,000-pound instrument is laying on the ground with dogs surrounding it, hair everywhere, and you're on your knees fixing the thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I got this beautiful blower that I use. Gets everything out.
Leaf blower, is it?
Not far off it. Not far off it. And it gets all the hair and all the shit and all the fluff that collects in the bottom of the 80 case anyway. And it gets it, but it has another purpose. It's very useful. And what it does is it blows and stresses across the boards and across the wires. So if there's any weak wires, they break off.
Ah, right.
so that I don't get 80s coming back where they've been in transit and things have failed because the wires are so thin on those things. It's ridiculous. But they have to be, obviously, otherwise the loom's going to be about 4 foot across. You never get the lid closed. So, and it serves, both purposes. So.
You're talking about a CS80 with the loom? I was so impressed when I saw the CS80 opened in front of me for the first time. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's a wonder any of this works, let alone thing we can't fix.
Yeah. But you can
What's the
literally
typical gauge on those wires, Ken?
It's minute. It's absolutely minute. It's I think half the thickness again of what you would find in a ribbon cable. So it's about. I'm trying to think.
So it's like a 28 or something like that.
Yeah, it's less than that. I think there's only about 12. No, wait a minute. I think it's about 14 strands in the wire, and it's I mean, you got your finger and you pulled it like that. You can just
3
snap a wire.
atoms width.
Yeah, so like dog hair.
Thanks.
They are really, really, really delicate. And of course, they dry out and they go brittle with the heat that they generate. And so some of the really, really early ones, they're just a nightmare. Just working on it breaks it. You know, they should really
Just
put a
thinking about
Polymoog
it.
badge on the front.
Just thinking about it.
Literally, you just start undoing the screw and you can hear the wires popping.
Boy, I
He's
hope
got it,
those
right?
wires don't pop, 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 pop.
Don't even look at it.
Yeah. So.
Well,
That's
wasn't it
crazy.
Hawking who said that by
It's
looking
quite
at
funny.
something you change it?
Yeah. Well, you know that video that's been doing the rounds on YouTube? Come out a couple of weeks ago, the bloke playing a CS80.
No.
Seen it?
No.
Yeah.
I saw the one the other day of that chap German guy who always does his synth demos cross-legged on the carpet. He's over at Spearsy's at the moment.
The carpet guy, the guy in the carpet, synths and carpet guy.
Retro sound or
I don't know, just guy sits on carpet cross-legged in a lotus position, playing synthesizers incredibly.
Oh
well.
yeah, that's again the cool Rolly demo with the Matrix 1000.
Yeah, well, he's the reason I had to get that 8-voice up and kicking for Dave a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Because he's going to be doing a video of that as well.
So coincidentally enough, the
Shouldn't
synth
be
was
copying
repaired from that same position.
Yeah, yeah, it is. You know,
Symmetry there.
the lotus position for it. But anyway, this guy on YouTube using his 80, and he's demonstrating how it works and everything like that. And he sent me a video. He said, "Oh, you know this 80." He goes, "It's the one you did." And I went, "Oh, okay, right." And it was really dead. It was the one that was covered in the green mould. And he said, he goes, "Oh, it's broken and it's making this horrible noise." And he sent me a video of the noise it was making. And I'm looking at the video going, he's got the all of the ring modulator turned up full, and all of the LFO controls all turned up full. Thinking that forward is on and back is off. And I says, "Oh, just put all those sliders, all those paddles back." And he comes back to me and goes, "Oh, you fixed it. Oh, that's brilliant. Like, you just done a video, 2-hour video on how it works. How could you not notice?"
Well, not to mention RTFM. I mean, just
Yeah, but what was interesting, he said,
manual.
"Oh no, it was all fine. I went downstairs, made a cup of coffee, and when I came back, it was doing it." You know? Well, not unless you were cleaning it with a cat without knowing it. It's like, yeah. So yeah, all of those controls there are all pulled forward. So I thought, thank God it's not coming back.
So, in Australia, lug nuts on tires work opposite direction to any place else I've ever been. Ask me how I know that.
How do you know that, Rich?
Because after a gig and on the way to the airport to fly home after a long tour, The bus springs a flat tire, and we spent 20 minutes tightening the damn thing down before we realized that, in fact, these freaking lug nuts work opposite to every other lug nut you've ever seen, and the tire came straight off.
Well, you know that
This is
everything is
after the
upside
driver
down
gave
in
up on
Australia.
us, by the way. Excuse me?
Yeah, since
We
the
were
Coriolis
down.
force is different in the southern hemisphere, it makes sense.
Yeah, everything
you know?
goes the other way. Yeah.
No, it's I've been in the southern hemisphere, and in South America they don't work that way. I haven't busted a tire in South America, but I'm pretty sure they turn as they do up here. But anyway,
It's good to know for when I go to Australia then.
yeah, it is. And
I go
bust a
visit
tire at 2 in
Ramsey.
the morning on the way to the airport, trying to fly home.
Yeah.
Get breakdown cover, you tight bastard.
And why were we changing the tire? And I say we loosely because it wasn't me. Because the driver had given up on this entire event and was basically throwing his hands up and going, I can't help you guys. And
What?
so our horn section got on the ground at 2:30 in the morning under an overpass halfway outside, like 2 hours outside of Melbourne, and changed this tire. But like I said, they spent 25 minutes tightening it down first.
I take it that driver didn't get a tip.
Yeah.
I actually took pictures. These got like expired inspection certificates in the front window. Like while we were waiting for this entire thing to play out, I'm walking around taking pictures of the van, like what kind of horrible condition this thing is in that they've sent us in.
Wow.
Brilliant.
You
Not that it
should have
matters.
seen what we had to do in Madagascar. We're middle of nowhere in the southern part of the island, and these split rim tires out there. And we got 7 flats in one day on the stretch of road. And in one small village, the guy had to pull the tire off, use a grain pounder to break the bead. And so I have these pictures of these guys with a grain pounder, like basically a pestle, a giant pestle, right? And to take the damn tire apart. And because they use tube tires, you can have a messed up tire and still drive on it. So I have a picture I took of right when he first pulled over, and the whole sidewall was shredded, and we're still driving on it. So it could get much worse.
They now charge you a lot of money and call them run flat tires.
Yeah, basically.
Basically to have some version of that.
Yeah. This guy's toolbox had a pair of pliers with one handle missing. That's how great it was.
Wow.
And he had a pestle.
I
that
have
looked
pictures
like
of all this stuff. I couldn't believe it.
The pestle looked like a dinosaur's femur.
When you're in the third world, you really know it. It was crazy. Yeah, it was.
Oh, wow.
Well, this guy had a lug
was
wrench.
beautiful.
We just didn't know how to use it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he
man.
refused to use it. It all looks so glamorous from the audience, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't part of his contract. Is that the deal? He didn't want to fix things.
Whatever. We didn't have time to educate this man on professionalism. We just had to get to the airport.
Thank God the steering will work the same way. Right. Right, I'm going to nip downstairs, get myself a coffee.
Bring one back for me, would you?
Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'm full
and
of...
biscuits for us, please.
Yeah.
Pick that bloody t-shirt up as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look for that now. Right. Okay, back in a minute.
So here we go. We're going on the Magical Mystery Tour with Kent's camera. Look.
Oh yeah.
It is kind of clever the way the operating system follows. And now it's...
I know.
It's
Spot
looking
the
longingly.
hydrogen. Now
So
it's
it's
Looking
looking at-
longingly at the door,
Spot the
waiting,
hydrogen.
Yeah, but it's,
waiting for
it's
his
showing us a
master to
sledge.
return. Andy,
Except when it doesn't recognize hands.
there's another link in the private chat for you, Andy, by the way. Can you hear me, Andy? Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear. Sorry, I got myself muted whilst I was dealing with.
mother?
Can you hear me, mother? Yes. As this BC. Oh my God, this is just going to be so scary, but I'm into it. Thank you very much. I'll get there. Oh. Slowly, I dare say.
Why is it scary?
Because I don't know what the fucking hell it all means.
Hang on a
basically.
minute, you speak multiple languages. This should be a piece of piss for you.
Yeah, but he's a Luddite. It's a tech thing.
Fetch me my
And that's
hammer.
not a slag. It's just some people are Luddites. Most of my family members just Luddites. So
I'm not a Luddite. I'm not a bloody Luddite. Right? I like technology. I do, but I just don't understand all the computer side of it. Honestly, I really don't. If there was a whole thing that I missed out on. I mean, I use them, but I don't know how the internal combustion engine works, but I can still drive a car. So,
Fair point.
I appreciate the help that people are giving.
you say you never thrown your wooden shoes into a machine?
He's
No,
not
I haven't.
the Messiah. He's
does
just
come
I
a
have not.
very
I
nice
haven't.
man.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No. Why do you think I'm a Brooks? Yeah, admit it, lol. No, I'm not a Luddite. I've got a fucking modular synth here. How can I be a fucking Luddite with a modular synth?
Well,
It's one thing owning a modular
Well.
synth is another thing
Now.
yeah,
being
exactly.
able to get a melody out of it.
I've seen Andrew operate
Oh,
that
what-
thing, and it
what-
was
Yeah,
pretty
no, I
damn
mean,
good.
He is
Yeah,
good.
thank
yeah.
you, Richard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, you
With
are.
grace.
Get a melody out of it.
Yeah.
What you do
same
is you
room.
would touch a keyboard, and you play the keyboard, and you play it like a piano. Yeah. No, it's not. No, anyway, I'm not a Luddite. I'm really not a Luddite. But the computer stuff really baffles me. That has always been the case. All that stuff is just, and people trip it out as though it's like common parlance. And I'm quite good at various common parlances. I can do at least 5 of them, but that's one that passes me by. So, but I appreciate the help that people have provided. Genuinely, thank you very much for doing that. It really is most welcome. So, Robbie, thank you to you. Thank you to your mate. Whatever was it? Say it's called Chris.
Chris
Is that his
Poacher.
name? Yeah. So thank you to Chris. Thank you to the people in the chat. I genuinely appreciate it. That's one of the great things about being on here. People are generous with their knowledge. Thank you very much. Just because I haven't got it, I appreciate the fact that people are helping.
The pleasure is ours.
Thank you, Richard.
As though I can speak for anybody.
I have to blow my bloody nose again.
Oh, this cold hangs around like luggage, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've still got the remnants of mine. You know,
Endotermitis.
can't get rid of it.
My little has
It's
been down with
bloody
it for a few days, and she's still rough as buggery. Really bad, poor little sod. Who's playing?
I've got through a
That's no
rainforest
sys-
of tissues
That's
in the
no
last day.
System 700.
Robert, is that 700?
Yeah, indeed, is it 700?
Oh God,
Nice one.
Ty wants a link.
Oh,
No.
no. Don't let him in. Don't let him
No.
Brace yourselves, boys and girls.
Oh, I
Kraftwerk
can
of
start
crap.
making annoying sounds.
in. Have you just got it?
No, I've had it for like 3 years now.
All right. I didn't know you had one.
I did a whole fun video of like recreate or making something in the style of like early Vangelis on it, just using it and some other samples.
When Ty joins, just pretend we can't see him, alright? Is that a
Yeah.
deal?
You do know he can hear us.
Oh, can he? Oh, no.
It's like we're all waiting for him to turn up.
Oh, he's there. I'm just not letting him in at the moment.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Hello, Ty. I can see you. What's he eating? He's eating something. He's got an ice cream, look.
He's got a Barilla. Oh, no, he's eating a Magnum.
Or is it a burrito?
No, he's a Magnum. He's eating an ice cream.
Can't hear him, though.
No.
And you're not.
There's a blessing. No,
Yeah,
don't,
that's
don't,
true.
don't
Yeah.
switch it
Small
on,
blessings.
twat.
Don't.
Honestly. We don't want to hear you eating an ice
Ty.
cream. God,
Ty, ask Andy how much he loves Dire Straits.
don't. Not again. We've done that once, Matt.
Yeah, but I want to see
Seriously.
Ty do it.
What I think's hilarious is that Andy's so fucking thick as shit. He's there going, let's all just pretend we can't see it. When Ty comes on, let's just pretend we can't see him.
Actually, Ty, we can't see you. You're looking very red,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
What,
You've all blended
what
in.
is Ty on?
Alexa, main studio white.
Hey.
No,
Oh.
fuck off. Alexa. Stop. Alexa, main studio white.
Does she respond to no fuck off? Apparently,
Yeah, clearly.
It's a special UK edition, Rich. We
Just start playing Barry White instead.
okay. I'm gonna
Actually, you can insult Alexa once or twice, and then she won't respond after that.
Oh, he's
I'm
got the
trying.
shirt on.
He's got the shirt.
I'm going to be sucked into this one.
Oh, he's got his
shirt.
synth best shirt on. You look
Oh,
great.
Hey.
you're going to be sucked into which one?
The one about Dire Straits. How much do you like Dire Straits?
I love them. I'm their favourite band. It's like that careful juxtaposition of beautiful electronics with just sublime guitar playing. Not to mention the exquisite poetry and the lyrical choices, and the production values that were displayed, particularly on their later albums, is just something to behold.
No.
Just interrupt, please. Shut the fuck up, Anne. What?
Yes.
What bollocks are you talking about? Are we talking about the same fucking band here?
Sorry, what band? Are you talking about
Dire
Ultravox?
fucking Straits.
Oh, fuck them. I thought you were talking about Ultravox. Sorry.
Ultravox now. Let me tell you a story. Yeah.
No, another
I'm
one.
with you Ultravox, I'm with you all the way, but
Dire fucking bollocks. Dire fucking rear.
oh, can I
Oh,
just
no.
Sorry,
Oh,
Richard.
actually-
Sorry. No, they're honestly an extremely capable, competent band
Can
of
I
very,
tell
very
you-
talented musicians that have never done a piece of music that I liked.
Really?
I'll tell you.
I'm going to say that actually,
And I'm emotionally scarred.
I'm quite fond of the Making Movies album.
I'm
See?
only judging it all on Brothers in Arms. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
well,
it's very, very
there,
shallow.
there you go. Go on,
You know, Robin.
Private all I'm gonna
It's
say
only
is
Ty's fault. Don't blame Ty.
Private Investigations is a beautiful track. Private Investigations, that's it for me on Dire Straits. The only thing I can say about Dire Straits is that I shouldn't really tell this, but it's a bit mean, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So, first of all, I like Mark Knopfler. I think Mark Knopfler is an incredible player.
Yeah.
And what was the soundtrack they did? Was it Last?
they did
Last Exit to
Local
Brooklyn?
Hero. Local Hero.
No, but was it Last Exit to Brooklyn? Did he do that soundtrack?
Oh, he might have done.
Whatever it is, he did a soundtrack to a film, and I think it was maybe been Last Exit to Brooklyn, but I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But the main title track is gorgeous. I mean, properly gorgeous. Hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
And then I went, and so although I'm
Jim.
not a Dire Straits fan, I think he's incredibly talented. And then a few years ago, I was at an Ivor Novello Awards, and he won a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Okay, can I ask?
He got a
Can I ask a favour then? Right.
Hang on, hang on.
I'm going to ask Ty. Ty, that track that you've just mentioned.
Yeah.
What album does that come off?
Oh no,
That's
it's
a-
not. It's a solo. It's a soundtrack album. Oh, Private Investigation.
No. Private Investigation.
That's on.
Brothers in Arms.
No,
Is that for there's not? No, it's not. I don't
No, it's
think
not
it's
No, I don't think
No,
so
it's
because
not.
I don't know
It's
that
the one
one.
before that.
Maybe making movies.
Let's
I
be
should
honest.
look it
It's
up then.
probably it's probably 40 years since I actually listened to. So I will. Oh God, am I going to say this publicly? I'll go out and I will track down a copy of Brothers in Arms
Oh,
and
just
whatever
listen
the
to fucking
previous album
Spotify.
is.
Um,
Oh, no, that's modern. No, I don't do that sort of thing. As
You
you all
don't
know,
do
I'm a
Spotify?
Luddite, and I
Check the skips.
throw my clogs
love,
into
love
it. So
over
I'm
gold,
going
I
to.
think, isn't it?
Go to
So I will
Oxfam. There's
go- I
bound
will
to be
track
one in
them
Oxfam.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
bound,
private
there's bound
Can I
investigation.
finish
you know.
my fucking Mark Knopfler story?
Please,
Oh,
Go for
sorry,
it.
time. Yeah.
please.
No, actually, we're bored of it. So, yeah, please do finish.
Finish the Magnum first.
The Magnum.
Can I finish my fucking Magnum, please? I'm only halfway down. I haven't even got the little bit of wood sticking out the top. Wood sticking out the top. Ooh, Brooksy, there you go again.
Oh.
This story is a bit like Robert in that there's not much of an ending. But anyway, so
Oh. Uncalled for.
Yes.
Anyway, so he got this Lifetime Achievement Award, and he went up and started giving his speech. And I kid you not, like about half an hour later, it's actually got to the stage where everybody, as you know, you always do the polite thing where you always get one or two people that go and get awards who talk and carry on talking and carry on talking, and they kind of outlive their, you know. But he was doing the last speech of the day because it was a Lifetime Achievement, and he got to a stage where people just stopped being polite and literally just got up and walked because he honestly just went on and on
Wow.
and on and on and on, and it was. The thing is, it's one of those, like the last one I went to, there were people like Paul Heaton was there, Robert Smith was there, all these people giving speeches, but people giving speeches that were really interesting and had you gripped. You know, that kind of, you can put up with when people give accepted speeches, but are genuinely amusing and interesting. And then there's Mark Knopfler, who basically, he just went on and there was no rhyme reason to any of the stories. I'm going to use the word stories in inverted commas. It was just a load of drivel, and I kind of lost. I know it sounds awful to say, but I've never been able to listen to any of his music without listening to his let's just say his guitar solo was a lot more succinct than his verbal.
Wow,
verbal diarrhea.
I'm glad it's that way round.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, but what I haven't said is hello, everybody.
Hello, Ty. Good evening.
I've actually just realised that is this the first? I think this is the first post Synthfest that I've actually seen you all at, and I need to apologise because I think it's only me and Rich that weren't there, isn't it? Out of you lot.
Yeah. We were looking for you. We couldn't find you.
Where's Ty? Where's
And
Ty?
Andy,
Kent and
obviously,
Andy.
Yeah. Well, I just
don't
wanted
think
to-
I was there. Yeah.
No, yeah, Ken. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Ken, that was a given. I don't want to, I don't want to ruin the surprise there. But
Don't take me for granted, bitch.
He drove me
never
around
know.
the neighborhood.
I just want to turn around and say, look, I spoke to Robbie about this, and I had to leave it to the last minute, and it would have been, I said this to Robbie, it would have been totally irresponsible for me to come, but I almost did. It was really close to the wire, but in the end, I kind of just didn't. But I'm really sorry, because I would have loved to have been there.
Well, next year, put it in your diary. That first weekend in October,
No,
whenever.
the only problem is, as I've all keep saying, the only problem is it coincides with my daughter's birthday, so it's always going to be hit or miss.
Oh, right.
It just worked out. It worked out this year.
Bring her with you.
It was. Yeah, she'd love it. But yeah, I'm really
You'd have
sorry.
to not swear as well.
There's a day out.
Yeah, exactly. Although to be fair, she's now 12, so by the time she's 13 next year, I think that kind of may be out the window. But at the moment,
Swearing's off the table.
she's still never heard me swear. So still,
Really?
Yeah, I know. Surprise.
yeah, it's unbelievable. I've said before, I just have this automatic filter that when she's around, potty mouth just disappears.
Yeah.
And yet she can leave the room. She can leave the room, and normal Ty resumes until she goes back to the room. And then, but yeah, it looked amazing, and I'm really pissed off that I
That's
missed
cool.
it. So,
I was really touched by your comments at the end of the Pro Synth Network show as well, Robbie. You know, and just sort of saying.
yeah, they were awesome.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I wholeheartedly
Jim,
concur.
actually. Thank you.
It was like it was just great. You know, sort of seeing everyone in person.
You was,
you
yeah.
know, and you know, going for that meal. The meal was excellent.
It was great.
They were really nice comments, Robbie.
The waitress was fantastic.
They went on a
It
bit,
was
I have to say,
superb.
but they were really nice.
Not as
Put
long
it
as
back
Mark
in your
Knopfler.
trousers, Robbie. For pity's sake.
No. I mean, her whole.
She was
demeanour-
brilliant, though. To be fair,
Oh, she was
She was
great.
funny. She was genuinely funny,
but with a wry smile, and you know,
So your card had been declined, Andy.
yeah, or everything. She was just brilliant, and you would want to go back just to be served by them.
She was brilliant. So I think
yeah.
I might actually. They must be open now. Actually, I could do. It was good. Yeah, that could be that we should make that a regular Synthfest meetup place because it really was brilliant. If it's still there next year and it hasn't been turned into a Chinese restaurant.
I was thinking about this I was thinking about this the other day. That actually next year, I might just do the whole week, do the whole Sensoria festival, and then finish up with
Sensoria.
So I don't know.
That's not a bad idea.
Because it starts on the dates next year, the 4th to the 7th.
Yeah.
And
It's probably worth booking a hotel now, before they inflate the prices again. Because that Saturday night was so expensive looking at hotels.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
Your
how
sofa
much?
was cheap, though, wasn't it?
I paid 60.
It's very cheap.
I paid 60 quid.
How much did you pay,
cheap.
Robert?
Sexual favours and a Lexicon MPX1.
he had to go there.
Who got the sexual favours? Because I bloody well didn't.
I think it was your neighbour.
Well, she's lovely, so yeah, fair enough. Sexual favours. Oh dear.
It had to go there.
You owe me now.
Well, if you have a stuck in London.
Yeah. But I've got a place to stay in London, thankfully, at the minute. But yeah. Kent, to my right, is your EPS.
Ooh. Have you played with it, Jim?
No. I've literally sort of
stick a prawn in there.
Put it there.
I check for prawns on a regular basis.
I love you, no. Camelot, I had a pet prawn called Eric.
I will not be caught out by my own deviousness, so thank you.
No, I've not turned it on since I brought it back.
Well, it's not a polymog, so it should be all right.
Yeah. It did sound very nice when I tested it out.
Cool.
I have to say, I was like, ooh, yeah.
Oh, that's a great idea. Paul Arturia saying we need to rent a luxury bus to collect, deliver, and house everyone at Synthfest. fucking tour bus. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
I don't need to be housed because I live there already.
Why don't we all stay on your floor, Andy?
Well, you could. But as Robert will attest, there isn't actually an awful lot of floor space.
Yeah, but then the day
might
after,
still be a bit sticky.
Yeah, but then the day after,
from
we all
what,
drive
Rob?
down to Kent's.
I do have a mop, and when I've spilt me cooking juices, I can actually mop them up.
Oh, I've never heard it called cooking juices before.
Oh, dear.
That's disgusting.
I think the choice of the word
Why?
juices.
I like
no, it's
to
the word
cook.
choice of the word juices.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Liquid. No, that's no better.
Yeah.
At least I didn't say secretions.
No.
So
I didn't say secretions, no.
Moist.
Gusset.
Stop it. Just
I like,
what
at this
have I
point,
done
Rich
to
and I
deserve
just
this horribleness?
Rich and I just looking at one another going, oh, God, here we go again.
Yeah, me too.
Emanations.
You're on your own there, mate.
But yeah, as Matt
Can
pointed
I-
out, we've got the
you-
full house at bingo. All of us are here, aren't we?
Hey,
Yeah, pretty much.
have I missed? Has everyone? I mean, I know that we don't
Edna's
really
on.
talk about synths, but has everyone talked about the Arturia stuff or
We did
the
briefly
Strymon
mention.
Strymon thing?
Start, yeah.
With
Strymon.
Strymon thing.
Two-
That's a
Rip
big,
off.
big,
Bit
$200.
Bit
big
pricey.
sky. What? Have you ever played with a big sky?
Yes, but
Yeah.
$200 for something
Well,
from Valhalla.
well, no,
for
but they still want to sell the pedals. So I mean, the price might.
Sorry, I don't think that's silly at all. Bearing in mind how much UAD charge for all their plugins. I don't think that's pricey at all.
That's true.
But I mean, it's a fair dilemma for
Hands up,
Strymon as a
hands up.
company.
Hands up who uses UAD. There you go.
That said, There's a
Who
good
uses
reason why
Valhalla?
there's a good reason why they're giving them away, running them on not the hardware now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But all I'd say is, if you played with a Big Sky for $200 is. I'm not saying it's
Can you
cheap,
tell me
but
what's wrong?
it's really good. It's really good. And as for the Arturia thing, I think I made my feelings fairly clear with that.
What's that?
Is basically absolutely great, but fucking mini fucking keys, fucking
Slim keys.
Fucking mini fucking keys.
Why didn't they keep the poly aftertouch keyboard though, the capacitive one? That's what I don't really get.
Well, that I know. Look, I think it looks good. I think the one thing they have got right is you can choose whether you can do the VST or you can have the hardware.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I do think the Microfruit is is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant, and I think this looks fantastic. But if it had full size keys, I'd buy it in an instant. But I won't because I'll just buy the VST.
One of the things we said, Ty, was that in their presentation they talked about the different designations within the range. So in the Freak range, if you think about the Brute range, you've got the Micro Brute, the Mini Brute, the Poly Brute. We've got a Micro Freak, now we've got a Mini Freak. Are they going to release a Poly Freak, a full-size key version? I think they might well be thinking of doing so.
If they do, then honestly, it'll be a no-brainer because it's great.
I agree.
It's great sound.
It's just a wonderful thing.
Equally, you've got to think that it's costing these guys a lot more to make this stuff at the moment because of all those things. And so keeping things on a smaller scale means that they can, if they're going to make something else like a Poly Brute or something of that size and that heft, it's going to be very expensive and it's going to push them into the ranges of OBX8s and Prophet 5s, which they're not really known for.
Don't think it'll be that high up.
Well, I'd hope
I'm with you, Jim.
Yeah. Just got this today.
Oh, it's just arrived. Yeah,
eBay.
Honestly, it is great.
Mine's black though. Sorry.
I get the white one.
Is that the new instrument or is that the
No,
microphone?
No, this is the
No,
original.
that's the black one's the original, and the white one is the one that released with the microphone when they did the firmware update.
But that was ingenious, wasn't it? That when they did the firmware update, it was all there anyway.
Already there.
Was
Yeah.
Such a good bit of future planning.
And I wonder because they don't mention there is no mention of a vocoder on this new one, which I thought was hang on a minute, you added the vocoder to the microfreak.
It does have an audio input.
It does have audio input. Yeah.
I think it's probably going to come at a later date.
I reckon they're going to do something. Yeah. Got to.
I have to say the implementation of the hardware and software though sounds absolutely brilliant. The fact that you choose which instance to sync it with the hardware, so you could be controlling rather than sort of going, oh damn, I'm on the wrong instance of it. That's really elegant. They've really thought that through and just thought what's going to actually work. So yeah, very.
If it did, from my point of view, no, I'm impressed with the whole thing. To be fair, it's just if it didn't have mini keys, I would buy it in an instant, but because of mini keys, it's such a shame.
Well, control it from your microfreak.
Say again, sorry?
Control it from your microfreak.
I was just wondering, does it respond to poly after?
The Arturia mini keys are actually really playable. I've got the Keystep 37, and it's really it's not difficult for me as a piano
pianist.
Pianist. Thank you. Stop.
So the Roland the Yamaha Reface too. They're also good keys.
Yeah.
So it's very playable.
But I've got sausage fingers, so it's difficult for me and mine.
I've got spade hands.
Fingers.
Look at these hands.
Take a look at these hands.
See, this is
Take a look at these.
These aren't in front of me. These are just held up at the side of my head.
Yeah, but look at Elton John's. Have you ever looked at Elton John's hands? I mean, they really are.
Do you know my piano teacher? He was the most incredible pianist. I mean, he was fucking amazing. He was a genius. And you looked at his hands, and he had the shortest, stubbiest, fattest fingers you've ever seen in your life. And if ever you could turn around and go, there were hands made not to play the piano, it was his. And yet he was just an absolute genius with it. It was incredible. But yeah, he had the short. I mean, I did tell him he had the shortest, fattest, stubbiest hands.
Chipolatas
Sure, he
for
appreciated
fingers.
that.
Yeah. But oh, I've got a bone to pick, by the way, with Wagyu. So yeah, no, only
Is it for his
the fact
spying?
that. So why I've been working my bollocks off, and in the middle of the night at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's nothing on TV, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm just going to go watch old, kind of shows, and I was watching some old Synth Network shows, and of course all the comments are coming up, and I can't remember which one it was. Oh, it was the one with Dave Spears. That was it. And Dave made some comments brought my name up and said, "Oh, Ty can't be bought. I tried, made a joke, and all this kind of thing." And Wagyu turned around and said, "Oh, the news Ty did get bought was with the non-linear with the C15 guys, because 1 minute he's saying how much it's crap and he wants to do the barge pole, and the next minute he's saying how fantastic it is." So I want to, yes, you will, Wagyu. And I was there going, whoa! I just want to point out that there was no buying with this. I paid full whack for that, for the C15. I paid exactly what everyone else pays for it. And what I did actually was I reacted as everyone else did when it first got shown at a show, saying, "Why are you going to spend that much money? You got no MIDI, blah blah blah," which is what everybody said. And also, when it was first shown, the sounds coming out of it, not a lot of work had been done on the presets, and it sounded incredibly average. What they did was, over time, they kind of developed it, and then you start realizing when you actually play one what it was actually for. And so no one paid me at all. It was, I paid for the instrument, and I admitted that I was wrong in my initial assessment. Wagyu, wanker. So, so I concur with Dave Spears, which is, you can't buy me. I don't care what you throw at me. If it's shit, I'll tell you it's shit. If it's good, I'll tell you it's good. So yeah. So
sausage fingers.
Fish fingers.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like politics. You're allowed to change your mind, right? With new evidence, you're allowed to change your mind.
So hang on a minute.
Whoa.
Oh, you never know. That was it. I'm only joking. No, okay, I'm only joking. He's just come back going, "Of course you did say it was a joke." I know it was a joke. It's fine. I know it's a joke. I just wanted to pick up on it. Oh my god, I feel really bad now. I don't feel that bad. Okay, I'm lying. I don't feel that bad. But anyway, I like the Swift. I say I did MIDI. Hurrah! Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, sorry. I just that's how kind of I'm slightly kind of a bit stir crazy at the moment because I haven't had a lot of sleep, as Kent will vouch for, because I'm still Someone said, "Have I finished the Nightmare Project?" Yes.
No,
have I finished the Nightmare Project?
No.
Of course I fucking haven't. Are they fucking my life up on a daily basis? Yes, of course they are. And
Has it still not been broadcast?
Yeah,
Can I point out, I think this is literally the worst ever, and I still haven't got a clue what the fuck's going on. But the ironic thing about it is they don't have a clue what the fuck's going on either, and they're making the fucking film. So, I'm a bit stir crazy and a bit.
You'll be playing that out live as it's being broadcast.
Oh, nothing would bloody surprise me.
Yeah.
It'd be like the old days of cinema.
Exactly.
Playing.
Ty down there with his giant rig, doing Vangelis live.
On his organ.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out the floor.
Yeah.
That'll be me. Yeah. So
Wow.
The Tory
anyway.
government producing this film.
It's the Liz Truss life story.
Yeah.
It keeps changing every 24 hours.
Don't even mention that fucking bitch. I
Well,
mean,
is the lettuce still going, by the way? Yeah.
She's probably a very nice person, Ty. You can't call her a bitch.
No, apparently she's not.
No.
I made a record with her once.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a really competent drummer.
It was called Pork Markets.
Did she play spoons on Brothers in Arms by any chance?
Absolutely. She was amazing.
She was the DX1 programmer.
Oh. You see, the thing is, the funny part about this, Rich, is the fact that, you know, kind of for years we sat there laughing at Trump, and, you know, we sat here in our merry little thing going, oh, how could a country end up, you know, voting?
Then we thought we'd have a go.
Nobody voted for Liz Truss.
Yeah, it's only fair you guys get some of that shit too, right? So
only the titheads in the Conservative Party voted for Liz Truss, and now they've got the knives out for her.
What I'm saying
I mean,
is,
honestly, I think it's a joyous moment. Keir Starmer's sitting there rubbing his hands together in glee because there's going to be a vote of no confidence within 3 weeks, surely.
You reckon?
I wouldn't even
No, that's not what the Tories are going to do. No,
the Tories will not shoot themselves in the face.
No, they'll
hang on.
They'll pick Richie Sunak probably, and do it and just do it with the MPs, because that constitutionally that's all they need to do. They don't need to go to the members of the.
There's not enough. There's not enough of a, you know, there's not enough Tory turncoats.
Just see what I'm going to say.
Country's fucked down.
The comment that no one's going to mention. We'll sit here, we'll smile, and we'll move on.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, man.
I mean, might as well. How much worse could it be?
Well, you don't know.
No, well.
It could. It really could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But speaking of good American comedy, just sit around for 3 weeks and see what happens, because it could get real, quote unquote,
what's
funny
happening,
all
Rich?
over again. Well,
What's
there's
happening?
a midterm election which will determine the majority of both houses of Congress.
Okay.
And should they turn to how shall I put this politely? The GQP, the Grand QAnon Party, who used to be the Grand Old Party. Then things could get absolutely. You know, you could be electing people like Herschel Walker. I don't know if anybody in England saw this interview with Herschel Walker, but it was like insanely disheartening because he's not a very erudite fellow. He is very country, however. But anyway, if you thought that was funny, stick around, because in 3 weeks all kinds of shit could happen.
Wow.
And it's 3 weeks from today, which also I think happens to be my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Election days fall on my birthday a lot.
What date's
seems.
that, Rich?
What, the 8th of November?
The 8th of November.
Yeah.
You're a Scorpio.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Sting in the tail.
I once dated an astrologer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've just been
Bet
out.
you didn't see that coming.
I've just been out. I've actually been out with several. I've been out with several Scorpios.
True.
Yeah.
And how'd that
Yeah,
work
we'll
out
leave.
for you?
We'll leave.
How'd that work out for
Yeah,
you?
I agree, Ty. Let's leave it there. Yeah.
Are you looking at other women? You are, bastard.
Yeah. Let's not mention the Scorpios.
Yeah. No.
We can be a tad emotional at times.
Can I point out, actually, genuinely, Scorpios as friends are fantastic. Scorpio friends, I really
Generally
have a
very
lot.
loyal.
Actually, incredibly. As friends, I have a lot of Scorpio friends. I've also had a lot of Scorpio
struggling with the fact
girlfriends.
that Ty is into
Fuck
astrology.
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm serious. I'm being loving, as I
He
say.
was.
Fuck you,
No, I basically, I tell you what it was. When I was
This goes
about,
back to your Glastonbury story.
no, forgetting all that. Even when I was 16, so I was about 16, I was waiting for a friend, and there was a book on astrology sat on his coffee table, and I just was waiting for him, and I thought, oh, I'll have a look at this, and it was all about, kind of who you matched with and all this kind of shit, and at that stage, I think I'd only had like kind of 4 girlfriends, something like that, 3 or 4 girlfriends. And so I thought, oh, I'll just have a look. Anyway, he turned around and said, you will be attracted to Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer. And I went through my
So
girlfriends.
1/4 of the population, that's about right.
So yeah. So all of my girlfriends, and anyway, so it ended up. As my life went on, I just kind of just had a quick look, and most of my girlfriends have been Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Well, all of my girlfriends have been Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer.
Yeah, but the chances of that being the case are huge.
25%.
25%.
Yeah, that's huge.
No, but not having them all Pisces,
No.
Scorpio, Cancer.
That's huge.
Then the ratio. No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's still not huge.
No,
not
'cause
all
you-
of
So
them.
it depends on if we're talking about 3 or 30.
You've got to start raising 0.25
Yeah, and
to
I've
the
been out
power
with
of whatever.
1,074 girls. No, I haven't. And so yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't believe in it that much.
The chances astronomical.
Yeah, and especially seen as at the moment, I'm absolutely not going out with a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, so I'll keep that one quiet. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just putting Richard's birthday in, just so I can make sure. That
Well, I'm a Capricorn. That's me off the diptychs. Never
oh,
mind.
fucking hell, they're arseholes.
Well, we know that. Stubborn old goats. That's us.
That doesn't fit you at all, Andy.
Can I
Holy
also
stubborn old goats.
I just want to say, Robert, out of all of you, and I really did want to see you all at Synthfest. I really did want to see you all at Synthfest. But I was actually genuinely, out of all of you, I was most looking forward to actually see Robert, which is really absolutely, how ironic is this?
So you could remember him this time.
Yes, I can remember him this time. Because I know he's an absolute dickhead, and we all know that. But he's almost like a lovable dickhead pet.
Robert is absolutely lovely. It's an absolute pleasure meeting him.
You know when you have that old dog.
Are you talking about a different Robert?
I spent quite a bit of time with Robert in that queue waiting to go into that seminar, and he's a lovely bloke.
He is.
He's a lot nicer in person than on here.
He is. He is.
What I find baffling is just how all that knowledge, all that stuff, is stuffed into a head so young. I can't believe it. I mean, yeah, I know you look young on the tape, but I mean, he only looks about 18. It's ridiculous, and he knows all. Oh, I find it remarkable.
I see him as that pet. You know that dog who's only got 3 legs and is a bit manky. and you know, just basically shits all over the floor all the time. And he's a complete arsehole.
I can honestly attest that Robert did not shit on my floor. I would have noticed.
You know, for me, Robert is that manky shitting dog, but we still love him for it.
Explains a lot of society.
Oh, dear. I hate to think what you think about the rest of us. Fucking hell.
The manky shitty dog was the one I was most looking forward to seeing. Yeah, let's go down the list.
Just go around the table. Go around the room.
No, honestly. No, you don't want to do that because you're not going to be too honest. Yeah. No, honestly, I was, and I don't suffer from, just so you know, I don't suffer from fear of missing out. It's not part of my psyche. I never have, never will. And it's the nearest, I swear to you on that Saturday, it's the nearest I've had in a long time to having genuine FOMO, because I really...
We had a lovely time without you, Ty.
What when Robbie called you over dinner?
No, I called Robbie.
He called me.
Oh.
Can you? Hey, fucker.
We were in the restaurant.
That you were all having a lovely time, and I made the effort to call you to say hello.
To ruin our lovely time.
Was that before or after you phoned me? Was that before or after you phoned me crying?
Yeah, in tears.
Yeah, we've been left out.
We were having such a lovely time. It was a lovely restaurant, Ty. You'd have liked it a lot.
Yeah. Actually, the problem with that is if Ty was with us.
Probably not. I wouldn't have blamed them. Oh, no gingers. Fuck off.
I asked them very nicely if they could squeeze us in.
Anyway, I'm going to fuck off in a minute because I'm bored.
So are we.
Well, cardboard.
I'm going to go and get another track done, and I will stick my head in later. If you're around. So be good.
It's good to see you.
Good. Be better.
See you later.
See you, Ty.
See you later, darling.
Anybody asking what key he's working in? So we can just
Well, we just have to constantly modulate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Let's
took
play
up
jazz.
a lot of room, didn't he? Have you noticed that? It all sort of expanded outwards. It just. Sorry.
Ed.
Sorry.
It's his fingers.
Yeah. Big sausage fingers.
Oh.
Right, I've got to try and not have a late one tonight. Off to give blood tomorrow afternoon.
Ah.
Tax day.
No, actually giving blood.
Oh.
Yeah. Really short on O types of blood, so I can go again now. So
It's a good thing to do, Jim.
Mm.
How keen are they on negatives?
Very.
yeah,
My missus is a rhesus negative.
yeah, it's
So
universal
she,
blood type.
yeah,
So
she gives.
Anyone
How many
can have
times
that.
She's up to 20 odd now, I think. And my
I'm not
son's going
allowed.
to go as well, start soon.
Not allowed.
I can't get anybody to tell me my damn blood type. And I know that sounds odd, but I've asked.
Yeah,
And I don't know why they don't know, but nobody know. My doctor, my general practitioner doesn't know. The people who
well, they
performed
tell you if
my
you
last
donate
surgery
anyway.
don't
Yeah, when you
know.
gave blood, they'll tell you right away.
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I guess maybe that's what I need to do then.
I used to do it all the time. They had a reveal at work. They would come by and you get cookies and you get to take a break from work. It was great.
I see. Somebody would have to assure that. Yeah, that makes sense. If they did any banking of your fluids.
I can never remember whether it's 0 or B negative. It's either one of the two.
So O negative's universal. Anyone can accept that blood type. B negative's quite
Yes.
rare, I think, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm getting the vaccine salad on Friday.
Ooh.
The,
Just don't get him in the same arm.
No, I won't. But
Don't-
that just mean
I get it.
that means I'm sleeping, sitting up for at least one night afterwards.
Are you going for the vaccine and a flu jab?
Yeah,
Well,
both.
I wouldn't, because I did that and was pretty ill for about a week.
Yeah, but I
For a
mentioned that
week.
to someone the other day, and they said they had both in the same day and in the same arm, and felt fine. So I guess
So
it's
not.
It's all individual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's different.
I mean, I just felt. I mean, it was the week running up to Synth Fest, and Thursday and Friday, I didn't think I was going to be able to go on the Saturday. I felt really, really rough. You know.
I do
It's got
have.
worse and worse.
I did schedule it in a space where I have a few days afterwards. If it should be difficult, I expect at least one day of not feeling so great or very tired.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
and I could probably refuse the flu. I could put off the flu one for a week or two if I had to. Probably. I mean, I've scheduled it, but I could probably get there and say, no, you know what? I'll do this in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I just turned up for the booster, and they offered the flu jabs, and I'd already booked in at my surgery for the flu jab for like 2 weeks later. I thought, I'll have them now. So I should have kept the original appointment really and spread them, but that was just me. You know.
Okay, well, maybe I'm going to think about that. Thank you for that.
You know, but
Definitely.
as Andy says, everybody's different. So
Well, and I know the COVID one's going to kick my ass because it did the first time. This is a full dose, this boost. It's not a half dose like the previous boosts.
I think I had Moderna. Maybe that's all they're offering
me
here in the
too.
UK. I'm not
That's
quite
what I
sure.
no. I had Pfizer booster.
All right.
Yeah. I've had Modernas all the way through, but they're both mRNA and very similar, basically.
I mean, like I say, Jane only had the booster on the Sunday, and she felt a bit achy the following day. So she had one day. It's just that I started to get progressively worse through the week, and that's the only thing I could put it down to. That and the fact I had a bit of a cold. You know. So.
Well, thanks for that.
No. So.
Maybe
I've got mine tomorrow morning. Thank you all for reminding me.
What
you
for
both?
both?
Appetizer and have another.
Oh no, I'm
appetizer.
not. Sorry, no, I'm not doing both. I'm just doing the COVID tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
Good luck, Andy.
Are you on half term?
Yes, I've got 2 weeks. Lucky me. We have a shorter summer
academy,
holiday, so I
yeah.
got 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, no, well, I suppose it's to do with that, but we have a week less in the summer, so we can have 2 weeks in the October half term.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm having it done this week. So if it makes me feel shit, more shit than I already feel right now, then who cares? That's just my holidays, isn't it?
Mm.
So yeah, just be one if on Thursday I go, Jim, I feel terrible.
Yeah.
You know, you'll know why.
Well, let me just let you
Norris.
inform you how the alternative is not recommended.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
Oh no.
It whacked me.
Been there, done that. Had it.
Yeah.
Don't want it again. Thank you.
Well, it depends. My first time was totally fine. Second time was just complete death.
Wow.
Second time was complete death. I was worse the first time than the second time.
For me, the first time was like nothing.
Really?
It was just like a bit of a sore throat. That was about the most of it. But the second time, I was probably completely out of it.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
It's the second time.
Yeah, that was that was Gearfest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
got
Oh,
that
was
one,
it?
One of the worst days of my life. That's from
Yeah,
somebody
'cause
who's had pneumonia a few times.
I
I've
had
only
it.
had it once that I know of.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
I've only had it once, at least that I know of.
I had it.
I was
right-
expecting to get it from Synthfest, to be honest, but
so was I to some extent. Although I don't like to.
No, we all got Synth Pest instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synth Pest. That was a
Yeah.
great name for that, Robert.
Yeah.
But we had
Yeah,
more on it.
I had to travel back with bloody Paulie in the car, and
Oh yeah. He was.
they brought
I
it
got
with
their
them.
cold. Yeah, I got
Oh,
their
nice.
cold.
Yeah, well, this is why the Litlan's got it now, because I come back and she's like
Yeah.
all over. So
Yeah.
I was able to avoid
Wicked.
COVID so far, but H1N1 was the worst thing I ever had. That was terrible.
Wow. So I got COVID at the end of May when I was on tour, and didn't get sick.
No.
I was
I remember you
lucky.
saying, yeah, I had it March for the second time, and it was like a dose of flu. Really, it wasn't really bad. It didn't
No,
sound
I
like it was as bad as
I
what
didn't
Ken
have
had
any.
it.
I didn't have any symptoms. I was
Um,
testing positive for a week, but I wasn't symptomatic, and I feel so unbelievably lucky that I don't want to push my luck, so I'm getting more boosters.
yeah. And I
Very
probably
nice.
have already said this before, but I had it in January of 2020.
January of 2020, before it was actually
Before it was
declared.
that, yeah. And the reason
Yeah,
I know this is I had some day surgery, so I was in the hospital all day.
Yeah.
Literally 7 days later, I had the symptoms, and everybody's telling me it wasn't it. And then I was part of the React study, like nearly a year later, which told me I'd had it
Yeah.
a long time before. Now, either I had it then when Jen and I thought I had it, because I had literally all the symptoms apart from the lack of taste and smell. I didn't have that, but I had all, the cough and everything else. Or I had no symptoms, but I had symptoms the second time I got it. So I'm assuming it.
It's funny you should say that, because I came down with something in January 2020 that I thought was the flu. And the reason I thought it was the flu is I've been having flu jabs since I was 45. But 2019, for some reason, they missed me off. They said I wasn't at risk that year or whatever. So I didn't get it. So when I had this thing at the beginning of 2020, I thought, oh, there you go. Didn't get the jab, must be flu. And I felt rough for about 2 weeks.
Oh, I was down
And
for a fortnight, and
chest,
longer actually.
it was just like horrible.
Yeah.
And since then, my sense of smell has been odd, shall we say. I can still smell things, but I can be sat somewhere and then get an overwhelming smell it's kind of like it's stuck in my nose, and it'll be something like sometimes it's a kind of a metally chemically type smell, sometimes it's something like something smells familiar, like a particular type of food, but I haven't eaten that food for days, or it's never been cooked in this house or whatever, and it's just weird, and then it'll go away, but I can still smell stuff, and I'm pretty convinced I didn't do that whole thing. I'm pretty convinced I had that then.
Duraclit.
I've heard
Yeah.
I've heard stories
tastes
that
like
it's around
Duraclit.
and there's a hospital down south. I don't quite know where it was, because Jane was talking to her friend. It was her friend's daughter who worked in a particular hospital. I think she was a doctor, and they were saying that they believed it was there in January, but they were told not to say anything. Now that could be a conspiracy theory, but it just.
You say that. My mum has wet macula, and she was having, the only time she leaves her house, she had injections in her eyes, Right?
Oh, yeah.
And she came down with what she can only describe as COVID in January 2020. And that the only place she'd been was Derriford Hospital and Plymouth.
Yeah.
So it was around a lot longer than they said.
And realistically, it must have been here before Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, I had it in December.
Yeah,
along with Dave.
He was ill, wasn't he?
Yeah, along with Dave. We were both desperately ill with it.
Yeah.
And
then
then
you
they
hear a
had
lot
the
of
lockdown.
stories of people who think they had it, like
Yeah.
I did. Granted, not everybody was able to do this, the React study, but you know.
Yeah, no, my boss was one of the first ones to get it. 'Cause, his
but
wife
Rob-
went to. Oh, go on, Ken.
No, go on, Jim. It's all right.
Yeah, so his wife went to a party with some friends who had just got back from a skiing trip in Italy.
Oh,
And there was,
Yeah.
literally, that was like, they call it the COVID party.
Yeah.
Everyone got it from there.
But it's the same with Rob, where you had this since 2020. My smell and taste has been slightly off on certain things, and you get little bouts where you get funny sort of like, what's that? But getting it again this time, I mean, my smell and taste doesn't come back still.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I can put Obersoil under my nose, nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, keep doing that though. Keep trying to.
Oh yeah,
train,
absolutely, yeah. But nothing's happening. But constantly have this taste, and I'm not kidding you. It tastes like metal polish, and it's like, and everything tasted like metal polish. We had our first curry in 2 years, and I go, I'll have a chicken, whatever the thing was, orangey thing. Tikka. Chicken tikka masala, that was
Is
it.
that the one that goes out the same colour it went in?
Yeah, pretty much. Just faster. And it tasted of furniture polish.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
The question is, how do you know what furniture polish tastes
Maybe you just shouldn't drink
Ken's eaten
polish
it enough
as your
times.
drink.
If it was
let's
a
just
file,
say-
Jim, it would have taken his lungs with him.
I have tasted furniture polish. Basically Duraglit, to be honest.
Doesn't surprise me. Oh, Duraglit.
Yeah.
I love Duraglit.
Yeah,
Not
it's a nice.
obviously to eat.
That's a nice smell, but not when you're trying to eat chicken. It kind of puts you off a bit. So like, and there was this big bag of chocolates and everything that we'd bought, and it was all sitting on top of the GS1. It was like chocolate buttons and everything. I'm looking at them, going, "Fuck, I'm not going to eat them because everything tastes horrible. As long as I don't eat anything, I don't get the taste." And I lost 1.5 stone actually in 2 weeks. So, but Fiona was said, she goes, I'm gonna do loads of things. You're gonna have spinach and I'm gonna give you that lettuce and stuff like that, and broccoli and stuff like that, and you won't know.
The Liz Truss lettuce.
Yeah. So she's been giving me all these vegetables. She goes, they're good for you. I said, I don't mind. Everything's tasting like furniture polish, and it still does. But I miss my coffee in the morning. Because I have my coffee in the morning, and it does get me sort of like up and going. I can start seeing in colour again. But I got this thing where
It's like me.
it's like sucking a bedpost. It really, it's like that.
I would sit here and I would smell burning, or
Yeah.
or smoke of some description. Nobody in this house smokes.
Yeah.
The windows were shut.
That's indicative of brain damage and possible
Yeah.
stroke or epilepsy, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but yeah. No, I thought that was burned almonds.
That's cheating. No one.
Or toast,
Yeah,
isn't it? Toast when you
Toast,
have-
yeah,
Just
burnt
burning it,
toast,
burnt
yeah.
toast.
This is more like it was more like cigarette smoke than anything, and nobody smoked a cigarette ever
Yeah.
in this house, and
As far as you know.
well, as far as I know,
Yeah.
but no, it was just weird because it would be like, where is that coming from? And I, because I'm paranoid enough as it is about things going up in flames and stuff. What's burning? And then
Don't
I
open the
realised
DX.
it's just
Don't open the DX up.
that was the
Start shrimp.
first thing I did when I got it home. Just to do it.
You know why it was so clean, don't you?
Because you cleaned it.
Because I'd already been in there and cleaned it. Yeah.
I did find a little.
I was lucky though. I got NAM flu in 2020 January.
You didn't
not
find the
COVID.
picture of that then.
But I didn't get
frozen frog.
NAM flu this year. So
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, and this is a bad time to get all that shit, right? I didn't get anything.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
called
I see
Namthrax,
Nam
isn't
is back next year in April.
Anthrax.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nam is happening
April.
next year in April.
April, yeah.
They're slowly kind of moving it back to, or
Back
have
to
they just
normal time,
decided that
yeah.
January is not a good thing anymore? I don't know.
Well, yeah.
What the only thing to look forward to in January?
Yeah, like there's not a lot.
Well, you
to
have
look forward to in
CES
LA.
and you have used to have Comdex, but they canceled that show a long time ago.
Right, it's good thing you get a drink. What the hell's
The only primary reason to go to CES
Andy.
Something crazy going on.
Ow.
Not sure what that was.
Connectivity.
His battery's running out, I think. Oh. Yeah, we've lost our LA correspondent.
Back to the newsroom in London.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's smelling smoke right now.
Is it not burnt toast?
No, the smell that I got after the stroke and continue to have to this day every now and again is like lemon pepper. It's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every now and
people-
again, wallop,
That's-
it's there. And
That could be quite metallic, can't it?
Some people pay
Yeah.
extra for
can
that.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Just every now and again, it just comes in. It's like, not nice. Not nice.
Brian Eno
I'm
once
sorry, I don't mean
tried
to
mapping
make light
smells,
of your-
didn't he?
Did he?
No.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah. He was trying to map smells.
That guy's got far too much time on his hands.
Oh, I love Brian Eno. I love Brian Eno.
Does
He's a
does he have
hero.
synesthesia? Or
After that much acid, yes. Doesn't anyone?
or just what's taking it? Just,
No, I think it's just permanent now.
From doing
I
the
think
show
Babs
about acid.
understands.
Sorry, guys.
Well,
So
I
was
mean,
that breaking up there before?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's all right.
All I was saying is I got lucky to avoid COVID this year at NAM, but I did get NAM flu at NAM 2020. So I thought it might be
Correct.
COVID, but it turned out not to be COVID. So
Yeah, I was hoping this was going to just turn out to be a cold. I thought, it'd be all right. It'd be a cold.
Because everyone had that cold going around.
Yeah.
No, you just ignore it.
I did get flu at the Chic concert though.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
It's okay. It was fun.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. But I'm still sorry to hear that.
Price of admission.
No.
So I get for not wearing a mask. I just said, fuck it. I'll just go au natural, and I got fucked. So
Wow.
Yeah, that's what happens, though, isn't it? He's like, it'll be all right, and then.
well, because it was right for NAM, and NAM was like the worst ever. Everyone's touching everything. Everyone's talking in your face.
Yeah.
And that was a couple months ago, and I didn't get that. It was crazy. I was expecting to get something.
Yeah. Well, it's like I was expecting Synthfest to be a petri dish, but there was the cold, yeah, but it wasn't any COVID floating about or anything, was there?
Well, yeah, without testing, there's no COVID.
Yeah,
Well,
but I've done a test, Robert, and
I've done
it's
two.
not COVID.
I've done two, but still without official testing, it's the data is always a bit bit harder to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, me and Fiona took our COVID test because we're going, this ain't right. This ain't a cold, is it? So we thought, so we did all the up the nose and all the business. And they're sitting on the copy table, and I go, right, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee while this takes its 10 minutes or whatever. So I make some teas and coffees and come back in, and she's holding it up. She goes,
Straight away.
I went, oh, fucking hell. And it wasn't like a faint red line, it was sort of like, hello, look at this! It's like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what mine was
soon
like.
Viral load,
If I-
viral load.
yeah,
Yeah,
And I
mine
knew-
went red in a second.
yeah, and I fucking knew that if it was COVID, which it was, and you sort of see it, and as soon as I saw it, I went, you know what? I feel a lot worse now.
It's like you got permission to be ill.
Yeah, and it's sort of like everything just went like that.
I just wish it was, because it would make me feel so much better. I'd go, oh, at least it's COVID.
Well, funny enough, yeah, give
Rather
it a day or two. It
Well,
felt
just crack your
better
man flu,
because
yeah.
there was a reason for it feeling as bad as it did. You know, if you know what I mean. Whereas before, it's like the head was like in a vice and everything like that, and I go, oh, this cold, it's just driving me insane. But once I knew it was COVID, I go, yeah, I'm supposed to be feeling like this then. All right, I'm lying down and I'm going to take this more seriously. I'm not going to try and walk upstairs or anything. Because I went upstairs to go for a pee, and it was like,
Have you
I
had
had to stay up
jabs?
there.
Have you had the vaccines, Kent?
Yeah, I did, but I was
So
due
I
a
think-
booster.
Yeah, we have to
And-
be grateful that the vaccines are clearly doing what they're supposed to do. So.
Yeah, yeah,
Definitely.
yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yep.
But I was due the booster, but it came a little bit too late. So.
Right, listen, lovely darlings, I'm going to go before Ty comes back. No, before I fall asleep on air. Because
That wouldn't be the first one.
no, I wouldn't. Because I do feel crap, and I am going to bed now. So,
Yeah.
and I've got to be ready for a gig on Thursday, apparently. Assuming
yes,
that,
yes.
assuming that
You have.
You
So
don't.
have I. Oh God, I'm going to manage that, and I'm going to go down and see Kent on the Friday. I think it's going to be quite a
Busy week.
busy week.
Don't go. I'm too busy to be ill. Routine. That's just.
Oh, that is my calling card. Absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
you just convince your
If I
body of
stop,
that, and
I'm
then it's
dead.
fine.
I will die. Literally, if I ever have a holiday or take a break. So yeah, I just can't do it.
Hi, Robbie.
glad-
Bye, Robbie.
Oh,
You got
See
this
you
one,
later.
Richard. Richard, nice to see you. Matt,
too,
Robert, Ian,
See ya.
Andy, all the rest
Cheers,
of the
matey.
gang. Rob,
I will see you
Ken.
Thursday.
I'll see you on Thursday, indeed.
Cool.
Take care, folksies.
Okay,
Yeah. Oh, still, baby.
So, Jim,
Yes.
there's a level of sick where you don't have the option of of that privilege.
Of battling
Available
through
to
it.
you.
Yeah, I know.
There is a level of sick that's
Yeah.
like that. I hope you're never in that position.
I hope so too.
Mm.
I try not to be. Try and do things that keep me the right side of the grass.
No, as do we all. And fortunately, we obviously have all succeeded, at least to some extent, because we're here talking
Yeah.
about it. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the bit about working through it, there is a point with certain illnesses where you really shouldn't and can't.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
will point that out. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've ever had, for example, pneumonia, but I had pneumonia really bad once, and
Which would no. My
you
mum
can
nearly
just about
died
make
of
it to the bathroom and back.
Yeah.
I mean, or to your computer and back, or wherever you're trying to go and back. As long as, and even Kent having to walk those stairs last week probably
Yeah.
felt like climbing a mountain.
The first time I had pneumonia, I had cardiac arrest due to it. That's always fun.
You had what?
Oh.
Yeah, it was at the doctor's. Literally collapsed there, and the only thing I remember before then is walking forwards, and then a few seconds later, I'm lying on my back with a severe headache because I just apparently completely flabbered together and fell forward.
Yeah.
God.
Did you say you had cardiac arrest?
Yeah, it was a few seconds properly.
Well, if you're going to collapse anywhere,
Yeah,
It's a
out
place
of
to do it, yeah.
out of all the places to collapse, it was not the worst.
I understand.
oh
Still,
gosh,
wow.
yeah. I've got a story about collapsing in a hospital. Happened, and basically this was going for a pregnancy scan for child number 2. This was. And we're in this waiting room full of people, and I just all of a sudden just felt really faint and literally just went white as a sheet and slid down this wall. And my partner at the time was like, "It's his second child. It's not that, like it was just the shock of the pregnancy or whatever." But yeah, and it turned out I had this bacterial infection on my lungs and just
Wow.
collapsed in the hospital. It was didn't have to go anywhere. So,
Okay.
they just wheeled me off. It's cool.
Well, that's a day you probably shouldn't go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, exactly. But, yeah. I've touched wood. I've not had a day off sick in this job yet.
No, I hear you.
Been here nearly 5 years.
Me too. And I'll tell you what, 25 years of playing in Chic, I've never missed a gig except once, and it had nothing to do with illness. It had to do with a blizzard. And I spent 7 hours trying to get from here to New York City and never got closer than an hour and a half away.
Wow.
That's the only time I've ever missed a gig in all the years I've played in this band, including illnesses. So I'm sympathetic to the other argument as well. But
Yeah.
I'm just thankful I haven't been that sick ever when we had a gig. That's all.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, when people sort of ask me, about sort of turning 50 and, how I felt about it, I'm like, just bloody glad to get here. It's just like...
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people I know didn't.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Can't overstate the gratitude aspect.
No,
Yeah.
I'm grateful for so much in my life. I really am.
Well, they say that one of your big zero birthdays is always one that hits you mentally, and hitting 50 was the one for me, because my grandfather died at 49,
Right.
and there's a history down that side of the family of people not getting that far.
Yeah.
So once I hit 50, it was like, thank fuck for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not 60 yet, is that right?
Much as I look it, no.
Well, that's why it's 50.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, Matt, because my father, my uncle, and my auntie, so all three siblings, all died before they were 55. Now I am over 60 now, so but there was a thought that the Cole family wouldn't live past that, and they all died of breathing related things. My dad was emphysema, and the other two were similar sort of, so there is that in the family,
Well, this is the thing, you see, because there's a history of brain-related illnesses as well. There's hemorrhages and tumours and things, and of course I had a stroke 14 years ago. So it was, it was on the cards for me. Just getting there was a fucking great relief, and now I'm like, I'm all right. Aging doesn't bother me at all now.
Me neither. It's like it's getting the points for getting old, isn't it? Basically,
it's leveling up, isn't it?
I was shocked. I went to my third-year high school reunion, and so many people had died. It was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell stories. I mean, when in the period between leaving primary and secondary, one of the kids in my class died, and then another one didn't make it to 18. He dropped dead of a heart attack at 17. It's a bang, bang, bang. Another one drank herself to death. There's so many people from my past, and I'm still in touch with all of those people that just didn't make it. It's like, fucking hell. So yeah, you got to grab it every day. Which is why I'm so appreciative of what they did for my missus last year when they took the kidney out. Because that if she hadn't have been messing about, it wouldn't have been found. And
it's a mindset you don't really want to get into, when it's sort of like, your mum died of dementia and it can be hereditary, and you're going, oh, fucking hell. My dad died at 40 from a massive heart attack, and you're going, fucking hell. I was going, do you know what? If you follow that stream of consciousness, it's sort of like, you go, at what point you go, my dad was killed when he was run over by a bus, and you go, well, I'm never going to go on a bus again. Where does it stop? So I mean, I'm 60 in 7 weeks.
Hey.
Just after me then.
Party.
Yeah, but it's the one age where I've gone, for the first time in my life, definitely more years in front of that than there is behind it.
Yeah.
Just sort of like, and then I'm going, and fuck it.
Yeah, you can wave goodbye to middle age at that point.
Yeah, but there again, I wasn't really waving at it when it was in it, so
you try not to. But
no, that's it. It's just like, do you know what? Bollocks to it. Can't Can't be asked.
Well, the long and the short of it is you never know when that day is going to come. So, just,
No, you don't. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
I mean, my mum is 92, and you know she's deaf in one ear. She still lives on her own. She's incredibly independent, but she doesn't have many hobbies, and she doesn't really get out very much anymore. You know, and it's sort of you want to do more for. I mean, I was trying to convince her at the start of the lockdown when Captain Tom was doing his walk around, you know, because he was 90, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So she was 91 at that point, and I'm saying, Mum, if you just walk around once a day, no, she's not having it, you know, with a walker. And so you can't convince people to, you know. But she's managed to make it to 92, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
My great uncle was still running a business at 91, and
Brilliant.
and
Bloody hell.
literally doing 100
Yeah.
miles an hour up the M1 every week.
Yeah.
It's just
And the fact that he's doing that and his business is probably what's keeping him going to
Yeah,
some extent. 'Cause,
exactly.
you know.
He's a real thinker as well.
Inky, cheery at the pub tonight. Who's going to peg it first? New bingo game.
Oh God! Do you know what? It has crossed my mind before that one day, you know, one of us might not
Anything
be here.
can be arranged.
Yeah. That didn't sound sinister at all.
Thanks, Robert.
Not in any way.
That's the sort of thing I'd expect from Ty.
Yeah,
It can
exactly,
be
yeah.
arranged.
Kind of rubbing off, isn't it?
I'm just my usual cheerful self.
Yeah. No.
Indeed.
Yeah, I must admit. I mean, after watching literally 90% of my family disappear in bloody 24 months, you sort of go, "Oh, do you know what? Enjoy every day.
Yeah.
Just enjoy every day."
Yeah.
Carpe fucking diem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think because my my aunt was a health fanatic. I mean,
Memento mori.
yeah, she ate well, you know, she didn't smoke, she didn't do this, she didn't do that, she exercised regularly and everything like that, and then good night Vienna. So,
Oh God. Well, Joseph, in 40 years this will be a stream from Heaven Tube.
yeah. Yeah. From the Angel Graham.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Every now and again, Ty will pop in to tell somebody to fuck off.
Yeah, with his horns and his triad on fire.
He's going to come
Fuck you all, fuck you all.
He's going to walk up to God and go,
Yeah.
sausage fingers.
Sausage fingers, that's funny.
I can so see Ty as a devil.
So we're all going to heaven and Ty's going down below. Is that what you're saying?
Can't see him as a devil. That would imply he's been an angel before.
Looking at you going, you stupid cunt!
Oh dear.
Now I'm just waiting for Richard's wife to walk in and go, bang.
She's downstairs. She's so deep in work she can't hear this.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent stuff.
In fact, I'm going to bow out for a while. I'm going to go and spend some time with my dear wife, and I'll be back later on, gentlemen.
Cheers.
I'm
Indeed, sir.
Okay, so I'll
See
see
you
you all
See you
later.
later.
Oh, buddy.
See you later.
Oh,
Bye,
so-
mate.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Did she hear you?
What?
Did
no,
she hear
no,
you?
no. I was waving. I like playing. I guess we don't all. See
Oh,
the same arrangement
okay.
of boxes.
I'm with you. Sort of like
So
yours.
I'm like looking at. I'm like looking
Yeah,
at
yeah,
you
yeah,
up
yeah.
here, and you know,
I thought Honey had wandered in.
looking
She
at
goes, what
Robert
did you
over
say?
here, and Jim over there.
What?
Robbie up here.
Do like the give you the inquisitive husky
Matt's
look.
over there.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, right.
Doing the
Hey, Jim.
university
Hey,
challenge
Richard.
thing again. Scumbag College.
I was doing this earlier. I kept looking at the person who was speaking, and like.
I've got a Porsche. Ma.
Oh, dear.
How easily I am distracted.
Now you have to mime the man in the box, Rich.
Now listen, you. Look straight down. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the left and rights that gets sort of.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Andy's down
The
there.
up and downs is cool. So like Jim
Kent's
is
up there.
like I can
Yeah.
scruff his
Hey,
hair.
Kent.
Hey, scruffing your hair.
It's opposite of what you see,
Yeah.
It's
at
nice,
least
isn't it?
here.
This way,
Right,
isn't it?
it's more what doesn't help is that my camera is at an angle.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I had to do that.
You just got your back to everyone, Robert.
Yeah.
Being
What does my
antisocial.
head in this? The camera's in
I mean,
front
if
of
you
me,
want
but
me
the
to,
monitor's
yeah,
to the
sure.
side.
I have my back to all of you.
Yeah, you go.
It's a lot nicer here.
That's a bit of
I've got a nice
advertising
mixing desk. I've got some nice racks.
You guys are talking about death, and I'm occupied with this bullshit. My father's
You'll
95.
you'll outlive us
He lives
all.
about, my father's 95. He lives about 20 minutes down the road. We hardly get along, and I hope he's comfortable where he is.
Yeah, unfortunately, my old man's still going, and I don't give a shit how he is.
Yeah, well, I sort of don't, but I sort of do. I don't want him to suffer, but
Yeah,
he certainly didn't mind making me suffer.
Well, yeah.
My dad's great, but his wife is terrible, so I don't go over very often. So-
Families, eh?
You can't choose them, can you?
No.
No, that's why you got friends. Because you can pick they buggers.
It's like I was talking about my sister to somebody the other day, and they went, "You got a sister?" Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you had a sister. No, nor do we.
I don't hear from her anymore, and I'm not mad.
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do with any of mine, to be fair.
Oh, really? None
Yeah,
of your siblings?
Nope. Brother and two sisters, and I see nothing or hear nothing from. Don't want to either. Don't want to. They're just unpleasant people. I just don't like them, and that's fine. I wish them well. Let them, carry on.
Yes,
Go and do what you got to do.
Interesting fact that Zoe told me the other day is that basically the same two parents, when they have a child, there's 70 trillion or 72 trillion combinations of genes. So that, it's a wonder that you're anything like any of your siblings, at all.
Yeah.
So
well,
you can be absolutely wildly different to them.
I am
But
completely.
it's more about the environment you're brought up in than the genetics anyway.
I dispute that.
I dispute that as well.
No, when the
Because
genes
we-
cross over, there's a lot of stuff going on. So
We were all brought up under the same circumstances, and we're all wildly different. I mean, I was very much the odd one out, but we're all wildly different. So I don't subscribe to that theory of environment.
It's a combination, nature and nurture, but
You have to factor in personality as well, don't you? And that's you can't quantize that or quantify that.
and sort of individual brain structure is something quite interesting as
Yeah,
well.
well, my sister was over
neurological
nearly
conditions.
twice a week. She was coming over, and once the will was figured out, I never saw her again. So,
well, even identical twins. We had some in high school that were like one was very skinny, one was heavy set, but they're identical twins. The metabolism was different.
No, one kept stealing the other's dinner.
one was the dominant one at the dinner table. Yeah.
But the bigger one's also more athletic too. So.
By 5 minutes.
Yeah, you got more chance of animals getting on together than you have people, to be honest. Within the same family.
Yeah, at least animals don't have a bloody agenda, do they? They just want to eat, sleep, shag.
Technically, we are animals.
Yeah.
Yes,
Technically, yeah.
There's a little bit more to us than that.
And technically, we want to eat, sleep, shag.
Well, men are dogs.
Well, that's the
Men are
base instincts, isn't it?
Men are dogs. It's true, and we want the same things: food and affection.
Yeah. Well, I get a lovely
Everything
big
else is
cuddle.
optional.
I get a lovely big cuddle from the husky in the morning, and last thing at night, and he always snuggles up for a big cuddle, and I feel good because of it.
Which dog?
Hell of a way to call Fiona.
Charlie the husky.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Get a
Charlie.
big hug. Whereas Nelly and Siri sleep on the bed. Siri sleeps on my head, on the pillow. She waits until I fall asleep before she does it, though. She's not stupid. She goes, "Oh, he's asleep now," and then gets up and she lays on my head.
There used to be a cat in the house I lived with that used to sleep on heads.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know why they sleep on heads? Is because we expel a lot of heat from the head.
Yeah. Mind you, so does Siri. God, it's really hot in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And Noah will sleep down the side, or he'll sleep on Fiona, whichever. And I think I was 12 the last time I hugged my sister.
So every Charlie hug gives you a shirt full of hair?
Oh, Christ almighty. Mind you, he can give you a shirt full of hair without you actually being anywhere near him.
Well, yeah, because it's everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this little robot Hoover thing we got now, it fires up at 12:30 every midday. You know, it fires up.
Robot Hoover.
Yeah, and it literally, you can literally hear this iRobot thing. Yeah, it's the Roomba one, and you hear it sort of going, "Oh, I got a fucking husky hair again." You know.
Good thing it's not AI. It would refuse to do the hair thing.
Yeah, exactly. So no, he's a little shit. He deliberately stands in front of it so it has to change direction. You'll actually bump into him, and so it has to go off in a different direction. He's sort of like, and then he moves over and gets in the way again. He's a little shit. He really is. So, will you leave that thing alone? But yeah, husky hair. Holy crap. And this time of year, now he's getting his winter coat. Oh my God, fathers! You know how you know when the is it deer when they're losing their coat? You know when you see the stags, they've got all the coat hanging off. Weirdly,
is it bison or buffalo? I can't ever remember.
Yeah, same kind.
Yeah,
that's
they're all in the deer group.
And he looks like that at the moment. He's got like these big patches where it looks like he's hurt himself, and it's actually just a big dip where all this hair's come out, and the rest of it's still in him, and it's all over the bloody front room and the kitchen. It's like, Jesus.
They have a lot of buffalo in Epsom.
Well, no, they're more bison. I think they're more bison than buffalo.
Bison.
Do you know what the difference is between buffalo and a bison?
Oh, here
You
we go.
can't wash your hands in a fucking bison.
No, you can't wash your hands in a buffalo.
Buffalo.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I'll argue that you can't wash your hands in a bison either.
My
I think you
neighbor
probably
had
could,
bison.
but they wouldn't be very clean.
When I was a kid in Colorado, we had like an acre, half a land. Our neighbor had like several acres, and he raised bison. And occasionally, they would get out, and my mom opened the door one time, and one was right in front of her. She's like, "Okay, shut the door."
I'd argue that you could wash your hands in a bison if your name is James Herriot.
Ooh, yes, yeah, there is that, isn't there? It's a rather an elaborate hand warmer, I must admit.
I'm just looking at cross-channel ferries, and the
Well, they
ship they've
sexy
recommended.
ones.
The ship they've recommended is the Pride of Kent.
Oh God, don't. Yeah, because they made one of the COVID variants. They called it the Kent variant.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, fucking thanks. Yeah, just add to the confusion because that bloke. Oh yeah, that bloke. Was it that synth tech that lives in Kent?
What, Mr. Sponge?
Yeah, Mr. Sponge who lives in Kent. Yeah, it's like, fucking hell. Oh God. Oh, I don't know.
This must be the longest silence ever.
No, there was one that was longer
I just
earlier.
wanted to amuse you guys with the following fact. In Connecticut, where towns are named after places in England, because that's who came here,
Yeah.
Kent is right next to Cornwall.
Okay.
Terrible.
That's geographically incorrect.
I mean, they're both on the coast, so in theory they are closer than other historical counties.
Yeah, but there's even a Yule in Connecticut, isn't there?
A what?
Yule. We looked it up one day, remember?
Yule.
Yule. E-W-E-L-L.
Oh, Yule. I see. Yeah, they may be. There's Bristol. There's New London. There's all kinds of places in Connecticut. Glastonbury. I don't know if there's a Brighton. There might be, but anyway.
There's a Norwich.
There is definitely Norwich.
Norwich.
Norwich. Yeah.
In Connecticut, it's Norwich. On Long Island, there's a Norwich as well.
Yeah.
In New York,
Yeah.
Brits did get around back then.
There was a lot of Puritans around here.
Still are.
Yeah, way too many here, by the way.
The Swiss ones are worse, but I'm States than the English ones.
No, but we have a lot of here in the government, which is the big problem. Trying to
A lot
control
of what?
everything. Puritans, puritanical assholes.
Oh yes. Fundamentalism.
They're also
of any
hypocrites
kind
too, of course.
Is
Yeah.
not good.
I don't know. Proper Genevan Calvinism, that is definitely worse. Where it like really comes from. That makes every other form of Puritanism seem soft. But like until the 80s in Switzerland, it was still. I mean, laughing on a Sunday, that wasn't allowed. Definitely not down there.
Really?
There are still some
Sure, I must
interesting.
have broken the law in Switzerland.
Wait, Switzerland. There's not a lot to laugh about.
Excuse me.
That's what good.
I mean, that's totally a valid point, but in seriousness, there's a lot of interesting Calvinistic laws still in Geneva.
Yeah. Well, then, but they're actively pursued.
No longer. No, it has stopped, but up until like 30 years ago, there was still. I mean, when was the women's vote allowed in Upside and I think that was only the 90s as well. So I mean,
Wow.
what a lovely place Switzerland is.
Actually, we've got some
Sounds a
stupid laws
bit like
still.
shooting the Scottish inside the city walls of York or whatever.
Yeah, with a bow and arrow, but it has to be
Yeah,
a Tuesday or something.
Yeah,
Weird.
only on
Yeah.
a Tuesday. You're
Yeah.
still allowed to.
Yeah. Somebody's going to test that, you know. It's going to happen one day.
Yeah.
Some twat's going to have a crack at it.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh, British, I thought it was legal.
Well, you have the Jews that basically on the Sabbath, the Shabbat or whatever, you can't do non-religious things. Like you cannot work machinery. Supposedly Elvis Presley's neighborhood had a lot of Jewish people in it, and he was the mensch who went around and helped them with their issues with their power and other stuff, that they're not allowed to touch switches and stuff on those days.
It's interesting.
And my wacko dad's side of the family, they joined the Worldwide Church of God, which is more Old Testament kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they had similar things. They could not watch TV on Saturdays because their holy day was Saturday, not Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, you have a proper day.
Yeah, the original day, right? And
What if you just leave the TV on the Friday night?
Well, my dad did. He didn't care. He was watching sports, and they'd have to stay out of the room because my dad was causing trouble, right? It was hilarious. You couldn't have, like, they celebrate Passover. You couldn't have leavened bread in the house, and you couldn't. There's all this weird Old Testament stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing about, the meat and milk. Now,
Yeah, the kosher stuff, yeah.
yeah, so it's something about not boiling the kid in the milk of its mother. Or something like that.
You don't bathe a lamb in the milk of its mother.
Yeah, which to my interpretation of it, which is not the orthodox interpretation, is like you basically don't slaughter the animal too young. You don't, if the mother's still producing milk for it, then it's too young to be slaughtered. That's what I would take from that passage, but they've
That's the
taken
problem.
it as
All
not
this stuff's interpreted, right?
yeah, they've taken it as not mixing meat and milk together when you eat, and it's just like, well,
Find yourself a congregation with an interesting rabbi where you can discuss these things, and then it will be a lot easier. That's all I would say.
yeah.
That's actually fun. If you have a nice progressive rabbi where you can actually talk about that,
I bet
then
they're
it
hilarious.
No, but like where you can actually ask stupid questions of that nature, but and also more serious ones, where they're more than happy to talk about it and their opinion according to their study.
Not very evolved as a species, are we?
Well, we like to think we are.
Yeah.
That's the big problem.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger applies to us too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm a victim like anyone else. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone quiet again.
Dead air number 3.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Contemplative, right?
Yeah, it's very
Meditation.
much like, now who the hell can we piss off now?
Where's
I
Rich?
should join in shortly. So
Yeah.
Where's Ty when you need him? Like, clearly. If
Just
you want to
mention
piss off him.
Behringer.
Oh, yeah.
You get 3 times with a candle behind a mirror.
I'm waiting for him to come in and go, "You're all fucking wrong."
Yeah. Well, just say something blatantly wrong.
Ty's the greatest composer who's ever lived.
Oh, Christ, you're asking for it. Fucking hell.
He will be the first one to disagree.
are you saying that lived in his city or?
In his studio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? He's living in his studio now?
I think he is.
Practically, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the sounds of it.
Have you seen the bucket in the corner?
Oh, the
He's got a
Galvin
piss
bucket.
jug.
Jesus Christ. You're talking about my childhood here. Galvy bucket behind a curtain in the kitchen.
Sorry, Kent.
It's all come back. It's all come back to me.
That's what you said when you kicked the bucket over.
Yeah, I knew it was.
Definitely a case of getting your own back. Oh, here he is.
What are you fucking talking about, you fucking arseholes?
Hey, where's the red light?
And as if by magic, Ty appeared.
Oh, look who's back.
So, are you your
Mr.
greatest composer in your own tea time?
I'm not even the greatest fucking composer in this about 6 foot vicinity, to be fair.
I'm not even the greatest composer in this room.
Exactly.
Surely the odds are against
and I'm
that.
alone.
I'm never going to fucking argue with that. I've said this time and time again. I do what I do well, and that's it. That's all I do.
That's all you can do,
The moment I go that way, or the moment I go that way, you know, there are people that do, there are a million times. Rich will be the first. All of us, anyone that's got any sense of humility and reality will turn around and go. Anyone that thinks they're the greatest at anything, or the best at anything, are a fucking arsehole. Everyone I've worked with who is a genuine, lovely person, and I've worked with a few of those, they all know their limitations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about. And that's God, I sound really fucking philosophical now. That's not just about music, that's just in everything, that's in life. Know your limitations, know what you're good at, And if you want to sound like me, I'm really good at sounding like me, but that's it. I can't do anything else. I'm not saying I'm a one-trick pony, but I do what I do. And I'm very fortunate that I've made a living out of doing what I would want to be doing. So, so there you go.
So what is your favorite thing you've made for like a series or whatever? What's your favorite piece?
I've said this before. The best piece I ever wrote was for a fireworks festival in 1992. That was the best 1 hour of music that I've ever written. Yeah, but
Downhill ever since.
Say again. No. Do you say downhill ever since? Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I peaked when I was fucking 24. No, I did.
Stuff we can listen to now. What is your favorite?
I did a series called 1066 a few years ago, and that was good. And the reason I know it's good is the fact that so what happens is, quite often when you're working on a project, and if you don't get involved early on, you basically send them some of your back catalogue that applies to that may be useful for them to lay in as guide music. So I basically send kind of certain pieces, scores of mine for them to listen to and see if they can use it as guide music. And inevitably, the score from 1066 gets used again and again and again as guide music. So it's good. It's good stuff. It's quite clever stuff. But I mean, there's odd pieces and everything. Every series I do, they'll always do one or two pieces where you'll go, yeah, that's a good one. But then you know that there's also a load that you never want to hear again in your life. Really. Well, no, not that you don't want to, but it takes a lot now for me to do anything. It takes a lot for me to write something that I think is not special, but is good. But yeah, 1066 was good stuff. But there's bits of odds and sods. I've said before, I don't take the stuff that I do. I always refer to my music as my shit. Even with producers and directors, I only ever refer to it as my shit. Yeah. So it's not, I don't get precious about these things. But so it's a difficult one to answer. But
I'm precious when I'm doing it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm so with you, Rich. Yeah. So with you. When you're doing it, you live, breathe, eat.
Nothing else is more precious.
Absolutely. It's when they turn around and talk about it being your baby. At that moment in time, when I'm working on it, it is literally my baby. And how dare you? How dare anyone kind of,
Yeah.
So in terms of your statement that I do what I do well, as I'm doing it, I'm not feeling that. And half a chance after I'm done with it, I think that. But what I've also learned through playing gigs my whole life is that when I think that, they don't necessarily think that. And some nights where I think that's absolutely not the case, they think it's the greatest night of their lives.
Oh, God, tell me about that one.
That disparity between the person doing it and their self-evaluation and what an audience thinks at any given moment and how they can diverge and how it sort of doesn't matter what you think when you're doing it. It really only matters what they think in a way, because if you're out there to entertain somebody and relate something to them, then you've been most effective even when you think you haven't.
But that you're absolutely right, Rich. But that's the same way that honestly. So I'll be, there'll be tracks that I'll be working on. Say just as an example, I've got 2 tracks I've got to get done by 9 o'clock in the morning. One of the tracks I'll be working on all through the day. It'll be, it'll get to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm still working on the same track. Then I get to 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm there going, fuck, I've got to get another track done before 9 o'clock because I promised them 2. And then I knock up literally anything, just, just in a couple of hours, just to, almost real time. And you'll get it done and say it to them. And they'll turn around and they'll go, oh, this track, oh, it's amazing. And you're there going, it's literally just the main theme on this thing I said to you before. I had to give them some tracks, and it was literally I promised them I'd give them so many tracks. It was the last track with me going, fuck, I've got to do another track. So I literally just played. It was a piano and a string theme played in real time, and that was the track that everyone's going, oh my God, this is amazing. With me going, what?
Yeah.
It's just me.
But that other shit was the process you had to go through to get to
that. I know. You're absolutely right. But so yeah, you're right. But yeah, it is, as Rich said, when you're doing it, it's the most. I've always said this though. Nothing comes out of the studio unless I'm happy with it ever. And if that, if I'm not happy with it, it doesn't leave here.
But
even to the extent.
Happy with it is a relative thing, because you almost never think it's the greatest thing I've ever done when you finished it. And if you do, that's a great thing, but you might not feel that way 2 weeks from now anyway. So, but the point is, there's a point at which you sign off on something and say it's just good enough.
And the thing is, it's also that point where, I said before about not getting precious about it. It's that they are my babies, and then the moment they leave, like they go, I literally relinquish all, because I know that they're going to fuck around with it. I know, completely. But kind of, I just at that point, once it's gone, it's just like, okay, that's almost not my baby anymore. It's gone. It's left me, and I'm on to the next one.
I work for a guy who once, 2 years after it was not only released but won awards, 2 years later asked me to open a session.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to work on it some more.
Yeah, no, early on, that's the kind of shit I would have done. I would have done that, because you always think, I can make it better. you know.
That's the George Lucas effect. Go back and fix it a million times.
Yeah,
right?
no, but it doesn't. Every time you go back and fix it, it's gone. It's come and gone.
So there's a balance that we strike between the energy of a spontaneous idea carrying itself to a logical conclusion and the act of picking over something interminably because something is still bothering you about it. Mm. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Oh, completely. I'll give you one example. So on last Thursday, I had to do a credits for one of these episodes, and they gave me this steer, and I knew it was a shit steer. We've all been there, and I knew it was a shit steer, but they were absolutely adamant they wanted it to be in this particular vein, and I knew it was wrong, and I did it, and I spent a day doing it, and it went, and literally the moment I sent it. It was a great track, but I just thought, no, this is definitely wrong. There's no way they're going to go with this. The next day, they called and said, okay, we've given you a bad steer. We've basically just wasted a day, but we've given you a bad steer. Can you do something else? So at which point I did this time what I thought I wanted to do, and I spent all day doing it, and I sent it off at 6 o'clock because of going out in the evening. So sent it off, and I sent off the mix, and then came back to it at 9 o'clock at night, redid the mix again, and changed some bits, sent it off again, then woke up the next morning on Saturday and thought, actually, I'm going to change it again. So redid it and sent it again. And each time we're talking minute details. In the context of the whole thing will mean nothing. But I wasn't happy. And then I sent another one on Saturday night, and then I didn't send anything on Sunday. And then on Monday morning, I redid it again. And this is on a 1 minute credits. And the details were really fine. But it was only then on Monday morning, on whatever it was, version 5, version 6. And none of them had fed anything back to me. It's not like they'd fed back to me going, oh, this doesn't work. It was literally me, every time I heard it, just going, no, I still need to, I still need to.
I mean, that's when you know something's finished, is when you don't have any of those anymore.
That's it. And it just got to put on Monday morning, I just went, that's it, now it's done. And,
so which one did they like the best?
Remember the project we're talking about, Rich? Have they got back to me about it? Have they, fuck? I mean...
Still haven't gotten back to you?
No.
And they received all 6 of those versions?
All 6 of them. Yeah.
And I'd say that there's still 50-50 that it's going to be the first version that they like the best.
Oh no, I've actually made it clear that basically they've all been labelled as ignore the previous one. Yeah. So the final title.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they will.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. But anyway, you could well be right. The chances are.
I just think artistically it's funny because you get into a forest and trees situation with a piece of music sometimes where what you are now the most important, because of that whole precious thing we just described, what you're on about right now, that oboe over there is just kicking your ass, but people you play it for don't even know that the oboe is there, and maybe that's okay, so it's a funny thing about that, because I've learned, going back and listening to my own work in the past, that there are things I would still do differently and that I wouldn't have done then, because it has to do a lot with who you are on any given day and as you progress through your life, especially if you look back.
You're absolutely right. And I tell you what I find funny. I always find it funny how we all get hung up on things that at the time seem so important, and if you leave it and come back to it a week later, you almost forget what was so important at the time. Now, this piece of music that I'm talking about, that from '92, because each section was half an hour, and it was recorded in real time. So basically, it was all sequenced, but all of the mix, all of the thing to go down to the DAT, go down to be recorded to the master, it was half an hour of real time program changes, mixing, everything. It was all done in real time with me, a little mixer, and the sequencer playing. And there was I think I've said it before, so basically all the orchestral parts were done on a Proteus 2. And there was this big string run that was made a big major moment of this, and it kicked in, I think it was about 26 minutes into this piece. So I'm going through the entire piece, and it's all going perfectly well, absolutely brilliant. I'm ecstatic. It gets to 26 minutes, and for whatever reason, when it did this run, because the Proteus 2 ran out of notes, and it does the whole thing where it just starts robbing the notes, So this entire string run didn't happen. It just didn't sound. And I'm 26 minutes into the mix, and by this time I'm probably on fucking. This is probably the 12th time I'd done this mix, and it had all gone wrong. And I'm just thinking, fuck it, I can't. I've just got to get this done. And it lived with me, and I kept listening back, going, I missed that string run. I really missed that string run. And but I had no choice. It had to be delivered. I had to, so it got sent off, and blah 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 blah. Come back to it 2 weeks later with me going, I'm sure there was something that was meant to be here, but I can't remember what it was. That kind of. And at the time, this string run missing was like the biggest thing ever. It had ruined the entire piece. 2 weeks later, I'd forgot there was meant to be even a string run there in the first place. Yeah. So, yeah.
This happens to me on stage at certain times where I'm really in the zone, and I'm straddling that line between listener and performer, where you're not even thinking cognitively. You're just feeling and responding and playing. And sometimes you get a little too far into the listener side, and a moment goes by where something doesn't happen that you expected to have happen. And at that point, the voice wakes up in my head and goes, that was you that usually plays that. And I always joke that you kind of wave as they go by because, it's a moment in time and it flew by and nobody else was waiting for that shit except you anyway. Yeah. And it had absolutely nothing to do with the overall effectiveness of the performance. Yeah. And I learned to become very cavalier about that shit. Like, it means a lot to me at the time when I'm doing it, but if I don't do it, it's not like anybody's missing it.
No one misses it. No, absolutely.
Especially if the rest of what's happening is sufficiently effective musically that it carries the day.
Yeah.
Which it always is in our band. But I mean, in a produced piece of music like what you're describing, it's perfectly logical to me.
Do you know something else I noticed? I noticed actually this today that is about the way that I write, and I don't know if anyone else can relate to this, but basically the amount of times where what comes out of the finished piece has gone through so many transformations, and a lot of the time the stuff that goes into it never makes it to the finished thing. I'm sure you're the same with that, Rich. So the amount of, for example, the only reason that came to mind is I was working on a piece today where it basically it was all based around this guitar riff, and everything was centered around this guitar riff. So the entire piece happened, and as this piece kind of moved on, by the time it got
you
to
mean
about
one of these things you don't like?
Oh yeah, fuck off. And it got to about 4 hours into it. And it was all starting to shape, and there was something not quite right, and there was something not quite sitting right. And so moved on, and then I just suddenly thought, hang on a minute, if I just take the guitar out, I took the guitar out, and it was perfect. But the whole piece happened because of that guitar riff, and it all built to that, all based around that, and it was, the piece started with the guitar riff, and the moment you took it out at the end, the piece was finished. It was perfect. So. Yeah.
I've had that happen. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I suddenly realised as I was doing that, I was thinking, "Fuck me, this happens a lot. This happens a lot with the way when I'm working. The amount of times where the initial idea that makes it all and shapes the piece never actually sees it through to the end. So
yeah,
it kind of gives you a theme to work.
It's like what we said before. It's what you had to go through to get to that other shit that was cool.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm going to duck off anyway.
No, but you've done it again.
No.
Moment to turn around and say I'm fucking off.
No, fuck you, Ty. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Don't steal my fucking thunder.
I'm going.
Going first. I'm going.
You guys are talking, no one's going.
What a wanker. It's so funny when Ben did that on Robin.
It was perfect, wasn't it?
That was comedy gold. Oh dear. I am actually going though, and
all right, Jim.
So
good
I might be back later to just say goodnight, but yeah, cool.
Good to see you.
If I don't see you before Kent, I will hopefully see you in person if I'm fighting fit.
Yeah, we're getting some special bickies in.
Cool. Yeah. Right, Kent.
See you, Jim.
Cool.
Take care.
Cool.
See you later, babe. Take care, mate.
See you later. Cheers. Wrong window.
There you go.
Yeah, StreamYard makes you say goodbye twice.
Yeah.
You know, you say
Yeah, so
say
it's still
goodbye,
here,
you click the
still
thing,
here.
and it's
Yeah.
like one more button of
Still here.
you
Yeah.
sure you want to go?
Yeah. You're not on now, but are you sure you still want to go?
You just close the browser.
Hmm.
Let's see the screen rate. Just shut down the browser or the tab.
Yeah, I know, but it ruins the joke, doesn't it?
I don't know how it is for anybody else, but I love conversations like that we just had.
Yeah.
Ty and I, because it's about being in it, and there's something about being in it that's fun, and even talking about being in it is fun. You know,
Yeah.
when you're in that creative flow and shit. And I find those subjects endlessly interesting, maybe more than most people.
Yeah. No, I always worry because every time I start writing something, I get this feeling in the back of my head going, yeah, but what if you've already written the best track you were ever going to write?
Who cares?
Yeah, I know, but
just an
it's
excuse
always
to do
there.
nothing.
It's
just an
always
excuse
there.
to do nothing.
Yeah.
And furthermore, it doesn't have to be the greatest thing you'll ever will write, but it's what I'm feeling right now. Let's play it out to its logical
Yeah.
conclusion and see where
Yeah.
it goes. I mean, it's all about opportunity and not worrying,
Yeah, exactly.
in my view.
Yeah.
Now, as little as I talk like I've got this gigantic catalog of written music, but it's true. That's how it works for me in any kind of creativity. You have to just sort of get out of your own way and let it flow and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's what's fun about it. Worrying about it isn't fun. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's true enough.
And
Yeah,
we
my
were
favorite
going
stuff
to-
is stuff I did by accident or in a hurry. If I put too much time into it, I end up
Yeah.
not liking it so much.
Mm.
Well, so I have had experiences of both, but it's all good and all valid. And the whole point was we do this because it's fun. We heard it as a kid and we went, "Wow, that's cool. I'd like to be able to do that." And I try not to let the fun part leave my expression of it ever.
Mm.
And I succeed pretty well. But I'm in a good circumstance to succeed pretty well with that because I really think that the band is wonderful and I think the world of those people. So I get to play with people I think the world of.
Mm.
Everybody doesn't get to do that. So
Yeah, it's true enough.
And I had a good night on Saturday, and I had no right to it because we hadn't played in 2 weeks. I had hardly touched the keyboard during those 2 weeks.
Mm.
And show up at a gig not having seen my bandmates for 2 weeks and no sound check, counted off, and we played the shit out of that gig. It was like we'd been playing the whole time.
Yeah.
And I felt really good about that. And I also had a good night in terms of, the clam percentage, how many I missed. I had a good night that way. So it was good. Felt good.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It must cost a fortune, though, for a private gig like that. It must do.
I would suggest that there's good money in these things, and that's why they do them. And all I don't know about all, but most major quote unquote acts, touring acts, accept private gigs that pay really, really well and play them, whether they be corporate or personal. The interesting thing about them is that they're gigs at which nobody has come to hear you. So you basically are going to have to win over an audience full of people who are being subjected to you, whether they like it or not.
Yeah,
whether you
exactly.
Like it or not.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. And so when it comes to corporate gigs, sometimes that can be a little frustrating because the audience seriously just doesn't care. And then like we played an auto show in Detroit recently, and those people loved us. People flocked from miles around to come and listen to us play.
Yeah.
And it's nice. We win audiences pretty well as a band, and I must say I credit my bandmates tremendously with that. But it's not easy, and it's certainly not easy for bands to do in general, is to win over audiences full of people who are not there to hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I just sort of had that experience on Saturday, concert for Suzanne Chiani. It was Marta Salogni and the percussionist beforehand. So if you know Marta Salogni, as producer and engineer, who does a lot of tape music these days.
Okay.
And it was this, even for a crowd that was expecting Suzanne Chiani, that with a percussionist together was maybe not what was expected. And it was definitely not winning the crowd over. But then Suzanne did her set, and everybody was completely nuts for it. So it was interesting.
So what was Suzanne's overall vibe musically? Is it like...
It's her normal Buchla concerts that she's been doing for like the past 5 years.
I see. And it's performed, when you say a Buchla concert, pretty much entirely on Buchla hardware?
Yeah, it's for 200E with a Marth, and then noodling a bit on top of an Animoog.
I see.
But it's mainly just medium-sized modular with 4 voices.
And it's mostly clocked material with a percussionist playing along to the clock?
No. So that was the support act beforehand.
Oh, I see. Well, she's a bit of a legend in a very, she's a big fish in a very small pond, basically. She's a legend in our synth business, and she's very highly regarded and supposed to be a very musical and nice person, from what I'm told. But in the grand scheme of the world culture, she's not well known.
Still enough that 700 people were definitely there for her and going wild for it.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad. This took place where?
It was Earth in Hackney, which is the upper half of a Art Deco cinema. So basically, think about the cinema, chop it in half.
But I'm saying it's in England somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand.
He's just been doing like one-offs around Europe for the past month or so.
I see. Very nice.
But yeah, as Matt has just properly pointed out, Martha Saloni has been working on the new Depeche Mode album, co-producing.
Okay.
Which will be interesting to see what she has brought to that.
I met one of the Depeche Mode guys. Now I'm trying to remember his name. Gary? Is there a Gary in Depeche Mode now?
No. There's a Dave, there's a Martin, there was an Andy, and there was an Alan.
It's not Peter or Christian, is it?
It's somebody who is in the current band, or as of within the last year. And I met him in the Roland office, actually.
It'd probably Peter Gordino.
I was saying Peter Gordino. Well, did he have black curly hair?
Could have been Peter Gordino.
Or it could have been somebody pulling your plunker.
It won't have.
No, it wasn't. I looked him up. It wasn't.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have been Andy, because Andy can't play. Couldn't play a note to save his life.
Pete Gordino has got ties with Roland, doesn't he?
Mm.
Okay, Peter Gordino. Let's have a look at this. Might have been him. Oh, see. Okay, it's not that Peter Gordino. Okay, yeah, it could well have been him. Yeah, he's about the right age. He's not one of the original members, is that right?
No.
Correct.
He's
yeah,
not
okay,
technically a member. He's just like the live act.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a nice man.
Yeah, he is, by all accounts.
Yeah. Roland, by the way, still has yet to deliver Bupkis. Meant a lot to them at the time, or so it seemed, or so they made it seem. And I don't know. I'm done chasing it, that's for sure. What I have now works fine. Nobody's complaining. This situation ain't broke. But
till the next situation.
Pardon me?
Till the next situation.
Well, that's what I keep looking for, but apparently it's not arrived yet. The next situation.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, the gear I've got works. The sounds work. Nobody's complaining about it. I know it could do better, given a shot in a new instrument with new sound sets like what they have and what I played. But I get sick of being. I don't want to be a pest about this. I don't want to feel like I'm begging them for something.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I hate that. Like I said, it's not broken. I'll find a way.
I think so. It's like I think Rowley's got one more day before their ticket time is up.
So the crew wanted me to bring Rowley instruments on the road. Cue laughed. Cue the uproarious laughter.
Yeah, right.
And
did you convince them to buy 2 new keyboards then?
well, you need 2 keyboards, 2 computers, 2 sets of software, and a guy to run it all and set it up.
Yeah.
So that I can actually just play the show, please.
Well, it obviously depends how integral it is. Whether you need the 2 keyboards hot swappable during the gig, or whether you just need 1 code spare. But obviously, you have computers. You'd ideally want them to be redundantly running constantly with just a simple button if anything goes wrong.
I think the keyboard is far less, and anything connecting it is far less likely to fail than what's running in the computer at any given moment.
No, but more the keyboard, if it were to break, you definitely want it to throw a spare if it was integral, because it's not the thing you're going to get at every street corner.
But we're talking about a band that doesn't even have a keyboard tech, which means I'm signing up for a new job if I do that, and that wasn't going to happen, and it certainly wasn't going to happen built around the reliability of these things on the road.
Oh, mate, all you need is somebody to store that standing up, and it's not going to work when it gets there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Or your plugins disappear from dashboard, like for Kent, right?
Yeah.
Well, that has never happened, and there's a reason why it's happening to Kent.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with Seaboard Rise.
I know, I'm just having fun.
They're in deep enough already anyway. They're already neck deep in shit. Let's not bury them.
Oh, they have like movement on the heads to left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's still breathing slightly. No, but let's hope, Kent. Let's hope you get yours soon, and I'll get mine in a month, and we'll be happy campers.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this guy who advertised the Seaboard Rise 49 get back to me, for crying out loud. I'd really like to buy it.
Yeah, that's been dragging on as well, isn't it? Right, let's see if there's anything here. Right, let's have a quick butchers here. What we got? Yeah, I like that. Firmware update. Reset and attempted.
What's that? On what?
The firmware on the Grand.
Well, there was one suggestion somewhere along the line that somebody had sent their Grand back to them. They had upgraded the firmware, and then it would work, if you recall.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a version 2.
It's an actual hardware chip, I think.
Really?
Yeah, whether they have them or not would be another question.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Do you still have the registration issue, right?
There's that, yeah. That's part of it. So, we do have a hardware serial number now, although that hasn't helped much.
Yeah.
You still need
It
the 16...
hasn't allowed you to log in?
No, still need the
and
16 digits registration code, apparently, on top of that. Both are required. And,
Well, there's got to be software that'll generate a series of 16-digit codes until it finds the I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Why do you need a serial number and then a registration code when...
Rowley.
Yeah, it depends on how they implement it.
Yeah, just Rowley.
Because Rowley.
Mm. So, because I haven't got the 16-digit registration code, means that I can't download the firmware which means it won't find the dashboard, which means I can't configure the ground to do anything.
So this guy got it, never updated it?
No, apparently not. And it hasn't even got the sounds in it. They're not in it. So.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Or
a
if
brick.
they're in it, they're
It's
not
a brick.
coming out.
Yeah.
Oh.
So all it does at the moment, and there's a function I found on it that's completely undocumented.
And what's that do?
Don't know. It's completely undocumented.
You said you found the function. What is the function?
Yeah, basically what it is, when you turn the grand on and press the button, the R button down, and it does this lovely little display, and it's sitting there waiting for something, but don't know what.
Oh, that bit, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
presumably some sort of a firmware update, right?
No, apparently the firmware update just goes in. You don't have to do anything. Just
Does
turn
it have
the unit
Bluetooth? Could that be a Bluetooth search thing?
on. These Mark 1 Grands do not have Bluetooth.
Okay.
Or well, it would assume some form of bootloader if you need to press it on power up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But when you go through the manual and through the forums, no mention of it doing anything.
Or maybe for Server Center, if you completely, if it were to be completely bricked, during an update.
There's a clear reset button on the inside of the synth that you can push and clear and reset the internal EEPROM. But I tried putting that other firmware on, Rich, like you suggested, and it went, oh, okay, I'll have some of that. And it all went in and went, oh, cool, like that. And what
Something didn't work anymore.
And what I found was it doesn't glide anymore now. Doesn't register the gliding.
Oh man.
So it's actually more of a brick than it was when I got it from eBay.
Yikes.
I blame myself.
No, I don't. Because by that point we had sort of like tried everything else, hadn't we? And it ended up being a straw to clutch.
Yeah.
And it didn't pay off. So.
Do you have it in that room? I don't see it. Is it?
Yeah, she's down here on the chair.
Oh, okay, down there, right.
Yeah. Hiding. Pretending
Hiding
to be a
shame.
synth. Yeah.
Dogs are sleeping on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice and spongy.
I did an experiment with it though, Rich. It's been quite interesting. I stood it upright and left it for 2 days standing upright. And it doesn't come away from the keyboard like the Rise does.
Well, I've had my Rise standing up and it never did that.
Me either. Mine
does.
Fine. Until I
Mine
read
does
about
it.
that problem, I stopped doing it in horizontal.
Yeah.
But I was storing it some kind of level of vertical for months and never had any problems with it.
Yeah. No, the whole top 2 octaves would bubble up and come completely away from the keyboard.
Oh,
your
you
room
put the
extra
top
warm?
octave near the floor. You see, there's your problem right
Ah,
there.
well, there you go. Yeah.
Is your room extra warm? Maybe the gel matrix is softer.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I tried to have a little look because I had one key that was reacting differently to the others, and you cannot get that fucking thing off without tearing it. I tell you, it
Come
won't.
to find out, it's KY jelly.
Yeah. But
Available at your local pharmacy.
yeah.
Well, they had one that was falling apart at Guitar Center, so I got a peek inside of it because the visitors are very hard on things there, and you could see the top rubber part had peeled away, and you could see the silicone underneath, and it was pretty interesting stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well, I had a Seaboard block come apart like that, so I got to see underneath the top layer. But there's videos online where you can see people who basically deconstruct the whole thing.
Well, they also Toman Synth Reactor. They also tore one apart as well too. That it was.
When I started eating it.
It was Sam Battle. Looked on no
Spreading it on
computer,
toast.
and Simon the Magpie. And guys were tearing one apart on camera. So.
Guys, I'm going to dip off for a little while.
dear.
My good lady wants to have a chat, so I'll
good.
be back.
See ya.
See you
Cheers,
in a
Matt.
All right, for it
bit.
back.
Cheers.
Yeah. So so there it sits, £1,000 brick. Yay.
Yeah, it's a shame they make stuff so hard to register, re-register for used.
I'm smelling
things.
food. She must be cooking. She's
Ooh.
hungry, and I haven't done anything.
So I got stuff from Roland that was registered easily from some guy, and I got Rolly stuff that was registered easily from a previous user. But they also gave me all the damn information. So.
Yeah.
Listen, chaps, I'm going to go look after what dinner is coming because I'm hungry and she's probably hungry too.
Mm.
So nice chatting as always.
Good to see you, Rich.
And if I'm back later, I'm back later. And if not, I'll see you next time.
All right, babe.
Bye-bye.
Or is it?
See ya.
It's a thing. Yeah, no, we've got to do that, haven't we? Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. Oh.
Whoa.
Or how about the Spaceballs?
Yeah. Excellent. Oh. Right, I'm going to have a pee and a coffee. Preferably in that order. I'll see you in a second.
In the same cup?
Yeah, hey, recycling, right? You still playing the Andromeda, Robert?
Well, not currently. It's currently very vertical.
Yes. Is it going to sag as well?
I sure fucking hope. It's been vertical before for a while, so
yeah.
No, so
was a bad
far
joke,
it's been fine.
so.
Well, you never know. Maybe the electrons are falling the wrong way.
That's funny.
I mean, obviously, if I were storing it with the sockets down, then the electrons would definitely flow out of the sockets, and there would be no sound left.
By the way, have you, with all your bookless stuff you've done, have you compared the tip-top stuff at all?
Nope.
Are you interested in getting the tip-top stuff?
Nope. Next question.
Oh.
I mean, I'm seriously interested, but what is so amazing with many other things is when you can use these sorting bars between modules to do connections that Don thought would be sensible. So the user panel, the panels being so well thought out that if you put certain modules in a certain order, then you can quickly connect them in a sensible way, or you can connect them in an interesting way. Over some other ones. That is one thing that's completely lost in the Eurorack. But I generally don't like the squashing things further down. It's already squashed enough for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm sufficiently dyspraxic to not want anything smaller.
Right.
Then also because pretty much over 200 being of and 100 stuff as well actually being available DIY wise relatively easily with circuit boards and front panels. I might as well stick to doing that.
Yeah, if that's your thing, I'm too lazy to make stuff these days. I mean, I have a few projects I need to solder, but I'm just like, I'm not really, can't be bothered right now.
I mean, the easel was a lot of work. Or it's a lot easier with modern with the updated version that Pubs has done, because that now actually has silk screen on the circuit boards. Because the one I did, all the circuit boards had no silk screen.
Wow.
Makes it so much easier to stuff them, right?
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I used to make stuff out of magazines where I had no reference point at all except for pictures and a diagram. So I totally keep track of every single thing I did because I'm doing it from scratch. There's no silk screen, anything.
Also, the only schematic at hand is the original Buchla one rather than any updated one, because it is basically the original. It's such a close clone that there is de facto no difference.
So it's based on more like 100 circuits, not 200 circuits.
No, the tip-top stuff, the Buchla red panel stuff, that was 100, but the tip-top is all 200.
It is 200, okay.
Yeah. It's... What I would be interested in is Well, because I mean, Mark Doty probably didn't get my point when I was commenting on that the last time. There was a talk about that somewhere, because I would assume it runs on booklet voltages rather than every input and output being redesigned to normal CV and gate.
I thought it was supposed to be compatible though with other Eurorack, so it couldn't be, right?
Well, I mean, normal booklet 200. Obviously, there were all the differences in its time, but let's say normal, you would consider CVs are 0 to 10 volts.
Yeah.
Then you have a pulse, which is a 2 millisecond 10 volt peak, and then a 5 volt rest. That is the normal gate signal you have, or the pulse signal, which is basically, if you think about it, it's a trigger and a gate combined.
Yeah.
And then all the audio is unbalanced line level, so about maximum of 1.4 volts RMS, rather than Eurorack, where you would have the 10 volt peak to peak. So I mean, I have no idea how it ultimately those changes were made for Eurorack, and it seems like most people are not nerdy enough to exactly look into this, or probably don't care.
It'd just be weird if they made it like the original, because it'd be different enough that it'd be kind of a problem, I would imagine. Because you really couldn't put it in a Eurorack other stuff because they wouldn't play well together.
I mean, they made it to 1 volt per octave. I mean, yeah, that's nice enough, but again, that's not easy. That's not too hard. And I mean, technically, the last few years of Buchla 200 were done at 2 volts per octave to get even higher stability. So, I mean,
because we've got all the stuff that like the Zero Coast and stuff that has Buchla technology stuff in it, but it's updated for a modern, for a Eurorack kind of sensibility.
Yeah, but that's inspired by. That's not cloning anything.
Exactly. Yeah. So is it really supposed to be cloned then? It's not supposed to be inspired by.
Well, from what I gather, they look like Buchla 200, the tip-top stuff, and I would fully assume that they want them to be a accurate representation.
Right.
That's what they're trying to sell them as.
Okay. Yeah, I have to read about them some more. I haven't even seen them in stores. I think last time was a Perfect Circuit. They didn't have any, so.
Well, I've only been slowly making them.
No, I know, but if any store is going to have that kind of stuff, it would be Perfect Circuit. So.
Yeah. I mean, the prices look amazing.
Yeah.
Although I still haven't seen what the low-pass gate is supposed to be. So clearly they haven't quite gotten there how a module filled with Mac trolls is going to be and how they're going to keep that consistent.
Yeah.
And whether you... Well, again, whereas with me building it myself, I can make the decisions. I can just, from a drawer full of Mac trolls... That's a weird doorbell, Robbie.
Oh. That's Book of Love, right?
No, that's money for nothing.
Oh, these just sound kind of like that as a Book of Love song, too.
I can't remember what the exact note is, but yeah.
So what is this Omnisphere Vangelis thing?
What?
Omnisphere doing something from Omnisphere.
I have Barcelona.
I haven't seen that.
No, I'm still on vintage Omnisphere.
I used to use Atmosphere
Zero.
once in a while.
I don't have Omnisphere. I'm one of those weird people that doesn't have Omnisphere or a Hydrosynth.
Well, you should change that.
Yeah.
I should, but they won't send it to me. So
Well, you can do what normal people do, just buy.
What?
Using your own money to legally purchase.
You just added more FM stuff. Where are you going to put a hydrosynth? Now you have no room for sure.
I know.
Just put on your lap.
Here we go. Vangelis for Omnisphere. $39.
Oh, it's called Vangelis.
Yeah.
What you can get Vangelis into Omnisphere? How do they make that fit?
It's a tribute sound set of synth emulations and Vangelis-inspired sounds carefully created by Luftrum. By closely studying some of the classic Vangelis.
It's kind of like Marauder Nova when they had the Mini Nova with the Marauder sounds in it.
Okay. Or say. So, now I could get that, or I could just turn on the CS80.
Yeah,
that's true.
Turn on the CS80.
Yeah.
It's a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Than going through all the packages when you just press the 2 buttons, brass 1, brass 2, done.
That's funny. So did you not really program it that much? You kind of just tweaked those major settings?
You can't tweak those presets.
No, but I mean, you went some other ones and just kind of, recreated those.
And he had trimmers put onto the preset cards, and he could put his own presets into the preset locations.
Ah, okay.
So you'd see him on stage or wherever, and he'd have the preset lights on. Does not mean he was using the presets.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure brass 1 and brass 2 were never replaced.
Oh, brass 1 and brass 2 were adjusted. They're slightly adjusted on 2 of these 80s. To have, I think there was one where it had a longer attack on brass 1, and the other one had slightly more resonance in it. And then, obviously you had a couple of them where they were just normal. But the good thing about the 80 is you can just have it on front panel, just mess with the front panel. It's really easy to manipulate the sounds while you're playing.
If not, you have your 4 memory locations.
Yeah.
If you brought your microscope and your tweezers.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to sit there and program the bastards.
Yeah, it's the original boutique.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think those faders are a bit longer than the boutiques. Actually, on the boutiques, I think they're longer than on the 80. What are they, like 3 centimeters on the 80? Or even less, with those mini sliders?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but I think they're about 2 centimeters.
Yeah, boutiques are 20 mil.
Or some of those Roland modules that had tiny sliders on.
Oh no, they're a bit longer than that. Yeah, I'd say about 3 centimeters. Yeah, about 3 centimeters, mate. At a push. But that's there's a lot of action between 0 and 10 on it. If you know what I mean.
So people pretty much didn't use those presets
No,
because you never get it right.
Well, you could get it to do a certain particular sound and go, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
No, you got it as close until you could no longer be fucked to do it.
I know there was. I mean, the technique was used a couple of times. I mean, I've done it myself, where you write a sound on the front panel, and then you get a multimeter, and you read the voltages on the back of each slider, and then adjust the little sliders until you get the same voltage. But I don't recommend it. Yeah, do you know what? Sorry, Matt, I didn't get a link. I was looking at it.
Done.
Oh, you did it. Oh, thank you. So
he's back from his blowy.
There you go.
I'll tell you what.
Cleaned his pipes out.
If that was a blowy, I've got to be fucking hanging one because she's about a mile away.
Well, I noticed you were walking funny.
Why do you think I need a walking stick, mate?
That wasn't a stick, was it?
A splint.
If I could walk that way, I wouldn't need the stick, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dear me. Indeed.
You were indeed.
So you're gonna get that Omnisphere stuff, Kent?
I don't know. Depends. It depends.
If it was the summertime, he probably would, but he needs the warmth in the room, so he'll just turn the CS8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got an electric bill if he wants to do that.
Yeah. So what with that and the Mustang, I'm really living dangerous to tell you.
You need hands to fuck up that 2500, don't you? That's what you need.
Oh, don't worry, it'll do it on its own. You won't have to contribute much to that to make that fall over.
Oh dear.
It's funny, I was just talking with a chappie in oh God, where did he say he was? Well, one of the mid-states anyway, and he was trying to work out how much it would cost to send his 55 over to me, to get it fully restored and redone, case everything, the whole works, and get it back to him. So I gave him a quote on what it would cost to do it, and he went and found out what the shipping would be, and the shipping came to more than the fucking job.
Jesus.
No.
They said one of the reasons is a lot of the containers are being used for the war in Ukraine.
Why?
I don't know.
Fuck.
What that's all about. So you never really know what's going on behind the scenes, do you?
Well, that's it. That's the thing.
But I'm sure that's the reason it's costing so much to ship back and forth from the States at the moment is simply because they can.
What was the estimated ship time for that?
I think he said it was about 7 weeks.
Wow.
So not quick by any stretch of the imagination. So
At that point, going directly to somebody to air freight it must be easier.
yeah, but the prices apparently go up even more. So I think Rocket Cargo. He said, he goes, I don't even know if I'm going to bother trying to get a quote from them. So it'll just be, sorry.
Just book a private jet, probably cheaper at that point.
Yeah. Get an old DC-3, just fly over.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because guys like Charles Chicky Reeves that moved back to the U.S. What a nightmare to move all of his shit back here.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But I mean, I wasn't really expecting much work to come in from the States now, anyway. Sure as hell isn't coming in from Europe. So.
Well, at least Hans has a big London or enough stuff in the London studio that he can always send down.
Yeah, but I mean, he's always shipping. He's got a special relationship with Rocket Cargo anyway, so. He but he doesn't actually need anything done at the moment. So.
Well, clearly you're doing too good of a job.
Well, that's the problem. When you restore something, it tends to stay working for another 40 years.
Or he just needs to buy something outrageous again that needs complete fixing.
Yeah, to be honest with you, software and digital is doing it all now. Doing a very good job. There's no reason to buy any of that old stuff now. Not for work, anyway.
Well,
Yeah, what about that? Was it a Monopoly that went fucking walkabout the other day, Rob?
well,
No,
Poly 6.
Poly
Poly
6.
six.
Starts
Yeah.
with Poly 6.
Oh, yeah.
That was fucking awful, wasn't it?
Fucking
He needs to
They're
get the
saying
serial
that.
number up.
It's Hermes, what do you expect? They've always been shit. And even under a new name, they're still shit.
Well, that's all. It was just a name change to distract from the fact that they used to be called Hermes, and Hermes had a fucking terrible reputation. It's like when FreeServe became Wanadu, and then Wanadu became Orange because the name just got tarnished. But
and then Orange became giffgaff. Was that it?
No,
Orange.
Orange got bought up, didn't they?
You got swallowed, didn't they?
EE.
Yeah, it's EE. That's it.
No, EE was T-Mobile.
That was Orange. It might have been Orange and T-Mobile.
It was Orange and T-Mobile.
Yeah.
So was it the store's fault for not logging it? I forgot the story.
No, so what Every do is something that you can be, say, like a convenience store, like a 7-Eleven or whatever you have, and you can be what they call it, drop off or collection point, and essentially you have a little terminal at your store that people can come into your store and give you something to have then shipped by this company, and vice versa. You can have it delivered in some cases to the store and pick it up from there as well. But so Every have this system, and so you're the shopkeeper, and matey boy walks in with a flight case, and I want to send this, so they weigh it, whatever. That'll be so much. Goes to the terminal, books it into the terminal, and then a driver will always make it like a scheduled stop or something, and collect all of the stuff, and then takes it into the delivery system, and then then it's just like any other. So rather than the driver coming to your front door, you can go to like a centralized hub within your community. But the problem is that Every will they do not begin to take responsibility until it has been picked up by the driver and scanned into their system. So if the driver walks in and takes the item, doesn't scan it into the system, it's gone. It's yeah.
And I have to say, we obviously we do a lot of shipments, and for a long time when they were Hermes, we used to use Every all the time because they're one of the cheapest.
Exactly, and that's where they get you.
Yeah, and there was a time when you used to be able to ring them up if you had a problem and talk to them. You can't do that now. It's impossible. They've got this bot thing, and you just, I've had parcels go missing, and you just have to bite the bullet, and take the loss.
Yeah.
We use an intermediary called Interparcel now, because Interparcel, you can actually ring them up and talk to them, and they will then talk to Every or Yodel or DPD.
Parcel Link are another one, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, I've never used those. I've used Parcel to Go. They're all right, but Interparcel, unless you're doing if you're sending stuff abroad, then they're a bit pricey. But and we use Yodel through them, and I'm sure that all these companies have got problems, but touch wood, and we're shipping 20-30 parcels a week. We've had no problem so far. Actually, the most interesting one was we sent some stuff with Parcel Force, and the parcel arrived and it had been opened and the goods taken out and then resealed. We actually were able to claim and get our money back, but
the only service I've ever used that I've never had a problem with at all from beginning to end in either direction is DPD.
Well, it's interesting. When we're sending out synths or guitars for that matter, some of that's worth more than £500, we usually use DPD because they have really good tracking. They let the customer know via text, an hour and all that sort of stuff. We sent a Vox pedal, £100 worth, down to this guy. He needed it really urgently, so we sent it 24-hour, and it took him 2.5 weeks. They lost it. And it's the first time that's ever happened with DPD. Again, done through Interparcel. They were the intermediary. But they eventually found it, But it took him 2.5 weeks. Luckily, the guy was really cool because he could have got quite arsey. He needed it for a gig, you know.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was very, very sweet about it, you know. And he realised it wasn't our fault. We were trying to talk to him and trying to sort it out, you know. But we got there eventually. 2.5 weeks later.
I was funny. I was talking to a colleague this morning because we're getting ready for the whole Arturia thing, and I said, I said I'm still waiting for them to tell me whether they're going to send me one or not. He says, "Oh, I've got one coming." I said, "You bastard!" And he sent me a message this evening. He says, "Have you intercepted my UPS parcel? Because they reckon they can't deliver it to me." I said, "Oh, I wish." But UPS are terrible because they're
called Oops.
Yeah, their drivers are certainly over here. They're salaried, which means that they start at 8:30 and they finish at 5:30, and that's that. If they get out on their run and they look at their watch and they think it's going to take me an hour to get back, so I can clock off at 5:30, they'll turn around and they go back home, whether they've delivered your parcel or not.
Yeah.
And if they haven't delivered your parcel, they will mark it down as a missed delivery. And then you go, hang on a minute, you never even fucking knocked on my door. That's happened to me more than 3 times.
Oh, yeah, that's happened to me. Yeah.
And I know, I'm very good friends with a couple of UPS drivers. So I sort of messaged them and said, what gives? This has happened like, well, yeah, if we're, most of us, if we're out and we think it's going to take me about an hour to get back to clock off at 5:30, I'm just turning around.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the UPS driver locally, he's a good guy. Actually, he's got my mobile. So if he's meant to deliver it today, he will text me and say, "Look, Ian, I'm sorry." He'll say I've delivered it, but I'll bring it tomorrow. And we've had that sort of thing, And
I think that's one of the benefits of living, certainly around here rurally. You get to know the driver, and if you get to know the driver, not only will they go a little more out of their way than normal to help you, but they also, it's almost kind of like, oh yeah, I better not let Rob down because I know Rob.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like my postie. When I got sent, do you remember when Fairlight, or the Fairlight as it was about 10 years ago, got a whole bunch of people that had used the Fairlight to sign the keys of a Fairlight keyboard, and then they auctioned it for charity, whatever. Well, they took pictures of this and they had it mounted in the Fairlight office in Australia, and when that shut down, Peter Wheel got hold of that, and then he sends me a message and says, "Do you want it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll have that." So he sends it over from Australia. This is, it's kind of like printed and mounted on like a foam backing or something. And he sends it over. Of course, it won't go through the letterbox, and I wasn't there when it arrived. So my postie took it to the local, my post office just up the road here, and just put it behind the counter, and then stuck a note through my door to save me having to get, because the local sorting office is quite a few miles away. So they'll do things like that because they know it's you, and that you'll appreciate it. And I think it all pays to get to know you.
Kevin in the chat room was just asking how I sort out adequate insurance. The way I do it is I always insure, and I base my insurance on the price that I'm paying for it. So if I'm buying stuff at trade plus VAT, and we have that registered, that's how much insurance I will get. And we get paid out. We've had this year we've probably had about 4 payouts. Usually they're usually quite small amounts, maybe 20-30 quid, something like that, but we would always insure. And sometimes we have to bite the bullet, and the charge that the customer is paying, it sometimes won't cover the actual cost of the actual shipping, and we have to absorb that. It never seems fair to go back to the customer and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, but the shipping costs have gone up now, and it's going to be another £5." Yeah, we don't do that. I mean, we have more problems with that because it's a guesstimate when you're shipping abroad.
Yeah. Now
we've shipped 2 things abroad. We've sent 2 things to America this month. America's woken up again because obviously the dollar and the pound thing.
Yeah.
It's actually better. It's cheaper for them to buy it from me than it is to actually buy it probably locally at the moment and include the shipping.
Yeah.
You know, granted, they're not big things. It was ukuleles and stuff like that. You know, it was a ukulele and a tongue drum. That was the other thing that went. £100 tongue drum to America. You know, if it gets there.
Yeah.
Is that a wood tongue drum or those tank drums?
Oh, it's a tank drum.
Oh, those are cool.
We do quite a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. So, but I would always advise insuring.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't use. I have an account with every direct, and I very, very rarely use it now. But use an intermediate where you can ring them up and have a chat and say, look, this has happened. So Interparcel are great in that respect.
Yeah.
You know.
I think I think everyone's got a horror story about every courier.
Yeah.
But find one that you can trust and you're kind of golden, really, and never. I don't like these. My daughter sells a lot of stuff online and buys a lot of stuff online, clothing. You know, it's just through Vinted and all that kind of stuff. And she's had a few experiences where things have gone missing, haven't shown up, and there's no recourse, and you have to sort of go. Sometimes the seller has refunded them or whatever, but anything where you leave something of value at a place that's then going to get picked up, but no, I'm sorry, just get them to come to your door, take the pictures, sign the documents. It's now their responsibility, and of course, make sure you've got the right level of cover.
Well, we had an Amazon delivery, and we're in a townhouse, and we have got a little store at the side, literally at the side of the front door, and actually we've got a note on it saying, "Please leave parcels in here if we're not in." Amazon tried to deliver. It wasn't something Jane wanted. Didn't put it in the store. They just left it on. I mean, literally, they left it on the doorstep. You know, and anybody could have just walked off with it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, luckily around here, crime's low, but you know, you just. I was in. They didn't knock on the door. You know, I just got a ping on the email saying, "Oh, they've delivered your parcel." I'm thinking, "Oh, have they? Where is it?"
Yeah.
You know,
I had some problems with Amazon a few years ago, where with high ticket items as well, and I went ballistic every time, and I got, I think I didn't pay for Amazon Prime for about 2 years because every time I complained, they said, "Oh, we'll give you a few extra months of Amazon Prime." So I didn't actually pay for it for about a couple of years. But I've got to admit, in the last, since they've started getting more local depots and more drivers, it just seems that the quality of the service is always
it has gone up. Yeah,
really is good.
Yeah,
and my only quibble is that I've got a bloody I haven't got a doorbell. I've got a brass door knocker thing.
Yeah,
and my only quibble is that for some reason they've got an aversion to brass door knockers, and this was before pandemic. And they'll just they'll just knuckle on the glass, but it's just sort of like. Yeah. And I'm up here most of the time, and I'm on my own, so I'm kind of attuned. I could hear this kind of dull thud, so I'll run downstairs before they fuck off.
I got the organic doorbell.
Yeah, quite. Yeah.
Yeah,
the
really
dogs.
great.
All the dogs. I mean, it's interesting about Amazon because I've never bothered to sign up for Amazon Private until a couple of weeks ago, and they offer, for some reason, they think I'm a student. Take that one.
Well, you have it about you.
Exactly. Yeah, the perpetual student. So they've offered me 6 months free Prime.
Yeah.
I thought, well, they know my account. I've got one account. It's the same account as my seller's account, so they know my business. But I went, fine. I'll have 6 months. Thank you very much. So I've got it from, and for it to come next day is quite spectacular. I can order it at 8 o'clock on the evening, and it's here next day. It's amazing.
Not long ago, I ordered something that was about 11:30 at night, and it was here like 10 o'clock the next morning.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I bought a book recently, and I had to go to fucking Sheffield to get it.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to have. Kim said that he would be sending me a copy of the Roland one, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, that's the one I want.
The real bummer in all the shipping stuff is even if you have insurance and everything gets covered, it's not just your time, but you just bought something that was in good shape. You got a good price on it, and it might be rare as hell. Yeah, that happened to me a few times when things got fucked, and I was like so pissed because, okay, I get my money back, but that's not the point. I wanted that unit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like Amazon delivered one of these. They've been doing these Bowie box sets. Well, they were doing one a year for a while, and then they've started to space them out a bit more. And I think it was the third one in the series. And Amazon, I always order it on Amazon, pre-order it, because you then get locked in, and if the price goes down, you get the lowest price. And so I always try and buy it from there rather than, and I know it's, I've confessed to my local record store that I do this, and he said, look, mate, I couldn't offer you a deal compared to their prices. I couldn't even get close. So anyway, I've got this, and I was at a Newman gig, and I wasn't expecting it that day, and I got a thing saying, oh, your parcel's been delivered. So I thought, well, I'm not there, so hopefully they've left it with next door. So we go to the gig, and we stopped over in the hotel, and we got up the next morning, and it was pissing down with rain. And I honestly didn't think about it until I got home, and as I pulled in to my drive, I could see this orange card stuck in the door frame, in between the door and the door frame. I thought, what the bloody hell was that? So I go up to it and pull it out, and it says, Amazon, sorry we missed you. Item under bin. So my bins are behind a locked gate, so he would have had to climb a 6-foot fence to get to the bins to put it under the bins. So I'm thinking he's not put it under, he chucked it over. And so I get in the house, I go around the back, and there is this box, sodden, and it's landed on the corner. Now normally when these box sets come out, when they come out of the pressing plant, they come in a larger, like double-skinned cardboard box with foam edges on the corner. But whoever had unpacked the stuff at the Amazon warehouse that day had just thought, oh, that's packaging, I'll take it out.
Yeah.
So they stuck it into a regular Amazon cardboard box, which is like wafer thin.
Mm-hmm.
It'd gone over, smacked on the corner, been pissing down with rain, all got wet, and the dent on the corner of the box was just... Plus the fact that they'd left this card sticking in my door frame when they could have put it through the letterbox that was clearly there. Somebody could have just... forget the fact that it had been damaged and thrown over the fence in the rain. Somebody could have just taken that card and said, oh, there's a package over here, I'll go and help myself to that. It's a sign that nobody's in when they leave it, on the door. So they don't make many of these, because they're £200-300 a box. So it took me about 6 weeks until I got them. I was lucky. I genuinely consider myself lucky to have got another one, because they tend to sell out really, really fucking quick. But that was one where I got about 6 months free Amazon Prime, because I was getting parts from pillar to post. But annoying.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because I normally would buy things like the books from Amazon, because I was looking for the Karl Bartos book and the Martin Ware book.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I had a birthday token to use up, and I wait because my eldest is in publishing. He went, I said they're 20 quid each, the books. He says, oh wait, they will come down. They'll come down, and they both dropped to 15 quid. So I bought them from Blackwell's, online.
It's funny. I rarely buy books from Amazon. That was the one thing I tend not to buy from them. Mainly because I like the Trevor Horn one.
I want that because I heard him being talked. I heard him on Radio 4, Synthfest Day. Yeah.
Yeah, I've skimmed through it a little bit, and it does seem to be quite candid. But he sets out by saying straight off that it's only goes up to 2004,
right?
And that's when Jill had the accident.
Right.
Well, she didn't have any choice being shot in the neck by her son, accidentally, of course. But he stops there, and he said, "There's reason, because I don't want to go through that."
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But it does. Yeah, it looks really good. But
have you read
Rough Trade?
All right. Have you read the Thomas Dolby book?
I've got it. Yes, I haven't read it all the way through.
It's really good, and the Joe Jackson book's really good, because the Joe Jackson book doesn't cover his pop career at all.
Oh, right.
It just leads up to. So he did all these gigs playing in jazz bars and all that sort. So it's all about it really, but it's really, really well written. Yeah, it's a really good read.
I like
Yeah.
check that. No,
But it's almost Dolby book. It's like two halves because there's all the music career and then there's all the technology stuff that he did. It's amazing.
Career, yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant, really.
Yeah, I picked it up recently. It was like there's an updated edition or something.
Oh, is there?
It tacked a bit on the end, I think. But I got that, and I got the Martin Ware one, and I got that was a pain in the ass because I ordered the Martin Ware one from Rough Trade because they were doing signed copies, and then just before it came out, Sound on Sound said, "Would you interview Martin Ware about his book? He'll send you a copy." I thought, oh, I just bought one, bastard. What's the other? I've got a couple of others as well. Oh yeah, the Chris France book, the Talking Heads.
Oh right, yeah.
Remain in Love, which is about him and Tina and Tom Tom Club and Talking Heads.
No, that'd be good actually.
Yeah, I think it's called Remain in Love, Talking Heads, Tina, Tom Tom Club. So
I've not read it yet, but I've got the How to Make Music, which is the book
David
by
Byrne book.
David Byrne's
brilliant.
book. Is it? I've heard.
It's amazing.
Oh right.
Oh, I love that man.
I got it before the summer. I've got a pile of books by my bed that I'm just.
Yeah.
I do this thing. I probably said it before. I read a novel, and then I read non-fiction.
Right.
And I'm reading non-fiction at the moment. So next will be a novel, and then I'll get to one of them. Might be the Martin Ware book first, but
I keep asking. When people say, "What do you want for Christmas or birthday?" I'll just there's this book or that book. So I've got a stack of books that I haven't even touched. Like I've got the Paul McCartney bio that came out.
Oh yeah.
I've got the Bruce Dickinson one. I've got Trevor Horn. I've got the Martin Ware that I haven't for Thomas Dolby. There was another one. The Chris France one. Oh, and there's one about the New Romantics that I got. It was a really big book. That was quite cool.
Don't bother with the Paul Morley book on what's his face from Factory Records.
Tony Wilson.
Tony Wilson. I read about 100 pages. It is so. He goes off on a really ridiculous. It's just.
But that's Paul Morley.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is a big, thick book, but by God, is it hard work? And I may come back to it at some point. But
I will persevere with Paul Morley because I kind of, it's a perverse love of what he does because he can be an absolutely obnoxious prick.
Yeah.
But in a way, when you know that he's an obnoxious prick and he's writing that stuff, it kind of, I do actually find myself having to double read because I'll read it and I'll say, I didn't quite get what you were saying.
I wouldn't put myself through it.
But apparently his Bowie book is really good.
Is it?
Yeah, it came out shortly after Bowie died, and that was just pure coincidence. But his Grace Jones one is supposed to be really good.
Next time we meet up, I will lend you it. I want it back at some point, but I'll lend you it. So by all means, and keep it for as long as you like, and then But
if you're talking about Manchester stuff, and I've got a lot of books on that, like the hooky stuff.
I've got the hooky books,
but anything by Mick Middles. It's just he's one of my kind of like writing heroes because he writes in such a way as like he was there.
Yeah.
He was there from the start of it all, and knows everyone. And so he's coming from he's not just had to sit down and research it. It's all up here, So he's just. I mean, he does obviously do a lot of research, but it's such an easy read, and his book on Factory is one of the best.
Right.
That tells the whole story of Factory Records from beginning to end.
I know, I'd like that. Yeah.
And he did one with Lindsay, his Tony Wilson's wife.
Right.
Which was very good about Ian Curtis and all that stuff.
I mean, I've read the book by Deborah Curtis.
Yes, that's good.
Well, yeah. And actually, I really enjoyed. I don't know if you've ever read it. It's Tony Wilson's book, which is it could be true, but might not be.
Yeah,
his own fiction, which is actually very entertaining.
Tony Wilson's
but you just can't really take it as though it's true.
Actually,
You know.
one of the things, one of the nicest things that I had experienced recently was, you know the poet Mike Gary.
Yeah.
He did that thing, didn't he? Saint Anthony. It was on the anniversary of Tony's death or something. He'd done this poem called Saint Anthony, won't you come to me? And it's this brilliant, poem about Anthony Wilson and everything that he touched, and Manchester, basically, the whole love of that Manchester thing. And I actually went to see John Cooper Clarke, and Mike Gary was the support, and he did that. And it's such a powerful, amazing poem. And then he chatted up my wife.
As he would.
As he fucking would. She went to buy a couple of books, because he did his bit, and he went out to the back, and then there was a bit of a break before Cooper Clarke come on. And Jackie said, "Oh, I'm going to go and buy a couple of his books." So she goes in, and she comes back about 10 minutes later, and she's all sort of flustered. And I said, "What's up with you?" She goes, "I think he's just come on to me." I said, "You what?" He said, "I look amazing." I said, "Well, you do, love, but you're my wife."
Yeah.
But he was bigger than me, so. And he's a mank. I'm not going to take on a mank. I'm not stupid.
Speaking of Thomas Dolby, I had the tech stuff. He had a company just down the road here called Headspace in the 90s.
That's it.
It did VR stuff. It was really clever. I got to play with it at SIGGRAPH one time.
It's very, very, very clever, man. And it's just a shame that he doesn't do so much music anymore, but he's clearly multi-talented. And
Oh yeah.
he's still.
And I loved all those
those
albums. Those, I mean.
I posted a clip up the other day, didn't I, of when he was on the Tube, and he did. What did he do? Did She Blinded Me with Science? But then he did a couple of others.
Was it Europa? Because Europa was one of my favourite songs.
That was a good
and
one.
it's Golden Age of Violets, wasn't it? That's the album.
Yeah.
Wind Power's my favourite. With
Wind Power's great
raw
as well.
PPV everywhere.
Yeah.
One of Our Submarines.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good album.
Yeah. But even the last one he did was Oceania or something. It was called. Or no, Map of the Floating City, I think it was. That was quite good. He doesn't really do bad stuff. He just doesn't do much of it.
Yeah.
But before he went to America for this recent stint where he's been, because he's a lecturer at Johns Hopkins, I think. He had his studio. I don't know if he must still own it, but he has a studio. It's not far from it, in just outside Aldborough, and it is in an old ship, an old lighthouse ship.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's a studio ship. It's funny, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of parked on the back of his garden, which kind of looks out to the sea. And he's converted it into his studio as this old ship. It's fantastic.
I think the first time I saw Fairlight was him on David Letterman playing some stuff.
But I mean, there's a guy. I mean, Jesus, what hasn't that guy done, or who hasn't he played with?
I know.
Bowie.
I mean, Lena Lovitch.
Yeah,
he's Lena Lovich's keyboard player.
And he played on Duck Rock.
That's right. Yeah,
He was a keyboard player on Duck Rock.
Foreigner 4.
He was on some of the Foreigner stuff, because the intro to is it Waiting for a Girl, I think.
Waiting for a Girl Like You, yeah.
That whole sort of ambient intro, that's all.
Oh, that makes sense, because that's totally not their style.
Yeah, that's all Dolby. And it's funny because I went to see him at Union Chapel about, it was years ago. Anyway, he did this thing. It was like an anniversary, I think, of one of his albums, and he did this complete, just one-off gig. And you bought a ticket, and he said, "What we're going to do in the first half of the show, we're going to rehearse, and then the second half of the show, we're going to play." So he gets the band on stage, and literally, he's not seen some of the members of that band for decades, but they'd all accepted the invitation, and he said, "We're just going to run through the show, run through some of the songs, and then I'll tell some stories about it." And then you get some guests will come on, and Trevor Horn comes on. Yeah, and he says that they have this little story. Apparently, when Trevor Horn heard, was it Screen Kiss or no Airwaves?
Yeah,
it was Airwaves. Trevor Horn said, when I heard that song, I was just desperate for you to come and hire me as a producer, because I'd have made you a superstar. And Thomas is like, oh right, you did tell me that at the time. But then, you know, Trev's got his bass and he's playing away, and and then Bruce Woolley comes on,
wow,
with his theremin, they had the whole band from back in the day. So it even had Adele Bertai on backing vocals, you know, the girl with a really high voice.
Yeah.
You know, in Hyperactive, she's that girl.
Yeah.
That's it's not samples.
Not
That's
sampled.
her.
Wow,
And she still did it in the same key.
that's really cool.
Oh, that was such a cool gig. I actually posed, because he said to us at the time, he said to the audience, if you want to film it on your mobile phones, you can, but you've got to send me the footage, because we're filming this and we're recording. The hope is we're going to do a DVD, and we'll cut in. You know, if you send it, we'll cut in some bits of that. So, respectfully, film it. Don't get in the way of people, but, you know, film what you like. So we're all sort of like this, filming bits. And we all sent them in. And then about 2 months later, he said, unfortunately, the sound desk failed and we didn't get the audio. So if you want to post your clips, just post your clips. So there's a whole bunch of clips from that gig. I think I posted one. I think I posted Hyperactive.
That's really cool.
But unfortunately, and the same thing happened at a Peter Gabriel gig. I went to see him at the O2 on the Back to Front tour, and this bloke comes out before the show and he says, "My name's Hamish something or other. I'm the director of. We're making a concert movie, and I'm the director, and we're going to do a couple of things during the show. We need you to do this and that and the other."
Yeah.
You know, we all had to like shout something at a particular time in the show. It was very odd. And he said as well, you know, you have our permission to film, but you've got to send your footage in, because then we're going to cut it in with the movie. And when I got the movie, there was hardly any cut footage in there at all. But
I remember going to see Prince when he did all those nights at the O2.
Oh God, yeah.
And there was about 3 rows in front of me, and we had good seats.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the warning went out to not film.
Yes.
And this guy did, and they didn't just take his camera; they moved him out of the gate.
Yeah.
They frog marched him out, and it was really disruptive for everybody else, because you know, it's right in the middle of Prince's concert, the first half. You know, it was just like it seemed a bit heavy-handed, really.
Well, I went to a couple of those, and one of them, because there was an after party at Indigo 2 next door, most nights, and we went, and one night we went, and there were people sort of there with their cameras before the band came out, and then the band comes out, and they're telling people, look, you know, please don't film. He doesn't want you to film. It's a simple request. People are still doing it, and one night he just refused to come out. And so, like, there was all these people there that, you know, to get to see a Prince after show is a pretty special thing, and they didn't, because there was all these inconsiderate wankers.
Yeah,
like this.
Yeah.
Prince is kind of a weirdo. He's been known for, like, he plays in the dark sometimes in concerts. Goes off where the lights aren't, so you can't really see him play.
Yeah.
Or plays his back to the crowd. He's been known to be, you know, a weirdo in that respect.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I wouldn't say it's weird. It's just at the end of the day, he's there to play music, and you're there to go and watch it and listen to it.
No, not about the people taping him, but just the fact that he isn't. Sometimes he won't even face the audience. You know.
Well,
he's a very odd person.
I don't begrudge him that at all.
No.
Well, you're a public person playing a concert. Just do the damn concert, right? It's just.
Yeah, but he's an artist.
That's what I mean. That's why he's weird. It's okay because he's an artist.
I went to see Blancmange last week, or when was it? Thursday, and we're in this tiny little, you know, it's like a converted church art centre type thing, and there's still people with their bloody mobile phones, and there's not a lot of space in there, and you say, oh, "Fuck off."
We had. I did the China Crisis gig 2 weeks ago, was it?
Good enough.
And I was doing front of house, and there was a woman. There was a woman at the back with a camera, with a phone, but not just the phone. She had the bloody light on, lighting up the people in the next row. And I mean, it didn't bother the band, but I'm thinking, you know, come on.
Did you see much of the gig?
I saw all of it. I mean, I have to say, their music was never my thing, and no, but I thought is it Gary? Gary is hilarious.
Easy.
Absolutely, yeah.
If he wasn't a musician, he'd be a brilliant.
I mean, I thought they were fantastic. I mean, the stories and the whole evening was great in that respect, and I would go see him again. But no, the music didn't do it for me.
I love them.
Yeah, I was
great.
I mean, it was well done. Don't get me wrong. And really the other guys, the keyboard player and the woodwind player, were really nice guys because they all said hello.
Well, they were at Synthfest, weren't they, Gary and Eddie?
Were they? I never saw them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I was talking to someone. I said, "Hang on a minute, that's Gary and Eddie China Crisis."
Yeah.
So they were there.
But no, that was what an entertaining evening. They were really, really good.
Absolutely brilliant gig.
Yeah,
brilliant gig.
Speaking of rude phone people, there's a chain here called Alamo Draft House, a movie theater chain, and they basically, if you have your phone out for any reason, even if you had an emergency text, you're gone. They warn you once, and they don't put up with any shit. They don't want your lights getting in someone's face, and you're out of there.
Yeah.
I went to see Propaganda, or ex-Propaganda, as they are now known, the two girls, and there was Stephen Lipson on guitar and a couple of others, and that was at the what's the one in the Garage in Islington.
Oh yeah,
which is not a big venue.
No.
And I'm down the front, and there's this guy leaning on the barriers like this, and he's got a pair of glasses on, and I sort of look over, and I could see his glasses had something.
Google glasses.
No, they weren't as subtle as that. It was just a set of glasses with two microphones on either side and a camera bolted in the middle. Bold as fucking brass at the front of this concert, and he's just there like this, and you could see he was moving his head very slowly, so he wasn't jerking. How fucking blatant! I mean, to be fair, he wasn't obstructing anybody's view like somebody with a camera, but. Even so, mental.
Yeah.
I just don't get people using their phones. I will take a couple of photos, like the press do. You're allowed to take like photos of the first two or three songs, and then fuck off. So I'll just take a couple of photos to say, oh look, I was there, and that's it. Phone goes in my pocket. I'm there. I've paid my money to go and watch this gig.
I'm the same. I've never bothered recording a whole song. And there was somebody else. I mean, I can't remember what their big hit was. Was it Wishing? Was that their big? Was that China Crisis' big hit? Wishing?
No, Wishful Thinking.
Wishful Thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody did record the whole of that. Not the woman with the bloody, but another guy.
Yeah.
And it's quite rude for the people behind because it was a whole sit down gig.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. There have been times when I've because I'm only 5'6", and I've been in a place where I'm sort of like this, and in the end you see somebody going like this with their big ass mobile phone, and you go, okay, well, I'll just watch that then.
yeah.
It's almost like they're providing a service, but I hate it. It really winds me up. Be there, you be in the moment.
Yeah.
You don't have to record it on a phone. It's up here. I mean, I remember seeing Adam Ant in 1982, and I was just like riveted because he was my hero. And I can still see that gig in my mind.
82. I'm just trying. When I saw him, he played a place called the Pop Club in York, and there was fighting at the end of the gig. And it was the original Adam Ant band.
Okay.
So that must have been late 70s,
78, 79.
Yeah, he was brilliant. He was really brilliant.
Yeah.
And luckily, I knew that I was skint in those days, and luckily the doorman was also the promoter. I used to work for him, and he always used to let me in for free, which was great actually. Bless him, he's dead now, but it was a really, really good gig. Apart from the fighting, which
Gentlemen, I'm off.
Okay, Matt.
What the smell was.
I will catch up with you. Thanks, Rob. Right, listen, I'll catch up with you all soon.
Take it easy, mate.
Take it easy, man.
I think Kent's gone to sleep.
Yeah, he's been asleep for like 10 minutes at least.
Oh, bless his heart. Good man. Right, listen, take care all.
All right, mate.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah.
The one good thing about these concerts that are posted all over YouTube is a couple that I've gone to that I really wanted to relive some of the moments, that like hear the song again and stuff because the version's different, or concerts I could never go to. It's kind of nice to have a reference point to see that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I just bought Peter Gabriel's Secret World Tour, wasn't it? That was the DVD. I've just bought that. I mean, I know you can see it on YouTube, but that's not the point. I mean, Jane's never really properly. We've caught. She's watched bits of it, and I thought, well, it was only somewhere like a tenner for the actual DVD, and there's a couple of extra tracks on it, I think.
Yeah.
So we haven't watched it yet, but he turned up the other day. I just thought, you know.
I mean, if you never see it, it's still worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the all the stuff with him on the telephone and all that sort of stuff.
Fucking hell.
Hey!
Morning, Kent.
Welcome back, mate.
Fucking hell.
We've just been talking about you for the last.
He really
10
was
minutes.
asleep. That's funny.
Do you know what? I really thought I was going to go. I'm going to make it right through to midnight without falling asleep.
Oh, bless.
Oh, mate.
Almost.
It's a power nap. It's good.
We were.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been about 15 minutes.
You're still recovering, man.
Yeah, it is. It's sort of like,
Yeah.
it's like that was gone.
So I was lucky with that Peter Gabriel one that I saw at the O2. That's the one they filmed.
Right.
So when I bought
yeah.
it, that's the gig I was at.
Yeah.
So is it?
What year was that? What year did you do that?
That was 2014, I think.
Yeah, I wish he would do more stuff. I haven't seen him in concert forever.
Yeah.
Well,
I had that in. I was.
I mean, at Vomat, occasionally he randomly appears with other acts on stage.
Really? I didn't know that.
But according to Manicaci,
Well, there's a new album.
The new album is supposed to be almost done. So I know somebody who works there, sort of like freelance, and he said that the sessions have they've all been done. So now it's just really a case of Peter approving and doing the final bits on it.
Yeah.
So, but
It's only like 2 to 5 years.
Oh, I know.
Crazy, isn't it? Him and Green Gartside, Jesus.
I'm seeing Scritchy Police next week.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah,
is that
looking
the one
forward
with the
to it.
Megons? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, like I say, I don't know whether it's going to be early Scritchy, which should be interesting. I mean, I like
they
those.
do, they
that
do
first
a
couple of
blend.
albums. Yeah.
They do. So he obviously they'll do Sweetest Girl.
Yeah.
But he'll also do if depending on the mood, he'll do Skank Block Bologna.
All right.
Which is brilliant because Rodri gets on the bass on that one, and Green's guitar. He has to swap guitars at that point because the guitar is tuned badly, because that's how it was when he recorded the original. So to replicate it, he's got this kind of oddly tuned guitar. They do Skank Block. They've done a couple of really early stuff when they were on some Pancras records, and then obviously he does Sweetest Girl. I wish he'd do Faithless, but to do that you've got to have a good set of backing, soul backing singers, and
Well, that's what backing tracks are for.
Yeah.
Well, so Rodri's recreated like almost every track piece by piece, and then they have Rob Smorton from Hot Chip. He plays the drums for them live, and then you've got Dickie on guitar, and then Rodri plays keyboards, and he'll be firing off various samples over here, but then he'll have another keyboard, and there's like 2 laptops running, so a lot of it is already kind of heavily sequenced.
Yeah.
But with something like Faithless, you've got to have some live backing singers on that because it's such a brilliant track. But then after that he does a whole bunch of stuff from all the albums really. Even Anime and Bonamy, which he didn't do for a little while. There's a track on there called Brush of the Oil Dusted with Powder.
Yeah.
Which is just epic, and he does a brilliant version of that live. And then if you're lucky, you might get a couple of new tracks, which he generally doesn't have a title for. He says this one, I've seen him play God knows how many times, and he'll play this song, and he says at the moment it's called this, and then you see him the next year and he says, and I'll play the, but it's called this now, and I've changed the words a bit, and God, just put the fucking album out.
Yeah.
And every gig you see, and he'll probably say it, that one is like,
Yeah, the album's almost ready. It's been almost ready for the last 5 years.
Yeah. I can't remember what the last album was. Was it Black
White Red Black Bear?
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
Yeah, which was a Mercury nomination, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. Actually, good album. I mean,
Great album.
All of them are great, actually.
All done in his bedroom, mostly on Reason.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
He used Reason for a while.
Yeah.
But I tried to get Rodri on the show because I said I'd love to know how you deconstruct, and then reconstruct some of the, these most complex productions. And he's told me some stories, and it's just like he's up like for hours and hours and hours just trying to figure out what it is that's going on that he can then sort of replicate that, because Green's got some of the multi tracks, I guess, and whatever. He sent me a message. Rodri sent me a message one night. He says, "Have a listen to this, and can you tell me? Can you hear a voice in the background saying these words?" And it was something to do with some sort of communist manifesto that because Green's,
oh yeah.
And he'd managed to sneak in these words, and it's on Cupid and Psyche, and
all right.
It's on one of the, I can't remember what it is now. He said, just have a listen to this thing. Tell me if you can hear anything that's like odd. So I listened. No, I can't. No. And I went back to him and he says, no, I can't hear anything either. But apparently Green says if you listen, there's this voice in the background that speaks this line from Marx or something, I don't know. And I played it back, and I don't know whether it was like the power of suggestion, but after a while
you start to hear it.
I could hear it, and it was just this weirdest thing. I said, "What are you going to do? You're going to put it back?" He said, "No, I'm not going to put it in." Yeah. But yeah, it's just weird that he snuck in this little piece of overt political.
I remember listening to that. There was two albums. One was Duran Duran, and the other one was that. And the sort of crisp production. I mean, I just thought at the time, I don't know how you've made these records. No. Because it was so different from Songs to Remember.
Yeah.
Which was, But
then Songs to Remember was different to what they'd done up until that point. Yeah. It was a step away to a more sort of commercial sound. But I remember just going up, whenever anybody would sort of say, what's your favourite album and why? And I would say, it's Cupid and Psyche 85, because it's like the benchmark for sequenced pop. And then only to discover, I think it was when Dave Spears interviewed Dave Gamson, and then I've subsequently spoken to Dave about it, that none of it used sequencing. It was all done at half speed to a click track, and they did it over and over until they got that, because at the time, 1984, MIDI just wasn't tight enough to do all the stuff they wanted to do, so they just had to do it all manually.
That's just incredible.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's phenomenal record, really.
Yeah.
I first had that on vinyl, and I lent it to a mate who ruined it. He gave me it back, and I put it on, and it probably his stylus was knackered.
Yeah.
It was completely unplayable.
Ugh.
So I bought it to buy it again, and I obviously subsequently bought it on CD.
Well, I bought it on cassette when it first came out, and you got the album, and then at the end of side 1, there were 2 extra tracks, and then the end of side 2, there were 2 extra tracks, and they were basically 12-inch versions of Absolute, Hypnotize, and The Word Girl. But also this track called Flesh and Blood that they'd done with Ranking Out.
Yeah, it says on here, what was the cassette version? Yeah, Flesh and Blood and Absolute, yeah.
And that sequence of tracks, that was how it was like burned into my brain.
Yeah, because that's the version I've got on CD then.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. What happened was that tape eventually just got stretched and it disappeared with all my other cassettes in some great mysterious disappearance that my wife won't confess to. And
eBay, she sold them on eBay.
Yeah. So I went and bought it on CD, and I thought that's fine. I've now got all of those tracks on CD, and it'll last a lot longer. So I put it on and listened to it, and it's all fine except for what was the first track on side 2 of the cassette, with Perfect Way. and it's a completely different mix, and it's
Oh,
a
right.
horrible mix.
Oh.
And this was in the days before the internet, so you couldn't just go on and find this thing. And so eventually you get to talk to other fans, and you say, "What's wrong with that? That's different." And the vinyl was the same as the cassette, but the CD they used the wrong mix. And I eventually got to ask David Gamson about it, and he said, "Yeah." He said, "When we heard that, there was nothing we could do, but we were furious. Green was livid, but there was nothing we could do about it." And they reissued Cupid and Psyche last year or the year before.
Last year, I think, wasn't it?
And when they put the version on the streaming, they put the wrong version on that. All hell broke loose, apparently. But it just goes to show sometimes, the fans are probably the best people to go and speak to make sure these things are gotten right. But yeah, it was like a rough mix or something, and it was I think they got John Potica to do a remix, and that's what ended up on the album, and that's what the single was. But yeah, when they did the CD, it was the wrong bloody mix.
Remember a couple of years ago they had that listening live stream. Do you think they'll do that again?
I don't know, but they did it. Yeah, they did it for Cupid and Psyche. Didn't
That was
they?
pretty fun. Yeah.
And I think, in fact, I think Gamson and Green both mentioned it in that stream that they'd used the wrong mix because it was playing, and they said, "What the fuck's this? They've used the wrong fucking mix."
I remember that. That's funny.
But I'd like them to do Provision, but they won't. I asked Gamson when I spoke to him, would you do one of those for Provision? But Provision was such a painful album for them to record that he, like when he was talking about it to me, you could tell that it was just like, yeah, I know it sounds great and a lot of people rate it, but that 9 months it took to make that album was just so painful that they don't really want to talk about it. So, which is a shame. But they're still working together.
It's a good album, though. It's a really good
great
album. Great songs.
Did they hint about what the problem was? It was like writer's block or just technical problems?
It was kind of a bit of both. It was like the expectation of having, to follow up Cupid and Psyche. Then there was the fact that they were just using more and more fancy technology. So like on Provision, they used a lot of synclavier to do. Oh yeah. Basically all the drums on Provision is synclavier, and they were still by now because when they did Cupid and Psyche, the Fairlight came in on loan and wasn't used that much. It was here and there. The DX7 had just come out, but by the time they got to Provision, the Fairlight was kind of not old hat, but the synclavier was where they were at. They got TX816, they got Obi Matrix 12s. They kind of gone up in the world because they'd now got enough of this technology, but it was taking over the process, and it was too. He said the other problem was that the lyrics and the recording of Green singing was so detached from everything else that it just felt odd. That there was just this kind of growing tension of, and of course Green's a perfectionist and he wants to take his time, and Gamson's slightly different, but they're still working together to this day. So that's good to know. They might still, because they did a couple of tracks.
When you've got Dave Gamson coming on, haven't you?
Yeah, we got it coming on December 2nd. So that'll be a really good show.
Looking forward to that. That'd be great.
Yeah, it's hard when you set a high bar. You make a really good piece or album.
Yeah.
Try to match it or do it better. It's like, well, I don't know. They might have done it.
Yeah.
Let's do something different afterwards.
But the thing is,
easiest way to escape it.
But the label's saying to you, give us another one of those.
The fans too, right? I mean,
and the fans too. Yeah. I mean, I remember hearing Provision, thinking, yeah, that's the Scritty sound, slightly different, but it's still.
That's why the Ramones did so well. Everything sounded the same.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah. The KKK took my baby away.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fantastic lyric. It's superb.
Great band.
Yeah.
But then when you
the latest stuff was a bit ropey.
Did you ever see them play though? It's really fun to see them because I saw them play once. They played most of the repertoire at like almost triple speed. It seemed like. It's really funny.
Yeah. Because didn't they come play with the Clash over here? They did
their story is they came over and taught the Clash some stuff. That was what they say, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I never saw the Clash either.
No.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw the Sex Pistols, but I think I probably told you that story.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
No, I think the Pistols, because the Pistols came to play Norwich. I wouldn't have gone because I was too young. My parents wouldn't have let me go. But a couple of mates had tickets, I think. But that was one of the ones that got cancelled. Because so many gigs on that tour got cancelled after the nationwide thing. Yeah. Because what was I? I was about 8 or 9, I think. Maybe. Yeah, I was probably about 8 at the time.
I was at college. So, yeah. So, yeah, I was 17, 18.
That's why I wish I'd born 10 years before.
Yeah.
Just to have sort of gone, been able to go and see bands like that, or Joy Division, or.
I mean, the problem for me is that I saw so many bands from the age of about probably the earliest. My dad was worked in a workmen's club, and they used to have bands on every Tuesday night, and some of those bands were signed, and I have no idea. And from the age of about 12, I saw all these bands, and I never documented it.
Yeah.
You know, I had to work out that I saw the Sex Pistols, that I was there that night.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, but I was, because I remember this punk band that I walked out of. You know, and the 15-minute Generation X gig in Newcastle.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Some kid pulled a knife out on Billy Idol, and
shit.
And he put his he was brave because he put his arm around him, and they said, "We don't want any of that." And he took the knife off the kid, and with that, the roadies just kicked the shit out of the kid, and that was the end of the gig.
Wow, he has a weekly satellite radio show. It's interesting. He tells all his stories on it.
Yeah. I mean, the first 15 minutes was great. I mean, but we sort of stood on the side out of the hill of spit. You know, it was just disgusting, and it was funny actually because it was at Manchester. It was at Newcastle University, and before the gig, and I can't remember who the support band were, but there was a real feeling of malevolence. You just knew it was going to kick off. You know, it was one of those really. And I turned up at Eric's in Liverpool to see Elvis Costello and the Attractions, and we'd missed them by a night. My mate got the date wrong.
No.
So we had a beer. We went to Liverpool for one beer and came all the way back. You know.
Oh dear. Closest I ever got to a fight at a gig was in Spiral Carpets. Yeah, who are actually going back out on tour next year, April, May time, without Martin on bass, which is odd, and obviously without Craig on drums, because sadly he's no longer with us. But Stephen Hingley's, not Tom Hingley, Stephen, the original singer, before Tom Hingley came in. He's singing, obviously, Clint's on keyboards.
Yeah.
What's his face on guitar? But yeah, almost got into a fight at a Spiral Carpets gig. Just Larry young people being a little bit too over exuberant, pissing me off.
I've done quite a few gigs where fights broke out. Yeah, and that's just like protect the gear. I did a gig. It was in East Yorkshire. It was years and years ago, and I was depping with this band. I was playing with them. I was only with them for a couple of months, and we played this gig, and literally the whole hall erupted. And luckily, the way out of the gig was you could open some doors at the back of the stage. And we just literally did that. We just carried all the gear out and shut the doors and left them to it. You know.
Excellent.
I had a friend in a local band called the Flesh a Go-Go back in the late 90s. And I went to go see him play, and they had another band open for him. It was turned out to be kind of a religious industrial band, which is a weird mix, and so a lot of the crowd there was kind of religious, and so my friend's the guitar player, but the singer came out was kind of saying provocative stuff, and it kind of pissed off the crowd to the point of throwing beer bottles, and my friend got hit in the head with the beer bottle, and they started cursing out, and a big fight started, and that was the end of the show. So.
Oh, you'll never beat throwing bottles of piss at Daphne and Celeste. was that Reading, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played a gig when I was playing in the pro band. We played. It was in Liverpool or somewhere. This year. It was a really big venue. It was a nightclub, and it's probably 300 people in there. And Jane had the money she had the money from 3 gigs that she'd picked up. So she was holding the band's money with about 1,000 quid worth of cash, And we do the gig. The gig was fine, and they had a lot of security in there. And if a fight broke out, they literally did kill it straight away. They frog marched the people out. So we're all packing up, and then all of the security, and there's about 15 of them, walk to the side of the stage, open this cupboard, and take out baseball bats. And they said, "Don't go outside. It's World War III out there." And James going, I've got the money, And then we suddenly realised that our bass player and his girlfriend are out necking in the car. But we're going, our bass player's out there. Said, "No, you can't. Don't go outside. Don't wait till it's all over." And we never saw it. He said it was quite spectacular outside this nightclub, and all these baseball bats. It's incredible.
Wow.
Oh dear. Now, most of the gigs I go to now, none of us could actually muster a punch.
No.
We just sort of sit there and sort of bitch about people. Oh, look at them. My wife's terrible. She likes people watching. She'll sort of give me nuts. Look at those weirdos over there.
Yeah. I did. You must have heard of the infamous Batley Variety Club.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Now we played there one night, and we were headlining actually this band, and they had a revolving stage.
Oh right.
So they'd have a DJ on one side and us on the other, So we come round, we do the first set, and first set goes fine. Spins round again. DJ comes out, does his set. We're back on in half an hour or whatever. Second set, it spins round and it gets stuck halfway. It was absolutely hilarious. We just stood there waiting for it. We're still playing because you start playing as it starts to come round, and we just, and they actually came on stage and said, "Look, we'll they manually moved it back round so that we were off stage, put the DJ back on." We had a break for about 40 minutes, and then they finally fixed it. It was really funny,
Oh dear. I can't think of any odd. When I was gigging, it was mostly pubs. You just stuck you in the corner of a room, or I did a show on the back of a articulated lorry.
I've done a couple of them.
We were support. It was the
festival usually.
Yeah, it was a local town festival thing that was going on, and we weren't the main act. We were like the second bill or whatever it was. And I'm setting up my drum kit, and the drummer of the main band, who were much better known and clearly got more gigs than us, and had loads of really good equipment, wanted to use my drum kit to save him setting up mine, because it was just this articulated lorry trailer. There wasn't much room on it, and we all had to set up at much the same time. And I told him to fuck off. I had shit drums at that time. I was still like on the cheap Chinese manufactured type things, and I said, "No, mate, fuck off. Play your own drums." Got the right arse. I thought, "Oh, this is going to kick off."
It's going to kick off, yeah.
But it thankfully it didn't, and that was probably the biggest crowd I ever played in front of.
Just curious, how much were those cheap drums?
I seem to remember I bought this. This was about 1980. Let me think. About 88. No, it might have been 87. And they were made. The company name was Thunder.
I remember Thunder drums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a Thunder drum kit. It was a 5-piece kit, and I bought the drum kit for about 350. That was the shells, and the metalwork, and I had to buy an extra cymbal stand. And my cymbals, I bought some Peisty hi-hats that were almost expensive as the drum kit, I think.
I would say there would be.
Yeah. It was this really odd combination, some great, like Peisty highs, and I had a pearl ride, not pearl. Oh shit, I can't remember. I can't remember what it was now. But yeah, and I didn't have the money, but the guitarist in the band who wanted me to join, he said, I'll pay and I'll take it out your earnings. So I'll take £10 or £20 a gig, which was quite a bit of money back then. And so I paid those off, and then I traded them in and actually got myself a second-hand Tama Swing Star with those Remo oil-filled heads.
Oh yeah,
which are really nice. And rototoms. I had 3 rototoms.
Oh wow.
And then I transferred all the cymbals over. So I had this. It was kind of a 5-piece with these 3 rotos and about 4 cymbals, 1 ride, couple of crashes, hi-hats, cowbell. Of course, I had to have a cowbell.
You got the cowbell.
Have a cowbell for when you did All Right Now.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Playing a band that did All Right Now. Yeah.
And then I didn't have anywhere to store it, and I'd left home and I was living in a little bedsit, and there was nowhere I could fit it in my bedsit. So luckily, my boss at work, I was working at Argos at the time, and I was like the stockroom manager. So I knew I had space for it. I could make space for it, and the boss said, "Yeah, go on, you can store it here. That's fine." So I stored it there for a bit, and then the area manager got wind of it, and he said, "No, you can't leave that here. Insurance, whatever bollocks." And then luckily, one of the pubs we played at regularly had a little kind of, I guess they were old stable, like an old stable building. And he said, "Oh, you can stick them in there if you want." So I stuck them in there for a bit, and then I got engaged, and we bought a house. And it was one of these little starter homes, like 2 up, 2 down starters. And you walked in the front door and you were instantly in the kitchen. And then there was a little archway that took you into the lounge. And then the stairs went up from the lounge. So there's a small space under the stairs. So I crammed them in there. In a cupboard that I guess was designed to have a fridge freezer in it. But we didn't have a fridge. We only had a fridge because we both worked. So we only had a freezer because we both worked. It was no point having food in the fridge because we never really came home at the same time, so it was always freezers. But then eventually the missus, or the first wife this was, said, I want a fridge freezer, and there's only one place it can go, and it's in there, and your drums are in there. And by which time I'd left the band because she didn't like me playing in the band. Too many groupies and all that stuff.
It's incredible, isn't it?
I sold the whole lot for 250 quid, and I bought myself. I said, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop playing the drums. I'm going to take up photography because I had this real thing about photography. So I went, this is how committed I was. I sold my drums for 250 quid. Promptly went and bought a Praktika BC something or other because it was the cheapest thing I could afford.
What a lovely easy film camera.
It is. Yeah.
I had one of those. Yeah.
It was a Holga camera instead.
Yeah.
But these Praktikas they're bulletproof.
They were good, actually. I had one of them.
But quite nice and simple. And even had TTL metering. What more could you ask for?
Exactly. I think it came with a Prime 50mm, and I went and bought a Vivitar 70 to 210 zoom and a bag and all. It basically came to the cost of my drums. And then I got into it as much. I was developing all my own stuff, and then that sort of, and then that's when I thought, do you know what? I want to get back into music again. It was mid '90s, and I've always wanted to have a computer with a sequencer and a synthesizer. And so I was working at Argos, and they used to do this share scheme thing, and you could cash your shares in every year and get a bit of money for it. And I got about 500 quid. So I went down to Turnkey in Charing Cross Road, and I bought myself a Roland SC88 VL because it was multi-timbral, and 64. I think it was a 64 voice polyphonic. Yeah, because it had two sets of MIDI ins and outs. And an Evolution MK149 controller keyboard that came with a copy of Evolution Audio.
Yes, I've had one of those in the past too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I went and bought that for about 550 quid all in. I think the SC88 was 450. They were knocking them out end of line. Still got it. Down there somewhere. I'll never sell it. I'll never sell it. And I remember getting home, I was so excited. It was like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. I was so excited. The wife was upstairs in bed, so I turned the computer on. This was like it was something like I can't remember whether it was the DX266 chip that I was running at the time. But anyway, so I loaded the software on. I got my MIDI cables. And because, see, the SC88 had that TG port on it, and the guy at Turnkey said if you buy the adapter you can connect that TG port to your printer port on your computer. It acts as a serial interface and you don't need to worry about all these MIDI cables. You don't have to have a MIDI interface on your computer. So I bought this cable which has got like a was it 15-pin D plug on one end that went into the serial port, the printer port, and then into the back of the thing, and then I had one MIDI cable that went from the MK149 to the MIDI in port on the SC88. And so this is the first time I'd had MIDI gear. So I got my cable, I plugged it into the MIDI out port on the keyboard, and I went to the SC88 and I plugged it into that, and I turned it on, and the speakers were I had headphones on. That's it. And I went like, what's that? What the fuck? Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I was trying to figure it all out, and it was after about 2 hours that I realised that MIDI out goes to MIDI in, not out to out, in to in.
Yeah.
Oh. Never made that mistake again.
We've all made that mistake though, Rob.
But yeah,
everyone.
The amount of times I've had people contact me,
yeah.
I've just bought this for my son and it's not working. I said, have you gone out to out or out to in? Oh, I thought you out to out, in to in.
Yeah.
No. Oh, you're a genius, Rob. No, I'm not. Really am not.
You know, it sucks when they have those molded cables now, the little Y cables with in and out, but it's the same color, the words, as the plastic molding, so you can't even read which is in and which is out. So you have to use oblique lighting or use white out to make it
Kids
readable.
these days with their USB MIDI don't know what
Exactly. Yeah. Get off my lawn.
Oh dear. Thing is though, I see people posting even today. I mean, you could understand it in the 80s or maybe the early 90s when people were still, even them were still getting their head around it all. But here we are in 2022 and there are still people that can't figure out how to just hook up the most basic of gear, and I sit here and in my head I'm going, you fucking idiots. Just fucking
How about RTFM?
Yeah. Well, yeah, put it all back in a fucking box. Go and get a refund and find something fucking easier to do. And then I think, do you know what? No, we were all like that.
We were.
Whether it was MIDI or whether it was something else, or even if we got the MIDI connections right, selecting the right channels here or the, whatever.
How about the people who bitch about MIDI still? It's like it works fine. It's not perfect. It just works.
Yeah.
If it's implemented at either end properly, then it's totally fine.
Like that dopey dead mouse guy was complaining about. Like, who the hell are you to complain about MIDI? You paint with a mouse.
You wear a stupid hat.
Yeah, he paints notes with a mouse. He doesn't even play anything. So
it was like, do you remember when he did one of those masterclass courses?
That's what I'm talking about. He shows him painting with a mouse on that.
Yeah, and he's in the trailer.
you hear his voice saying, "This is one of the most cardinal sins of electronic music," or something, and it cuts to him taking his that stupid fucking hat off.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, whoever edited that knew.
That's
They
great.
knew.
I don't know. He's a massive wanker, and he totally agrees with that.
Yeah.
So
But he's a massive, successful, and very wealthy wanker.
Yeah.
Yes, but also he doesn't hide behind the fact that he's an asshole. I mean, that's probably why I have a few more sympathies for him than I would normally have. I mean, if you tell him he's a wanker, he's more like and next question.
He will be sorting out his own MIDI cables, will he? He'll have an assistant to do all that shit.
It's like Paul's just said in the chat. And then they came up with MIDI through. Trying to explain to people, what does MIDI through do? Well, it's exactly the same as an output, but
no, it's not.
Well, no, it's not.
It's an electrical copy of the input.
Exactly. But you can take things out of it into other things. So you say, well, it's like an output, but it's not affected by anything else.
Still looking for that damn 5-pin USB port.
but I mean, what even has MIDI through these days?
Well, not a lot, to be honest.
You get soft through. You get an option.
Yes,
even the Keystone Pro has an option, soft through. So
that's even more latency. I mean, a normal through, you just have the physical latency of your added optocouplers.
Has somebody bought the Omnisphere pack?
Possibly. Might have done.
That's funny.
You know there's a CS80 behind you, and I'm sure there's a VP330.
That's what you were
Mark
dreaming
1.
about. When you took your little nap, you were dreaming about the Omnisphere pack.
Well, the thing that led me in was it wasn't just obviously just Blade Runner. There's lots of patches here for Albedo 0.39.
Yeah.
See you later.
That's cool.
Yeah, exactly. China, Opera Sauvage, and stuff like that. And it's all going. I may take a closer look. But it was
even the choirs and stuff, the VP choirs on it.
I don't possibly.
Like Heaven and Hell.
I mean, you already have a VP330 sampled in Omnisphere per default anyway, so I mean, it's not
do
very
you?
hard.
Yeah. I think there is anyway.
Well, it's definitely in my vintage one.
There's quite a few here, but it's obviously there's loads and loads to work with, but
Oh, so it's not an official Omnisphere thing, it's just...
No, not as such, no. What's annoying is it says error loading waveform on every bloody patch I try.
Really?
Alright.
It's only $39. It's not bad.
No, that's what I mean.
I might spend my first Gear News paycheck on Omnisphere. I might have just been convinced. I don't know.
Have you seen that Ableton have launched an app, an iOS app called Note?
Yeah, and I'm thinking Propellerhead did that about 2 or 3 years
Exactly.
ago. And it tanked.
Yeah.
So
it's
I don't
£5 or £4.40 or something, £4.50 something like that. I had a quick look. I've not looked at any videos.
Cubasis is really good.
Yeah, our mate swears by that on his iPad.
But the
And
thing,
Cubasis is like a proper sequencer, which is good and bad. I mean, it is what it sort of says. Not
Even
quite
for Gadget's
Cubase.
pretty good too. That's nice.
Gadget's great. I've got Gadget. Yeah.
But,
There's loads of things like this that are free for iOS.
Wasn't the Propellerhead thing like 10 years? Or am I thinking of a different
Oh
Propellerhead
no,
thing?
actually, there was a propeller. Wasn't that?
But there was like
think
this weird
I've
thing.
I've got something that.
Just around the time that also rec extensions became a thing, where it was just there was like really limited and barely.
Yeah, it was. I think that.
I know what you're talking about.
Figure.
yeah.
Figure.
Yeah.
Figure. Because that was Propellerhead, but then I think they sold it to somebody else.
So yeah, there was kind of a complex
Oh, not
creation
bad.
process behind it all. But yeah, they did Figure, and then they did.
Oh, that's good.
That's
Tape.
good.
And Tape was like
an audio.
Das wird used for CS80 samples for an atmosphere.
I mean, I've got Figure, but it is pretty limited.
But then they like you said, they kind of sold it off to someone else.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happened to it.
Company is. I'll tell you because
yeah, After Touch has been picked up on.
You ever use Nano Studio? That's one of the older apps that's really good, actually.
But then Reason came up with Reason Compact.
There's no way in hell that's CS80 strings, mate. Sorry. Not ever.
Actually, Figure now wants me to log in, which he never used to do.
I don't. It just comes straight up.
Yeah, but I haven't used it for a long time, so I probably need to set an account up.
No, Nano Studio is great because it had sampling, synth, it had a mastering stack with a bunch of effects, had a drum interface that was like an MPC with lots of good kind of finger drumming possibilities on it. It's pretty good.
But with Figure, because I was on the beta testing team, and I said, what would be great is if I can knock up something on here and then export it into Reason as a native Reason file. So it picks up this, and all they ever managed to do was allow you to export it as an audio file.
That's right. Yeah, that
so you could then load.
Yeah.
And then when they did Reason Compact, they did start to tie in, because you've got these three instruments. You've got monotone, which is like a bass synth. You got Europa, which is like a lead synth. Then you had rhythmic, which was the drum thing, and it kind of like it kind of sits in a rack.
Yeah.
A bit like, but it's a very cut down version. And it had a nice kind of control interface, because like if you like picked up one of the knobs, if I can do this the other way around. There you go. You see it as you're dragging around. You've got this kind, so you can just move it around the screen, and so you're not kind of restricted to just turning a tiny knob on the screen. And if you exported that, if you had, they then gave you these basic instruments in Reason, you could then replicate it, but it still wasn't. I think my parting shot to them was, look, Apple have got GarageBand.
Yeah.
And on GarageBand on iOS, I can develop a full multi-track thing using all of the instruments and all the samples, and then I can save that to iCloud, and I can go to my desktop and start up GarageBand on the desktop. And
or Logic.
It's all there.
Yeah.
And then I can move it into Logic as well.
Yeah, because I've done that.
And that's what you need. And
I mean, apparently the note thing, the able to note will you can export it to Live 11, but
it still looks like a very limited thing.
It does. Yeah.
And when
my favorite phone-based app is Groovebox by Novation and Amplify.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah,
you turn off the copy mode where you audition the sounds, and it doesn't copy any music over. It just gives you auditioning, and you totally create from scratch. You have all the synths, there's some samples in there, drum sets and stuff, and you can add effects, and it's incredibly deep. And then you can hook a controller.
My favorite synths on, and it was the Synth one.
Oh, yeah, Synth one. Yeah, all those engine-based ones. Synth one. There's an FM one that's good. There's one that's what's the other one called?
Obviously, all the Moog stuff's really good.
Moog stuff is really good. Thumb Jam's good.
Thumb Jam's good because it does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and so is Drum Jam as well.
All the Bram Bose stuff is really good. If you look at Bram Bose, he has a Buchla kind of device. He has a really good drum machine device. He has a 303 device, a bunch of stuff.
Do you remember that?
Oh no.
No, what is that?
It is called Incredibox. So you have these little. Hang on. Drag and drop. Yeah, okay. So you basically have these little characters, and then you drag something, like these icons, and they start. Hang on, I'll turn the volume up. So they start doing these little loops, and then you just drag another one over to somebody else.
Oh, never saw that one before.
And then there you go. And you can just create these little loops,
It's quite ingenious, but it's more fun than it is useful.
It's kind of like Jib Jab meets Music App.
Yes.
Even the little the one that Jordan Rudess was supporting for a while, but then he made his own version called what's that little singing iRobot one? Have you seen that one? You play it like a theremin kind of, but it has a lot of different sounds in it. The hell's that one called?
You're not thinking of.
It's a cute little 50s robot cartoon as you drag around, and he sings. And but you don't just have theremin sounds; you have other types of sounds. There's lots of effects on it, and scales, and damn it, what is that thing called? It's very fun. Yeah, I don't remember.
It's not just the Jordan Rudess thing is GeoShred, isn't it? But that's not.
That's his own company. This was one that was made before he did his own company, and then he took the idea and made another one that's kind of like it.
I use GeoShred a lot.
GeoShred's great, yeah, especially with the Urcam stuff in there, the sample libraries and stuff. It's really good. The sax, and all those different things.
Oh, that's superb. Yeah,
I'm still amazed that app is still running.
Yeah, Matt, me too. I got that. Yeah,
was that?
That's the
Reactable.
Oh yeah.
I remember seeing that, the actual reactable table.
I played one at SIGGRAPH. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah,
something like that. You know.
Unfortunately, Yamaha's Tenorion doesn't work anymore.
Oh really?
No.
There are like 3 different clones though, so you can find a Tenorion type app. There's Arpeggio Gnome is also cool too. Have you seen Arpeggio Gnome? No. Look that one up. That was nuts.
I remember trying the real Tenorion and thinking it was just absolutely bonkers. Really,
it's great. I love it.
That's my favourite one.
Turn on the disc error sounds and all that.
Yeah, still going strong. That reminds me, I need to get back to Pete because we need to do something with that. I wonder what that was.
Cat organ.
It's human to cat. It's called. It's just
human to cat.
Human to cat. Yeah.
I'll have to try that on my cat.
It's brilliant.
So, what's your verdict then, Ken? Is it worth $39?
Well, it is for that guitar 1 and 2 alone, to be honest, because that is really very, very, very good. And I haven't even started to look at the other.
But if you've already got like Arturia's CSA,
ease of. No, this is very, very specifically designed.
It's sample based, isn't it?
Yeah. But they've literally they put the multis together so you can, properly give it some. If you want to get that instant Vangelis vibe.
I like the disclaimer on his website. This is a sound set inspired by Vangelis. It is not created nor endorsed by Vangelis. It is not an official Vangelis product, and Vangelis has not been involved in the creation of this sound set. No shit, Sherlock. He's dead.
Yeah.
So, it's good. No, I like it.
It gets you there quickly, I suppose, to those sounds.
Well, there's that, but it will give me the opportunity to expand on, because I'll be able to take some of these elements and then expand on them.
Mm-hmm.
I like the disclaimer on human to cat. It says, "Don't be mean. This app is meant to be fun for you and your pets.
Yeah.
If your pets become distressed or aggressive, please use it." It just goes on and on.
Yeah.
Do not hit your cat with the phone.
Don't blind it with a laser pointer.
Yeah. Oh, my dog's
in the
laser
to
pointer.
cats, you see, that's the closest I get to having a real cat.
Nelly and Siri with the laser pointer. Oh my God, man!
Yeah.
Hours of fun with them. Absolutely, they just can't leave it alone. Those two live for that bloody. Well, it's a thermometer thing.
Oh yeah.
With a laser reader on it, and it's mate, they will chase this thing up and down the front room all day long. Which is just as well, because I couldn't take them out and throw the ball for them at all the last couple of weeks. So I've been just sort of like doing this thing up and down. And they've been going mad. And
before I discovered a laser pointer, my mom had these little plant parts, decorative stuff in a vase kind of thing, and they were like these little swishy things, like you could whip them around.
Yeah.
And the cat would hear that after seeing it the first time and knew immediately what it was, and would come running from any room in the house and want to attack you to get it. And I took it over to a friend's house who had like a 24-year-old cat who was barely kicking. And I said, I wonder what this cat will do, because he was just half dead most of the time, just tired and old. Yeah. And I went into the room, and the head perked up, and he was like, "What is that? What is that?" And I let him see it and to touch it, and he started batting it around, and like he had more life in that moment than he had in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And it was the ultimate cat toy, and then the laser came out. So
well, Fiona was sneaking this laser thing into the front room in an oven glove, and she put it on the coffee table. And she goes, "There's the laser pointer thing when you want to play with them." She goes, "I've snuck it in so they don't know." And I'm laying there, and then I hear this, and the paw comes up, pulls at this oven glove, and I go, "How the hell does she know that's in there?" It's just, and the both of them just staring at it, going, and I reach towards it, and it's like little tails going like this. Look at all this! He's going near it. Yep, another 2 hours. We're up and down the front. They're panting, they're half asleep, just exhausted.
great exercise, yeah. It's good for them.
Yeah. I love that thing.
My dogs wouldn't get into it. I had only cats. I only saw cats get into it. So.
Well, the only time it's backfired is I was repairing this memory mode. It kept overheating, and I was using the thing, and I took it out of the big toolbox thing that I have in the workshop. I took it out and started to see if this chip was heating up or not. So I take it out, I turn the laser on, point it, and then you hear all this, and then these dogs pile into the workshop. Going, "Oh, no. Going, okay, get off the bloody synth, will you? No, we want the laser, we want it. Fuck off. Had to lock them out. And then they're scratching at the glass. Listen.
My temperature thing has that little laser thing on it too. It's pretty funny.
Mm. So it's good for finding a TTL that's getting a little too warm too quickly.
Do you ever try a thermal camera?
Yeah, I've got a thermal camera.
Yeah.
That I do use. The thing is, on a lot of analog, the resistors get warmer than the chips do, so it gets a bit confusing after a while on some of them.
Sure.
Just use freeze spray, right?
Yeah. You're going around just freezing everything back down again, so you can see what's getting warm. Well, nothing.
That's fine.
Freezer spraying fucking everything all the time.
What's fun if something starts working when you're covered in freeze spray? It's like, perfect solution.
Yeah, just keep spraying that on it, it'll be fine. No, it's the one where you get the thermal camera out to test the fault, because there was a guy saying, "Oh yeah, it does some overheating," and you turn it on, and you're there with your thermal camera, and you're looking around, and then you look in the corner, there's just smoke pouring out of the board, and you go, "Oh, I didn't need the thermal camera. I think I know where it's overheating." All this smoke spilling out of it.
Wow.
Look, something wrong over there.
I mean, there's nothing quite like the tantalums blowing up and catching fire.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, that one needs replacing.
Yep. Yeah.
Actually, one of my favorite videos.
Where's the problem? With a big flame.
Yeah.
There was a guy plugging a US VCR into European Power on YouTube. And you see him you hear something pop, and you see him kind of jump back, and all of a sudden smoke billows out of the thing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's the faint magic smoke.
Yeah.
All the magic is gone.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Funny stuff.
What's that one plugged in? I don't even know where that one's plugged in.
So far, some of the sounds are not genuine. You're saying?
No, there's a lot of them that just seem to be very good indeed. And then there's some that it might have difficulty identifying. Actually, let's get rid of that a minute. So let's see what that one is. Yeah, a lot of them seem to be sort of like VP330 stuff, which is easy enough to get, I suppose. God knows what that's from. Could be anything. It's a bit obvious, that one. Yeah, it's not the biggest one going there, is it? Let's see what we've got here. Oh, that's it, quieting, yeah. So the one with the brightness on. I love the way it accepts the MPE straight away without having to fuck about with it first.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, since 2.6, was it? I think it was. There was a bit of fecking around you had to do initially on Omnisphere, but not now.
I forgot to tell you, I love the photo of Charlie on your video.
That's not Charlie.
Is that Charlie?
No. That was a picture I found because he was such a happy-looking dog. And I thought,
Yeah.
Put a little happy dog on. So it's hard to get Charlie to look happy because he's
okay.
grade 3 drawer. So he always looks quite miserable. So like, it's yeah, he comes out of his shell a little bit more every month. So he's into his cuddles now. He never used to be. If you sort of like put your arms around him and held him close, he really wasn't quite sure about it. Whereas now you can give him big cuddles and tip him on his back and scratch his belly, and he loves it.
Yeah, that's good.
And his little tap dancing he does, where he does a little dance in a circle and then taps his front feet out, which means I want a sausage, and I want a sausage now. So every morning I get the twirly with the front feet like that. Go, yeah, all right, we're doing sausage time. Bloody hell, dog, all right. Which is these little, it's like a little sausage wrapped in bacon type affair. It's just a bacony treat, really. And they call them pigs in blankets. And we just call them sausages. And you just say the word sausage, and it's like that. Even in passing, Fiona said to me, she goes, "What do you want for tea tonight?" I go, "Oh, I don't know." She goes, "How about sausages?" And there he is. Did you say sausage by any chance?
That's great.
And he go, God, got to give him one now, otherwise he won't shut up. And he'll be there, and he says all this, tappy tap tap tap, spin spin spin, tappy tap. Give him a sausage, will you? For Christ's sake, he won't shut up otherwise.
And they're so easy to please. It's funny. It's just
yeah. So he's yeah, I did say sausage. Yeah. Siri heard me. Yes, come here.
Have anybody ever heard of audiodeluxe.com?
No.
I think so.
Audiodeluxe.com. Let's have a look. No.
Do they do deluxe audio?
They seem to do. They're like one of these plug-in resellers.
Okay. Right.
You have a scammy one who sells everything for no money.
Well, this is what I was thinking because I just saw an advert. I was
Charles
going to say,
Anniversary
if you want a the UVI Kurzweil K250 library,
Yeah.
£12.50.
Cherry Audio CA2.
Yeah, the CA2600 is £12. Or $12.
Yeah.
Solid state Logic native vocal strip, normally $199, $17.99. That's when my
like spidey senses started
Yeah,
tingling.
yeah. That sounds a bit torrenty.
Too good to be true. But
And that's a normal price. It doesn't say special or sale or any of that stuff.
no, they've got
No, it's on sale.
They've got
It's on sale.
they've got an anniversary deal, 12th anniversary sale. So I don't know, and they've got lots of other things at much more substantial
Virtual white
prices.
van.
Well, no, some of the stuff looks fairly legit, like acoustic samples, V horns.
They've
They're
got
selling it for the same price as the website.
Yeah, they've got hardware. Have you looked at the hardware? Focusrite Scarlett for $109.
That's about right.
Yeah.
Just.
But
I've
maybe
never
that's
heard
to
of it
make
before.
the website look more blue.
No, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a
That
Photoshop
double-edged
work,
sword.
yeah.
It's also out of stock, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they do look reasonably legit enough. But,
Yeah, it doesn't look like a shabby. It looks like a very well put together website. But then, of course, that doesn't mean much these
No,
days.
but it's not like. Can you remember a really scammy one where it was like $2 for everything?
Yeah.
Like from companies who would never do sales or anything. It was just like.
Yeah, and the Comic Sans and the two guys digging in the side and the flash.
I'm always slightly suspicious of companies that don't put their address on the website. And you see, and there's no address on here. Yeah, we've got to contact us, but there's still no address.
Email only, isn't it?
There's no like imprint or anything. But do have a privacy policy, but it's quite different to many scam places.
And a return policy.
And the return policy, but it's on the return policy. We are located at 130 Seaboard Lane, Suite A11,
Franklin, Tennessee.
Franklin, Tennessee.
So we have
Franklin, Tennessee.
Well,
Yeehaw.
Basically.
yeah.
It's basically Nashville.
It's run by a guy who married his sister.
Yeah, special offer
And
on
the
steel
other
guitars.
pages, so they probably are legit.
Huh. Do you ever remember a plugin called Solid State Orchestra?
Yes. That's still available.
Is it still knocking around?
Yeah. Made by my friend Tracy,
Oh,
who's actually a bloke.
I remember that one.
It's his company's called Indigenous.
Yeah.
Indigenous.com, and he's updated. I originally got it when it was an S5000, 6000 library.
Yeah.
But he updated it many times, and it's now a very nicely scripted contact instrument.
Isn't there a free version? Or am I confused?
I think he did a free version once. I don't know if he still does.
Because I was
it.
thinking about updating it. I thought it was really good. I used it quite a lot back in the day. Yeah, loved it.
I still got it on my Akai.
Yeah.
And even there, it sounds amazing. He's just released a new one that it might not be to everyone's taste, but it's a banjo.
Okay.
But it's a really well scripted banjo.
Do you have to make the face when you play it? No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Which way you played, claw hammer or strum?
I've used the
Only you would say that, Robert.
Sadly, I know far too much about banjos and
Banjo,
tuning the fuckers. Oh.
Oh, me too.
Well, because for brig slides, you have to get it really perfect. Otherwise, tuning it is a nightmare. And
Yeah.
Solid State Symphony.
what show was that? Sometimes Assassins. That of course has banjo in it.
Maybe I'll just put it
Yeah,
into
look
the
at
chat.
that.
Full contact version still only $59.
Oh man,
It's nearly
can't
2
argue
gig.
with that.
Where's BG Ollie when you need him, Mr. Banjo?
Well, indeed.
Solid State Symphony. My God.
Mysteries of Uranus. Seriously, that's a patch on there called Mystery of Uranus.
Yeah, I remember that patch.
My favourite one was always what's it called? It was that so much my favourite. I forgot what it was called. Outer Rim. It was
Yeah.
Yeah, and also his more famous patch, Chocolate Starfish.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think we could work. This might be an update actually. Because I'm trying to remember whether I got that through his website directly or whether I got it through. What was the name of that fucking thing? Plugin Alliance.
Oh right, yeah.
Or whatever the other one was.
Plugin Boutique.
Boutique, yeah, that's the one.
I'm not sure he's ever sold through those. He might have done. I don't know.
Yeah, well, at some point or
But
something.
like, if you look through all of his stuff, I mean, he's got some really good stuff in there, like the things like lap steel guitars and
yeah,
acoustic guitars, and they're all so really well scripted.
Yeah, well, that's what really makes them, isn't it?
Mm.
It's like the sound's easy enough. It's how good the scripting is.
Yeah, but like the banjo stuff, he puts all of these different, all the different sort of, like the note bends and the hammer-ons and all of these different things, and you can just select them really simply, and it does a lot of it. It's very good, and it's just. Like Solid State Symphony's $59, which is just insane.
Yeah,
for what you get.
Well, some of the sounds were comparable with some of the big libraries of the time as well.
Yeah.
So you could get some really decent string arrangements from it.
The acoustic guitar collections was a good one. So that's $45.
And it had that sort of like seamless key splitting.
Yes.
For the various instruments down the keyboard. And
yes, as you move.
The transitions were really, really smooth, rather than you get like suddenly a completely different instrument in a different recorded environment. It was the next sound, which some of the Synthphobia ones do, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm. I've heard piano libraries like that.
That's true. Yeah, no, me too, actually.
But Synthphobia ones are amazing compared to like the old East West, where you guys like what does that here from one note to the next one?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few. There was also one, I can't remember. I think it's on the first East West one. I think it's on the. It's on the orchestra, not the
Quantum Leap. Probably.
The gold. It was East West Orchestra Gold on the Sedana strings. There's a key. I can't remember for the life of me because I'd love to find it again. And you push the key and you hold it down and it plays the note and you can hear somebody pouring coffee out of a thermos just behind the note. And I always used to seek it out. Do you know what? I think it's something like F sharp or something like this. You can hear this. Screwing the top back on.
In the full string pad or in individual?
I think it was an individual. It was a single Sordino viola, I think.
Let's try viola. Sordino, Q-leg Sordino.
And it sort of sounded like hot black coffee. That's how I envisaged the sound. It was sort of like it sounded like hot black coffee and into a plastic cup, which made me think, it's a thermos.
Like the red Solo cup.
Yeah.
Right, chaps. I'm going to say good night or good morning, and I'll see you all soon.
Is it knocking on, isn't it?
It's 5 to 1.
Yeah, I mustn't stay up too late because I'm not recovered fully yet.
We had a little nap already.
You need
exactly.
You need your booty suit, mate.
Yeah, I mustn't go too mad,
No. So. Right. Good night, guys.
See
night, chatties. See you later.
Bye-bye. Take care, buddy.
Right. You will do. Bye-bye.
It's nice sounding Sordino violas. I should really dig out East-West more often.
Yeah, there's some real classy little bloody sounds on that.
But that's really painful. Or they're impossible to play. You basically have to program them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they don't like live very much, but not like Albion. You can play Albion live without too much trouble at all. But yeah, I'm going to see if there's an update for this. Solid
Who makes
State.
Albion?
Spitfire.
Spitfire. Okay.
They're sort of like all in one, sort of like bargain library.
Yeah.
You can
But
then
still not that cheap, right?
No, it's still not very cheap, but it's very, very good.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah, very, very good. But what you tend to do is you get that, and then you start going to the specialist libraries coming off it anyway. Do you know what I mean? So you always end up sort of like specialising in various, sort of a library that is just strings, a library that's just brass, and so forth and so forth. So, cause, I mean, Spitfire for me is just a huge fucking money pit, basically.
I found one of the fun packers again in for East West, where it's a full string pack where suddenly cellos and violas appear, and it just goes to violins, and it just from one key to the next. It just you have a hard pack. It was here, and now it's only violins on the other side.
Yes, recorded on a different day in a different studio in a different room with different microphones in different positions, sometimes between keys. But like I say, some of the older libraries were like that with a single instrument. So. And they do a patch, and the patch would be to replace one key in the library because it was so badly recorded.
But like, what's really pissed me off when I moved away from Contact is that you could no longer edit them because of. And I mean, same with Spitfire with some stuff where it's just like I have occasionally gone there where I've been really pissed off with the stuff, and actually edit them and resave them for myself. Removing the things that pissed me off.
Yeah.
Do you think the bad key thing is just bad QA or just they don't care?
But bad QA, not caring, historic product. I mean, East West Gold has been converted. It started out in Giga.
Yeah.
Or probably before it was. I mean, it's so old, but it's been converted so many times that there's just not enough care.
Yeah. Hey, Robbie, you said earlier you didn't have any doorbells. Look at the whole room full of doorbells.
And there's more.
Oh, and more to come.
Well, yeah, hopefully I'll have the doorbell of all doorbells.
Yeah.
What, TX816?
Super doorbell.
No, the DX1 hopefully will be brought back to life. And then the TX816 has got to, I don't know when that's going to happen. I really don't. Every time I think, oh, yeah, I've got enough money for that now, something comes along and says, sorry, Rob, you've got to pay for this first.
Hey, Ken, how long was that DX1 dormant?
That particular one was dormant for 14 years.
What in your bathroom?
In my downstairs toilet, yes.
Wow.
Yep. So some very famous people piss splash all over it.
Nice.
I cleaned it all up before I gave it to Robbie, though.
And
thank you.
And dusted with indoles and scatols. You know those are, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, you really don't want to walk past that DX1 with a UV light.
No spray any luminol on it. You don't want to see it.
It looks like somebody completely kissed all over it.
It's like that scene in Basic Instinct. It's like, whoa, somebody had a good time here. It's like a chase sequence.
That's nice. Okay, because I randomly load up a sound and I'm inspired again, even if I'm annoyed about many of the foibles of it.
There you go.
Well,
Did you get through all the sounds, Kent?
No, there's loads of them. Absolutely, there's about 190 patches.
Oh, wow.
where are the X Files?
Yeah.
It's almost like Tomita there.
Yeah.
Well, the X Files, of course, was the Proteus 2 or Proteus FX.
These ones down here.
Cool. That's bizarre. I've never noticed that before.
And that's that solid state symphony.
Yeah.
Still love that S6000.
Mm. It's getting a bit chilly billy in here.
Turn the CS80 back on.
Yeah, I say you turn the 680 up, right?
Yeah. I can't afford to turn it on. It's too expensive.
Doggies.
What? I'm not chasing you now. It's too late.
Who are you talking to? The dog or Fiona?
But
oh, I nearly said something. No. Stop.
Yeah.
No. Sis, come on. Come say hi. Sis. No, I'm not going to play chase now. Come on. Siri. Siri, baby. Come in.
Yeah. Doorbells.
Right, Nut Nut.
I picked up an old K1000 the other day and got a good deal on it. And I think it's mostly power supply. I think it's fucking heavy.
What, a keyboard or one of the many rack units?
No, the keyboard.
Oh,
I bought it to replace the one. I may have told this here before. I think I told it on Ramsey's. One of my first eBay purchases was a K1000 with a case, because I always wanted to have one.
Yeah.
And I went to that Bob Moog event where he was shilling for Kurzweil for a while. And I got to play with K1000s and the K250, and K1000 was a more approachable thing, but still way too much money back then. And so I got this one for $150, and it's essentially perfect condition. But I forgot they're heavier than I remember.
Yeah.
It's got to be a fucking power supply.
Well, I mean, with a 250, the pedal unit.
That was ridiculously heavy. Yeah, the floor unit.
With the big hose power connector.
Yeah. But this has some weighted keys in it, but I don't think the key bed's very heavy. It seems like it's probably most of the power supply.
Well, if you think about like the however like 20 or 50 amps at 1 volt that you get converted around your processor in a computer,
yeah,
it's about that crazy level, just with 15 volts.
And also back then they had so many chips. It's just everything's so spread out on the board. It's just a giant circuit board.
To get the sound quality, they just use tons of EEPROMs.
But it has some really great patches in it. There's a really good one called Ligeti that has this tweaked choir sound that's creepy. And it's a really great patch.
Oh yeah, that's it.
But Robbie must love this because it is actually a DX7 on the original recordings, or on the John Williams ones at least. It's a Kurzweil Celeste sample layered with a DX7. In fact, people thought John Williams doesn't like synths in his scores.
Well, before he was doing scores, he was a jazz guy, right?
We sort of did everything.
I think his family has a bunch of musicians in it.
Two divided by 0, 0, 2 divided by 0, 0, 0.
Plenty of opportunities there.
Are starting to stop working. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That died. Just went. Good night, one and all.
Say good night, Mr. Bond.
God, isn't it? It be that one. Don't know what the hell that is.
I've just watched my neighbour sprinkle cornflour on his allotment. The plot thickens.
God. No. My ears. None of it seems to have any initial. Oh, dear me. Hello.
Don't die on stream, can't. Then we would have to call an ambulance or anything like that.
Oh God! Can you imagine?
I've just subjected ASIO head to my DX7 Bellfest.
Is that a euphemism
Bell
for
cluster.
something?
My cluster bell. Yeah.
Oh, your Carol of the Bells.
My
that
Carol of
was
the Bells
hilarious.
video. Yeah.
That was great fun, though.
It was. It was. I might need to do a remix or something.
Never to be played on timpani.
Until now.
You really appreciate modern loading times when you're trying to load a folder into an Akai S6000.
I mean, I thought you could be doing it on a Fairlight 1.
Oh God.
With
Next
floppies
piece.
not working half the time.
I see Daniel Craig got his Order of Michael and St George today.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm assuming you were playing You Only Live Twice.
I was expecting old Dave Arnold to sign in and go, "Oi, just stop that! Knock that on the head!
This is getting too silly."
You can't do that. It's copyright."
As if that's going to stop this stream.
Now Robbie's got to sing the lyrics now.
You only live twice. Who sang that? Was it Nancy Sinatra?
Oh man. Probably.
No, it wasn't, was it?
Was it not?
Oh,
Google.
Yeah.
Come on, Wags. Come on, mate. Slow.
Come on, you must be faster than Google
Yeah,
here.
Wags is slow tonight, mate.
He is Google.
Nancy.
It was Nancy, was it?
Yeah. Culture got in there first. He's the new Google.
They're all on Amazon Prime now, aren't they? All the
Oh, are they?
bodies. Yeah.
Now that I've bought the box set.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, after having ripped all the DVDs and made all that effort years ago.
Yep.
So I wanted to. Was it some years ago? My missus bought me the box set on DVD.
What, the 50 years one?
Yeah. It was the
Yeah.
one where it got the empty space for Spectre.
For Spectre, yeah. It's the 50 years one, yeah.
And then I decided I wanted them all on 4K.
Ooh.
So.
And how do the 60s ones come across in 4K?
I haven't seen any of the 60s because the only one I own in 4K is.
Have they actually done anything? Because or maybe they were restored in 4K, but there was like the big restoration for When Die Another Day came out, because it was 20th Bond film, and they like completely restored them all and made them look presentable. So some of the ones that weren't kept very well.
Well, I know the Blu-rays, the regular Blu-rays were okay.
I think that's only 1080p, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one I've got in 4K is the last one, No Time to Die, which looks incredible. It really is very good. What is like Moonraker, where all the score has been lost anyway, pretty much all the audio file, well, all the tapes, and obviously the studio's been torn down a few years ago. It wasn't found then in the archive.
Oh, he's going to give us a Barbra Streisand song now.
Well, I thought he was going to give his best Whitney Houston impression.
Yeah. It's a very iconic sound, isn't it? Yeah.
No, go back to that one before. And can we have 8 of those, please? Yeah. Well, have you ever seen The Big Blue from Luc Besson?
Yes.
That film? It's TX-816, a bit of Emulator 2 and a bit of Kurzweil 1000. Then a bit of sax noodling and bass playing.
I didn't load up the one I wanted. Sorry, I was. I really ought to go to bed. This will be one for Kent. Let's see if I can load this up. Oh, whoa. Stop. Yep. Load folder. Clear memory. Execute. See how long that takes.
So who is this new Doctor Who? I don't know him from anything.
No, he was in something on Channel 4. I can't remember. I don't really know.
No.
But as much as I tried to like, what's her face?
What, Jodie?
Yeah, I don't think it was.
I don't think the scripts are on her side, to be honest with you, mate.
I don't think Chris Chibnall was the right person. So now that Russell T Davies is back,
yeah,
hopefully things will get better. But it's a shame because I think she could have been really good. But
yeah,
so
she had the potential, definitely.
Yeah, she couldn't polish a turd, could she? So
no. I think what we want is another nasty Doctor. Go back to Pertwee days.
Well, that's kind of what Peter Capaldi was, wasn't he? He was
yeah, but you know what? It was too close to the thick of it. It was coming across as Malcolm.
No, he wasn't. There wasn't any of the profuse swearing.
No, but he was coming across as Malcolm. It was sort of like not really aggressive.
I thought he was trying not to be Malcolm.
Whereas Pertwee was more in like, let's wipe them all out.
Yeah.
Let's fuck them up. And they've all been all right. I think the only one I didn't like was the what was his name? He had a name that sounded like another guy, another doctor. Colin, was it? Blonde curly hair.
Yeah, I can't think of his surname.
Is it Colin something?
Yeah, it was.
Colin Baker.
Colin Baker, that's it.
Yeah. I didn't really get on with him at all.
No.
Yeah, thank you, Culture. Say the new Wagyu.
No, see, Tom Baker was my doctor.
Yeah. Well, mine would technically was John Pertwee.
Yeah. I remember sort of, but it was, I think, when Tom Baker came in, he was like, yeah, I identify with him.
Yeah.
A bit more than the rest.
Wasn't massively into the other blonde fella. I think it's the one who come after Colin.
Peter Davison was before Colin Baker, wasn't he?
Was he?
And then after Colin Baker, it was Sylvester McCoy.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bland era for me. To be honest with you, I think it's, if you would to surmise a Doctor up, it'd probably have to be Tennant.
Yeah.
These are nice. What are these from?
This is Giovanni Boys Choir.
Oh, okay.
And I think there's some girls in here as well.
Being pursued by a shark.
Yeah.
Well, I still like the old Spectrasonics libraries that are in Omnisphere. The Symphony of Voice that were recorded by Rupert Gregson Williams. All that stuff.
I'm still a massive Dominus library, but there again, when you consider how much it costs, it's going to have to be.
Yeah.
You're going to need a bigger canoe.
Oh, hang on, this might be interesting.
Okay. Of course, that's going back some.
Have we now reached Spectrasonic Symphony of Voices? Because I mean, again, almost you have all the dudes. And
Blimey, is that it? That was all there was on that log.
Mattison's.
Yeah.
Mattison's.
Like some sort of 70s sitcom theme, isn't it?
Yeah. Say. dear.
Yeah, not very inspiring, are they?
Well, they can't all be epics, can they?
Oh, airy female.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, some of these I have no idea where they came from. It's just things I've collected over the years. What library is that? It's in my folder. Oh, hang on. I'll tell you in a minute. Dentist choir.
Was that for Spectrasonic ones? Or?
No, it's called PS Classical Choir.
Oh.
PS stands for.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about all this shit in Symphony of Voices.
Interesting.
Was that the choir leaving in a huff?
Yeah.
Getting very 2001. Sorry, Hans.
And for a library from the 90s, I think Symphony of Voices still holds up really well. It's even nice if all the phrases in all the films you've heard it.
Yeah, it's a nice one actually.
Probably, I think only one sample.
Yeah. Go up another octave and got the Pinky and Perky Orchestra.
I prefer the one down here. What's that, Wonder Woman or?
That was Superman, would you believe?
Superman?
Yeah.
All the same films.
Yeah.
What's the other boys' choir one that I always use?
And so forth.
The amount of Harry Gregson Williams scores from the late 90s, early 2000s that have all these.
Yeah.
Well, then again, his brother recorded them, so might as well use them.
This must bring in Ty at some point, surely. Can you play one of the previous female choirs again with the rising voices?
Do we have to?
Well, it's a request.
Come on, monkey, perform.
Yeah, give us one of your more famous tracks.
He just wanted to finish off there, didn't he?
Yeah, women's poly aftertouch choir.
Choral effects avant-garde. That always sounds like it's never dangerous.
Interesting.
Spiritus Sancti, dum de dum de dum. That's a good one. What one's that?
That is still in Omnis Verb. Gregorian interval hold down. I presume it's also still. Let's check. Well, yeah,
It had a nice tone, that one.
Still Symphony of Voices. Yeah. Which one's that? Dominus or?
Yeah, it's for wags. I'll put some emphasis on it for him as well. There we go.
Can we have a Sonic cake from the East West one? SonicCake.com.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of time to write up, won't it?
Clearly, if anybody ever has access to a choir, needs to happen is record that, and then for the thousands Sonic State, reintroduce that as the new intro.
Yeah.
Properly recorded.
Did have it. I think it should be in overlap mode. I'm sure it's supposed to be in overlap mode.
Or clearly, if I were to record a choir library, one of the phrases would have to be sonicstate.com.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those phrases that you need so many times.
Copyright.
Excuse me, I'm the one responsible for playing jar. Do you still have that emulator one? Has that still not been sold?
Yeah, emulator one's still in the office.
He's saving it for me.
Because I would so love an emulator one, but also no, there's no space.
Or something of that nature.
Are we sure Ty hasn't fallen asleep?
Yeah, I would have thought it brought him in by now. Maybe if I do something in D, that'll fuck him up. Well, or that's possibly every Katy Perry song ever made. I don't know. Look what?
Or maybe I need to play my modern interpretive jazz piano again.
Go for it. With banjo and bagpipe.
Or, what was the hilarious thing of... No, because of Western parody film I was watching yesterday, I've grabbed the harmonica sample, because clearly that's what you always want. Where did I dump it?
That weirdly went together quite well. Those two sounds, strangely enough.
it was such a weird thing looking for a harmonica sample. Like, it's like, really? Why am I looking for this? What? Why? What has gone wrong in every part of my brain that I'm looking for this?
Yeah, a harmonica sample, really?
Really? This is like nearly as bad as looking for a shaker sample. How that's one way I can drop them recorders. Because we all love recorders.
Well, we all love recorders unless it's a 6-year-old doing his Three Blind Mice recital. Go on, give us the Blackadder theme.
For any of the German listeners who might recognize this.
Ah. No wonder they invaded Poland. Something to do.
After listening to kids playing recorders all day.
Yeah.
I thought if you listen to Wagner all day, you might get ideas like invading your neighboring countries. Isn't that beautiful?
It's alright when they're in tune.
Bad. It's
Real.
bad at
But
all.
when you've got a bunch of 9-year-old kids that hyped up on some sort of sugar-based product trying to play that.
Oh, but it doesn't even need to be sugar-based product. I swear one of the drum grooves that Jar used in the S1000.
These are supposed to be ambient loops.
40 years ago. Isn't it just amazing the amount of stuff we have access to now?
I know.
Isn't it amazing how much of it is shit?
Indeed.
Incredible
What
amount
the
of stuff
fuck is
just
that?
at our fingertips compared to what it used to be like back in the 80s, for God's sake. Jesus. Yeah, too much. Yeah.
I suppose we better finish on Old Faithful.
Go on then. Because it's coming up for 2.
Yeah, I need to.
And I probably shouldn't push it too much. Yeah.
It's amazing. You didn't even have to walk over to the Fairlight and turn it on and put voice cards in it.
Exactly.
Come on, give some Zoo, look.
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's easy enough. Or do I need to find Sarah Cohn?
Oh, I'll tell you this before I go. So, about 5 years ago, some guy from France sent me an email berating me for one of the Fairlight videos that I'd done. I can't remember which one it was, where I had talked about the Fairlight, and I think it was one of the Ian Stanley restoration videos.
Right.
And obviously I'd mentioned Tears for Fears and Shout,
Yeah.
and Fairlight, because they're kind of inextricably linked.
Indeed.
And he sends me this this email, which wasn't even polite. It was like, "You're wrong. You are wrong. It wasn't a Fairlight. They never used the Fairlight. It was an emulator."
An emulator?
An emulator.
No, it fucking wasn't.
So that was my initial response.
Yeah.
No, it effing wasn't. But I was quite polite, and I said, "Look, I'm sorry, but that's not true. It was a Fairlight, and well, if you watch the videos," I thought, "Oh, here we go. He's
not this.
Somebody's watched Top of the Pops again."
Yeah.
And he said, "No, if you watch the live at Massey Hall video, they're using emulators." And I said, "Yes, that's correct. They're using emulators."
Why would you tour a Fairlight?
Why would you tour a Fairlight?
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that they sampled all the stuff from the Fairlight into emulators because they were cheaper, easier to cart around. Obviously, still quite heavy, but anyway.
Yeah.
But he would not have any, and he got more abusive and more abusive. And I was just like, "Sorry, mate, but you're wrong. You're right. Unless you can come up with some evidence to prove, it's a stupid argument to have." But yeah, go away, you horrible little Frenchman. And not that I've got anything against the French.
Beating about the bush not there, I think.
We love the French.
He was a Frenchman, but he was horrible. So he was a horrible little Frenchman. Anyway, never heard anything from him ever again until I woke up the other morning and looked at my phone, and there's this barrage of comments that he's left on a post on my website, which is where I put the history of the Syrah sound,
right?
Which I transcribed over from Peter Vogel's old site just for preservation purposes. And it was just the same old tirade of, "You're wrong. It was emulators. They never used Fairlights. They didn't have a Fairlight. They never owned a Fairlight." So I thought, what do I do? What do I do? Do I respond? That's pointless. That didn't work the last time.
Yeah.
So I just edited the actual original post with a picture of Kurt and Roland sat either side of their Fairlight CMI. I just slapped it right bang in the middle of the article and just left it there.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for that. But honestly, some people have got nothing better to do than to spam your website.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Who was the artist they were talking about? You were talking about?
Tears for Fears.
Ah.
Because I'd mentioned that they'd used the Fairlight famously on Shout and another track, but he was adamant. And then I actually Googled his name, and he actually used his real name. He was that brazen. He used his real name, and I found a raft of posts that he'd made on Vintage Synth Explorer forums, and they're all a little bit unhinged, and they're all like pro emulator. Like, emulators are the best. So clearly he's just got it into his head, and it's just some people are just weird, really weird.
That's clearly wrong. Synclavier was all the best.
Well, actually, he did
Mirage.
Mirage. He did say something about the Synclavier. But yeah, he was,
And he found one post where he said like 2/3 of the Fairlight library is unusable.
What? That little?
I think he's got something fairly right. No, it's just, oh dear.
Oh man,
these people are out there. They move amongst us. Oh dear. What's that? That sounds like.
What does it sound like?
No, that guitar sound.
No, it's the working that's been sampled into an E2 and then layered with a choir. It's for liquid stacks.
Liquid stack, yes. Liquid stack. Well, yeah, liquid stack is.
Funny how similar it sounds to this.
Yeah.
that plucked sound is.
The Stratotron.
The Strat. DX
Stratotron from Hubertus Mars, from what is it called? Universe of Sounds. I think that's what the
connection. Yeah, but it originated on a DX.
Yeah. That's Stratotron. It was. Yeah, I think Universe of Sound is the library name, but for the DX where it came from. Yeah. And then OMI sampled it with a choir sound.
Yeah, Liquid Stack 1 is just a gorgeous patch. Because that was it's like so.
It's just so beautiful.
It's just so mid-80s, isn't it? So like.
I think for choir only, it's also quite nice.
This is coming from what instrument that we're listening to?
Well, it's coming out of Contact, but it was originally emulated too.
Okay.
It sounds a bit cleaner. Lots of work to do tomorrow. I have to finish up a video. I'm hoping that my voice won't crack like it has been for the past couple of days, so I can do the voiceover.
Well, mine gets croaky in the afternoons, weirdly.
It's because I've had this cold. I went to lay down the voiceover on Monday, and everything was saying was just like every 5 seconds was like.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if I record pieces, then if my voice is getting better each day, my voice sounds different, and then when you put them all together into one video, it sounds really weird because, the first minute might have been done on the Monday, and the second minute was done on the Wednesday, and the third minute was done on the Tuesday, and it's all. So I need to get my voice level.
Indeed.
Perhaps the best way to do voiceovers, where it just all sounds incoherent and it sounds like Jesus Christ Superstar, like random voices everywhere that don't make any sense.
Roll on a decent text-to-speech.
Like a ransom letter. You know, where they cut words.
Sonic ransom.
Random capitals.
You know.
I actually got
Dear sir.
I got a spam email, a junk email the other day, which was a company offering this AI trainer. So I'm a trainer. And it's like, all you got to do is just like type in the script, and our AI will not only synthesize the voice, but it'll animate the video character. And I'm thinking, fuck's sake, you're doing me out of a job. This is it. This is how it ends. This is absolutely terrible.
It's going to be the vintage way of doing it.
Yeah, Rob, you're over the hill.
I know. Well, this is why I'm branching out. So.
How old are you? I'm sorry.
No. Well, yeah.
Early 50s.
Yeah. So if you're over the hill, what does that make me?
Well, your words, not mine.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And just to answer ASIO Head in the chat, yes, these are instructional videos or training videos for the company that I work for the day job. So, no, unless you are one of our Advantage Partner Program members, you'll never see them.
And trust me that if you were to edit together those takes from those different days where your voice sounded different and run them through an EQ and a compressor, there's nobody but you in the room that would know that they were recording.
I just don't have the time to do that. I wish I did.
Yeah.
But
you don't have the time to what?
No, you're right though, Rich. If Robbie's over the hill, we're on the other side of the hill in a soapbox like this guy.
No, my boss decided to tell me on Thursday night that she needed this video, 5-minute video making, and she wanted it by tomorrow or today. So literally, yeah.
I can do that.
And then I'm off on holiday next week, so I need to get it done. Otherwise, I know that I'll just get loads of emails. So. Yeah. So I'll have another grappa before I start my vocal. So I will leave you guys to it. Thanks ever so much.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to crash and burn in a significant way.
Just came to say goodnight.
How was dinner?
It was delicious.
Oh. What you had?
What did I have?
It
was sort of a melange of things.
A melange?
Including in the melange was
Pizza.
a salad. No, I had scallops, sea scallops that I did up in some olive oil.
Nice.
And I had some leftover veal Milanese from the other night with a salad that was in. And so it was salad, veal, and scallops.
Very nice. I'm hungry now.
And a little bit of brown rice. Just a little.
Or frightened rice, as it's called.
Frightened rice, yeah.
Why is it called frightened rice?
Because it shit itself. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Nowhere near as tangible as you were thinking. Yeah.
I had no idea, actually. I was clueless on that connection.
So was everybody else till I said it.
Brown rice is what I'm supposed to eat.
Yeah,
I
well.
do as often as possible.
Well, now I'm hungry.
Wish you were here. I've got more scallops than downstairs.
I think there's a French fancy downstairs with my name on it.
A French what?
A French fancy.
What's that?
It's basically a very sugary little cake.
It's a little bit of sponge cake
with a little bit of fondant.
A little fondant on top, then covered in icing.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Made by Mr. Kipling.
Yeah, and more E numbers than a drugs factory.
So it wasn't a young woman dressed as a nurse, in other words. French fancy.
No.
What? Not knowing me.
Well,
My meals don't get that exciting. Ever.
Well, I didn't even know you were talking about
your house.
I didn't know you were talking about meals either at that point.
Yeah, true enough.
French fancy. It's like
ooh la la.
Do you order those in?
Yeah, come in an Uber. Yeah. Mind you, it wouldn't be the first time. Boom.
Leaving the dumpster. Yeah.
Guess don't fall asleep in bed.
Oops.
That happens around here. Right then, guys.
All right, fellas, sleep well.
Yeah.
What was the joke? Oh, normally they leave her in the tree.
What?
Do you remember the joke?
No.
Oh, something about a bloke dating a woman with no arms and no legs. And he goes, "No, you're quite a gentleman. They normally leave her in the tree."
No, it must be too late.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Do it another time.
Yeah. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, gents.
Take care, everyone.
See you
Look after
soon,
yourselves.
Yeah.
Might do another one Thursday. No. The usual time. If I can find the right fucking mouse.
Hey guys, I'll see you later. Sorry, I was
See you,
busy
Andy.
with some stuff.
Take care.
See ya.
Lovely as always.
Okay.
There we go.
Bye bye. See ya.
Bienvenue.